about to make her first public appearance to detail her allegations of sexual assault by Kavanaugh when they were both teenagers more than 30 years ago. Allegations he denies. Both will have the opportunity to make their case before the Senate Judiciary Committee. No other witnesses are expected to be called, and none of Kavanaugh's other accusers is scheduled to testify. Kavanaugh and Ford will face questioning by the committee, though the 11 Republican majority members, all of them male, may opt to rely on an outside counsel hired by them, a female, to question Ford for them.
This is an extraordinary moment in our politics, the most anticipated and potentially explosive hearing in recent memory. And the stakes are very, very high, not just for the individuals involved, of course, but also for the president. He nominated Kavanaugh. He stands by him this morning. And then there is the Supreme Court itself. Kavanaugh is nominated to fill the seat of retired Justice Anthony Kennedy, who for years had been often a pivotal swing vote on a sharply divided court. This is a lifetime appointment, which means that if confirmed, Kavanaugh, who is 53 years old, could hold one of this country's most powerful positions for decades. And whether he is confirmed or not could very well be determined by what happens today in the hearing room. It's a big deal. It's all playing out in the midst of an intense national conversation about sexual abuse of women, the Me Too movement.
Our colleagues are here to help us cover this story. Chuck Todd, Andrea Mitchell, and Megyn Kelly. But we want to begin with a look at how this hearing will unfold. Republican Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley of Iowa will make an opening statement. Grassley, 85, has been a senator since 1981 and was a member of the Judiciary Committee during the Clarence Thomas confirmation hearings in 1991. Dianne Feinstein, the ranking Democratic member, will then make her opening statement. Also 85, Feinstein was elected to the Senate in 1992, the so-called Year of the Woman in the wake of the Thomas hearings.
And it's feeling a lot like deja vu all over again. After the senators make those opening statements, for the first time, we will hear publicly from Christine Blasey Ford, the first time before the camera. She's a psychology professor, a researcher, and she says, crucially, that when she was 15 in the early 1980s, she was sexually assaulted by a teenage Brett Kavanaugh. And for what to expect from there, we go to Hallie Jackson. She's in position on Capitol Hill. Hallie, good morning to you.
Good morning, Savannah and Lester. Dr. Ford has arrived on the Hill. She's currently in a holding area outside the room where this will all happen. And this room, notably, is smaller than what we saw for Judge Brett Kavanaugh's initial confirmation hearings. At the request of Dr. Ford's team, there is simply fewer media, fewer people who are present. They wanted to prevent this from turning into a circus-like atmosphere. You've ticked through exactly how this is going to unfold. The opening statements from each senator, Grassley and then Senator Feinstein, and then Dr. Ford will have her time to deliver her opening statement. She's expected to be flanked by her two attorneys. And in her prepared remarks, she will talk about how she is a reluctant witness here, somebody who initially did not want her name revealed and then struggled with what she described as this terrible choice: stay private or go public and share her story. She says she does not want to be here today. She actually says she is terrified in these prepared remarks, but she believes it is her civic duty to talk about what she says happened to her. Judge Brett Kavanaugh will also have his opportunity to not just deliver an opening statement, but to answer questions from the senators in the room. And it should be noted that Rachel Mitchell, the veteran prosecutor you talked about, the woman with decades of sex crimes experience talking about this, will likely be the one to be asking Dr. Ford on behalf of the Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee some of these questions. There's a lot at stake here. Dr. Ford, a lot of folks are watching to see, is she credible? Is she compelling? I'm told by my sources in and around the White House that they want to see Judge Kavanaugh more forceful, a bit more indignant than he was when he went out publicly earlier this week and vehemently denied the allegations against him. But he has to be careful here not to look like he is going on attack against Dr. Ford, given the moment that we are in. We know that the president will be watching. He's actually in New York this morning, wrapping up at the United Nations, but will be in transit, traveling to Washington. He has now opened the door to potentially withdrawing Kavanaugh's nomination, depending how this goes today.
All right, Hallie, stand by there, of course.
We want to bring in Casey Hunt now. She's also on Capitol Hill and has some late reporting from the Republican side of all this. Casey?
Lester, that's right. And we have really seen, as this has unfolded, The audience today that really matters is a small universe of Republican senators who are currently undecided. This hearing would not be going forward if Mitch McConnell had the 50 votes, he's the Republican leader, to actually pass this nomination through the Senate. And while we've been focusing very carefully on two women, Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, who are on the fence, as well as Senator Jeff Flake of Arizona, my sources are telling me that this hearing could actually influence a wider universe of Republicans. And if, in fact, Dr. Ford comes across as credible, and especially if it seems to Republicans as though Judge Kavanaugh has lied at some point during this process or hasn't told them the truth, that this could really swing against him. And Mitch McConnell's public strategy, and you've heard him say this over and over again publicly, is to try to push ahead as fast as possible with this nomination process. They've actually scheduled a committee vote on Judge Kavanaugh for 9:30 tomorrow morning. They've talked about keeping the Senate in through the weekend so that they could potentially have a final vote as early as Monday or Tuesday of next week. But I'm told that one thing to look for as this unfolds is whether Republicans start to say among themselves behind closed doors, you know what, that's just too fast for us. We're not convinced yet. We need to talk to some more people, potentially open the investigation more widely. Susan Collins has expressed some interest in subpoenaing Mark Judge, who is the person that Dr. Ford places in that room. So an incredible amount at stake here and many minds that could be changed. Lester.
All right, Casey, thank you.
And we should mention it's the Republicans who've hired this special prosecutor, somebody who has a lot of experience with sex crimes, to do some of the questioning today. Meanwhile, the president, we know, will be watching. He had a news conference yesterday, and he said while he believed these allegations to be false, he also had an open mind and could be convinced. And that brings us right to Kristen Welker, who's following this from the White House. Kristen, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. I spoke with one White House official just moments ago who tells me the mood here today, ready and focused. This is a critical moment for President Trump. And as you say, he continues to stand by his nominee, but also said during that wide-ranging news conference yesterday, if Ford's testimony is convincing, it could change his mind about Kavanaugh. Now, I also spoke with top advisor Kellyanne Conway just a short time ago, who said, look, the president is not currently eyeing a replacement for Kavanaugh, but is instead focused on the hearing. At the same time, and this speaks to a point Hallie was making, there is some concern here within the White House that in the wake of that interview that Kavanaugh did earlier this week, that he wasn't strong enough in some of his answers. So the White House today is going to be looking for him to not only be firm in his denials, but to speak as a father and as a judge, and to say that sexual assault cannot be tolerated under any circumstances. Now, Mr. Trump likes to remind people that he got elected in part because of the Supreme Court. So for him, the stakes couldn't be higher and could, of course, have implications for the midterms as well, Savannah.
All right, Kristen, thank you.
Let's bring in our panel. Now, let me start with Andrea Mitchell. This is not happening in a vacuum. We will hear one accuser's testimony, but we have been, for the last couple of weeks, heard bits and pieces about background, about parties, about drinking. How is all this going to play at the end of the day?
Well, it really will depend on the presentation of these two people. How they respond. She certainly has no experience in this kind of a public setting. He has a lot. He's a practiced litigator. And the fact is, if you think back to 27 years ago when I was covering Clarence Thomas and Anita Hill, after the first day of testimony with Anita Hill going first, the public and certainly the media felt that she had been compelling. But then the White House really orchestrated Judge Thomas coming in at the last minute that night and then all day the next day. And the moods really moved very quickly. He was so indignant, so angry, that high-tech lynching comment. And then by the time we did Meet the Press on Sunday morning, their overnight polling had persuaded the Democrats, who were in the majority, to back off and not bring in a corroborating witness from Anita Hill or her polygraph exam. So they had decided that the public had made their decision on a he said, she said moment. And it could well become, who looks authentic? Does he say too much? Does he deny too much? A lot of people who looked at the Fox interview felt that he said too much about his high school drinking and that it wasn't credible given a lot of extenuating circumstances and information that this was a drinking crowd at Georgetown Prep. So he should not deny everything if that's the presentation. And then how nervous is she in this hothouse atmosphere?
Well, I mean, some things never change, and it's not a legal proceeding per se. It's politics. So that brings me to you, Chuck.
Well, and that's the troubling thing about today is that it's not a fact-finding mission, right? We are not there is going to be an irreconcilable feeling to this hearing for many Americans. This is going to be a Rorschach test, and it's probably a Rorschach test with red glasses and blue glasses. Maybe something happens that it's compelling and it breaks this polarizing cycle. But I have to say this, I mean, the fact that this hearing is about performance rather than the substance itself should be a little troubling. But this is our politics of 2018.
Megan's our lawyer here, and in courts of law, every day of the year, credibility is weighed. You have an accuser and you have the accused. And in some sense, that is what we're going to all be judging today.
I mean, the Democrats should be happy that this is not a trial, because if it were, she would likely lose. He would be afforded the presumption of innocence. She would have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. We're 36 years out. She has no corroborating witnesses. And she'd have a jury, as does Brett Kavanaugh, that's completely biased and has made up its mind going into the proceeding. This will be a nightmare criminal trial. But that's not what this is. This is about advice and consent, and the Senate's duty to do that, to advise and consent on the president's chosen Supreme Court pick. Their goal, their constitutional mission, is to figure out whether Brett Kavanaugh is qualified to sit on the Supreme Court. If you've got some guy who's a serial sexual harasser, you can obviously make the case that he's not. But my own take on it is the Republicans are determined to believe he's not, and to hang that decision on the absence of hard proof, and the Democrats are exactly opposite-minded.
You know, politically, it's possible if Kavanaugh gets confirmed, it ends up benefiting the Democrats in the midterm. And if today goes badly and he's forced to withdraw, it could serve as a rallying point on the right and help the Republicans in the midterms. So, you know, the biggest difference between Anita Hill and Clarence Thomas and today is the timing. We weren't 6 weeks away from an election day, or less than 6 weeks away. We actually were 13 months from
All
an
right.
election.
Well, we await the start of this hearing at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll take a quick break as our NBC News coverage of the Kavanaugh hearing continues.
A little earlier this morning, we heard from a friend and former classmate of Christine Blasey Ford, Samantha Gary. She spoke about Ford's state of mind as she goes into this hearing this morning.
She is fierce and determined and undaunted, so we shouldn't underestimate her. When she shows up this morning, she'll be ready.
I want to bring in Pete Williams now, our justice correspondent. Pete, we know that this will be the testimony of one, but what about other evidence? Is there anything else in terms of statements, in terms of the polygraph testing that would go on the record here?
Well, there is a polygraph test that was administered to Dr. Ford, and her lawyers have released it. The polygraph examiner said she was truthful. So that's one thing that undoubtedly Democrats will bring up. On the other hand, the majority staff says that some of the people she says were at the party have since said they don't remember anything like this. A couple of the other witnesses that have been asked to come and testify said they have nothing to add, that they don't remember anything about this. And then, of course, beyond simply the allegations of Dr. Ford, there are two others that lurk in the background here. Deborah Ramirez, who says that Brett Kavanaugh exposed himself to her, and Julie Swetnick, who says that he was, in her words, present at a party at which she was gang raped. And then there have been three, just since the Ford allegation came out, three other anonymous claims about Brett Kavanaugh from people in Colorado, Rhode Island, and California. And another wrinkle here, Lester, last night the committee majority staff said that in the past couple of days, two men have come forward independently to say they think they are the ones that Christine Blasey Ford is talking about, not Brett Kavanaugh. So all of that lurks in the background. And remember, Lester, we're just a couple of days away from the actual Supreme Court, whose term begins on Monday. And just a few moments ago, the court issued a new set of cases that it's going to be hearing in the coming term. So the Supreme Court will be open for business on Monday, regardless of what happens to Brett Kavanaugh.
All right, Pete, thanks. And as you go through that, we realize I think all but one of these cases, there were multiple people supposedly present, and yet we'll hear from none of them today.
No, and I think that's something Susan Collins has brought up, that troubles her, that they haven't decided to get, if Mark Judge, his friend, has been named multiple times, he should be interviewed in some form or another, not necessarily a public hearing perhaps, but at least privately. And that's, I think today, depending on, in many ways, maybe it's just, it could be a focus group of one, but depending on how much we know or don't know, it may, if she says, I want to know more, they may be compelled to have to go subpoena Mark Judge.
But the complaining accusers in these cases are the ones who have, the names they have given have come forward to the press and say, I don't remember that at all. So it's not that these are, other than Mark Judge, it's not like there's a field of witnesses saying, I'd love to tell you my story, I back her up, and the Republicans have ignored them. They're not there. The names they do have said didn't happen.
And by the way, Mark Judge, I believe, submitted a statement to the Republicans on the Judiciary Committee denying it as well, but he wasn't subpoenaed to testify. And if there isn't this huge universe of people who could be called, then does that not argue more strenuously to have Mark Judge, who is supposedly the guy in the room?
That is the one thing that stands out here, that the eyewitness, even if he was too drunk to remember, there is something that happened. And what she is going to say in her prepared statement today that we're about to hear goes beyond what she told the Washington Post in specific detail. She talks about going up the stairs to go to the bathroom, coming from a swim meet at the country club nearby, going up the stairs to go to the bathroom, and then being grabbed and dragged into this room. So it's much more graphic and more literal. I just wanted to say that there are other senators involved here. The committee, by the way, they could tie Clarence Thomas. It was a 7-7 tie. They could report it out unfavorably. So there is ways to adjust those committee rules. There are other senators, though. There's a Republican who's been really silent, Shelley Moore Capito. She went to Houghton Arms, the same prep school, different era, but the Houghton Arms
Christine
alumni
Blasey Ford went to.
have been circling around strongly. So we don't know where she stands, but she's going to be under enormous pressure from her own roots at that school to break away.
We await about 12 minutes away. If they start on time, that hearing room on Capitol Hill will be the center of the political universe, and we will continue covering it. Our hearing coverage continues right after this.
Welcome back to NBC News Live coverage. The hearing room, Senate Judiciary hearing room in Washington, where Christine Blasey Ford will tell her story under oath here. The hearing is scheduled to get underway in about 9 minutes or so. Let's go to Hallie Jackson right now, who can set the scene. Hallie, we know there were a lot of negotiations leading up to this moment in terms of the number of cameras and how things are placed. Describe the scene for us.
Yeah, and who goes first and who goes when. Dr. Ford's team had made some requests, some demands, if you will, for how this would go. The Senate Judiciary Committee did accommodate some, but not others. So, for example, the order of this hearing this morning was a question for days leading up to this. Who goes first, Brett Kavanaugh or Christine Blasey Ford? She wanted him to go first. Ultimately, she will be speaking first. But what was accommodated, the two of them are not going to be sharing space in that room. They each have a holding area here on Capitol Hill where they will have an opportunity to watch these hearings. We mentioned that Dr. Ford is here on the Hill. So far as we know, Judge Kavanaugh has not yet arrived. Remember, it could be several hours before he even has his opportunity to speak, given that the questioning will begin with Dr. Ford. As for the room itself, Lester, I think back to when you and I were talking during the confirmation hearings for Judge Kavanaugh over the summer, when there was a scene in the room, broadcasting live, for example, overlooking from a balcony where Judge Kavanaugh was seated, some 50-plus still photographers who were gathered in that well in front of his desk snapping pictures. That is not going to happen today. Dr. Ford's team did not want that kind of an atmosphere. She is, as we talked about earlier, having some concerns about this. She's nervous. She is scared. She has talked about that in her prepared remarks. At the same time, her friends say she is gathering strength. She is ready for this moment, but they didn't want to have this sort of circus feeling here. That's why you will see a maximum of 8 photographers in the room compared to, like we said, about 50 for the Kavanaugh hearings initially. And as for other press, there were some 150 other members of the media who were in the room over the summer. Now it's going to be limited to fewer than 50, roughly 48 reporters who will be able to be there and witness these proceedings on what is an historic day. So those details have obviously been worked out. It was not an easy nor quick process. This was a back and forth over a period of many days now between the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Chuck Grassley and his staff, and Dr. Ford's team. Now, she will be able to have her attorneys seated next to her. We understand that her husband will not be here, but she does have others in the room with her.
All right, Hallie, thanks very much. And we should note, we saw a picture a moment ago, close-up, of Rachel Mitchell. She is the prosecutor who will be doing the questioning on behalf of the Republican senators.
An Arizona sex crimes prosecutor. Before I turn to Megyn Kelly on that, we have a tweet that was just issued by Senator Feinstein. Republicans didn't learn from the mistakes of the Anita Hill hearing and are making new ones, blocking an FBI investigation, no outside witnesses, having a prosecutor cross-examine Dr. Blasey Ford, and scheduling a vote before her testimony are among their bad decisions. The ranking member of the Judiciary Committee perhaps previewing the opening remarks she'll make in just a few minutes. But on the subject, Megyn, of this prosecutor, this experienced prosecutor. Now, I think a lot of people hear that word and they think, boy, is she going to go in there and cross-examine this witness? On the other hand, a prosecutor who brings a sex crimes charge is generally the person who's on the side of the accuser.
Sympathetic to the
accuser. So how do
yeah.
you think she plays this? She's been hired by the Republicans.
So 2 things. Number one, a word on the Feinstein tweet. I mean, of course, Senator Feinstein had these allegations brought to her weeks ago and sat on them. They were made anonymously, but she did nothing until the eve of the vote. So there is, a question about her indignation under these circumstances. But secondly, on the subject of Rachel Mitchell, some people are saying this is a gift to the Republic, or to Dr. Ford, because she will be more ideologically aligned with the alleged victim, having been a prosecutor and a very talented one out in Arizona in Maricopa County for years. I mean, she's award-winning in having put bad guys away who have abused children, abused women, and so on. The criticism from some Republicans has been prosecutors wind up settling or getting deals in 90% of their cases, 90 plus. And so she may not actually be as experienced a cross-examiner as people might otherwise think. And his defenders want to see her press Dr. Ford robustly on her claims, because everybody who gets accused is allowed the right of cross-examination.
By the way, though, what rhythm can you get when, as I understand the proceedings here today, she'll get 5 minutes to question if a Republican senator yields, then it's over to the Democratic senators for theirs, then it's back to her, presumably, for another 5 minutes.
Forget, and some Republican senators might say, oh, hang on, I have a couple questions.
That's right.
Lindsey Graham has said he would do that. So I agree, there's going to be
a lot
a
has been
rhythm.
said, though, about the tone the Republicans have, watching the Anita Hill thing. But what about the tone of Democrats here? Do they have to challenge her perhaps more strongly than they'd wish?
Here, they have to make sure this doesn't look like a pile-on either, and that they're litigating teenage behavior. You know, there's this line, and I think that's another. Now, part of it is Brett Kavanaugh may have opened himself up to a line of questioning that I do think is going to be an interesting line that Democrats have to walk. He almost, you could argue, he over-denied about his behavior, perhaps, or we don't know that he over-denied, but he has not given himself the out of, you know what, I did drink too much, or I did this, and he's going to say about a little bit. But the question is, if Democrats look like they're harping almost too much on it, that I think is a
You're talking
real
about, he
risk.
did an interview with Fox News where he was asked if he had ever been blackout drunk. He said he had not. He said, sure, I had some beers, but, you know, the legal drinking age was 18. I was focused on school and my church and my service activities. And some have said, wait a minute, does that open up the floodgates to evidence that he was anything but the church boy portrayed there?
And what Democrats, as Republicans, you know, also want to know, Democrats in particular have been saying it's just not credible that his story doesn't add up because of other things that came up during the hearing, policy issues, policy disagreements. They really have to stay away from that today. This is really focused on these two people. Just a point about Dianne Feinstein, just to clarify what her statement is, and there have been Democrats as well who are not happy about the way she handled it. She is saying that in a case like this, when Dr. Ford demanded confidentiality, she felt that to share it, even with her Democratic colleagues, would inevitably lead to leaks. But I know that she is very vulnerable on this. I'm just saying that that is her position, that until she was willing to come forward, she felt that she could not disclose.
Just very quickly, we're only here because the United States Senate has been broken. Okay? We are here because Harry Reid and Mitch McConnell went on this game of chicken on how we do judicial nominations. We would not be in this position if we still had the filibuster. I really believe that.
That's
and
Harry
so
Reid.
we should remember that
Harry Reid.
It took two to tango.
No,
So
explain that to
Mitch
people.
McConnell stood up and said, you will rue the day
That's
you
right.
did this because the Democrats will not always be in charge of this.
But wait,
And-
define our terms. The filibuster meant you needed 60 votes to move a judicial nomination instead of just 50.
Instead of 50, Harry Reid said everything except Supreme Court justice. He was frustrated because he thought Mitch McConnell was holding up Obama judges. And then when McConnell came in, he said, fine, I'm going to get rid of the filibuster for the Supreme Court, too. Point is, everybody has decided to partisanize judicial nominations into this 51-49 world that we live in. And I think we're finding out how this is a way to break the judiciary if you're not careful.
And to break Congress, and that is going to be the reaction, very likely, of the public.
And
both
if
sides.
somehow this confirmation, this nomination fails, we're back here again. The rule's the same. Almost a higher standard against the next nominee.
Yes and no. You know, you remember after a high-profile fight, sometimes everybody wants to pull back.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah,
I don't think
everybody might
that's the
take a deep
Democrats' plan. I think this is all part of a plan to get rid of Kavanaugh and then try to take control of the Senate in the midterms and then get a more Democratic-friendly nominee.
All right, we want to pause for just a moment now as we're joined by more of our NBC stations across the country.
Morning, everybody. 10 a.m. in the East, 7 Pacific time in the West, and that is a hearing room, a live picture of a hearing room where in just a few moments, a woman named Christine Blasey Ford, a PhD, a psychology professor from California, will come in and offer testimony against Judge Brett Kavanaugh, who is seeking an appointment to the Supreme Court. She's accused him of sexual assault when they were teenagers, and this morning, the he said, she said will be poured right out into the public arena with senators like the ones you're seeing on your screen right there, sitting in judgment.
And here with us right now, Andrea Mitchell, Chuck Todd, and Megyn Kelly on Capitol Hill. We have got Hallie Jackson. Let's go to Hallie right now, who can set the scene. This is expected to begin any moment, Hallie.
Yeah, any second. And in the rows behind where Christine Blasey Ford will sit at that table, flanked by her attorneys, we understand that about 24 of her friends and supporters are in the room, including one of her high school classmates. Dr. Ford arrived on Capitol Hill within just about the last 20 minutes or so. She is in a holding room. Brett Kavanaugh is expected to be elsewhere on the Hill. These two are not going to be interacting at the request of Dr. Ford. So the logistics today, you'll see those opening statements from Senator Grassley, then Senator Feinstein, and then Dr. Ford. And she has prepared remarks already. In those, she will describe struggling with whether to share her story publicly once her name ended up out there. She had hoped to keep it confidential at first, but she says it is my civic duty to do this. She also says for those accusing her of having some sort of partisan political motivation, she is no one's pawn. She says she is fiercely independent, and anybody who knows her knows that about her. Stepping back big picture, there is intense pressure on Judge Brett Kavanaugh today. The president told me yesterday that there is a scenario under which he would withdraw Brett Kavanaugh's nomination. That was the first time that we had seen the door open like that from President Trump. Up until that point, everything indicated that he was standing by his man. Now it depends on Kavanaugh's performance, and I will tell you that everybody at the White House is watching this. The president is in New York at the United Nations, but he is expected to be focused on this today, as is Vice President Mike Pence. I'm now told they are watching to see how Kavanaugh will do, and they want him to be more forceful than he has been earlier this week. It is a fine line for Kavanaugh to walk, coming out and expressing his anger at what he has described as a false accusation, without, in this sort of broader cultural Me Too moment, being perceived as going after Dr. Ford.
Yeah, Hallie Jackson, thanks. We should note the president acknowledged what many people wondered, that he will see these sorts of things through the lens of his own experience of accusations from women of sexual abuse.
Yeah, and he did say he is going to remain and see if he'll be convinced, while also saying he believed these allegations to be false. Let's get right to NBC's Casey Hunt, who counts heads on Capitol Hill for a living. And of course, there's such a narrow margin of error for Republicans if they want to see this confirmation get through.
That's absolutely right, Savannah. They hold on to the Senate by just that one extra vote. Mitch McConnell needs 50 Republican votes to get this through. That means he can't lose two of his colleagues. And we have been watching Senators Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, and Jeff Flake extraordinarily closely. And I'm going to wrap up because Dr. Ford has entered the hearing.
Yes, and we're seeing her now for the first time. She takes her seat and presumably her counsel there with her.
She's got a couple of advisors, Michael Bromwich, Deborah Katz, both been advising her. Michael Bromwich came on a little bit later after she had come forward to the Washington Post. She's released, as we've mentioned a couple times, this opening statement, which she will deliver. But this is the first time America is getting a look at the woman who has accused Brett Kavanaugh, a federal judge, sitting federal judge, of sexually assaulting her as a young woman, and really opened the floodgates, as now there are at least two other accusers willing to go on the record and put their names to accusations of a different but somewhat related nature. And this morning, the senators who are there in the Judiciary Committee, and many senators who will just be watching from their offices, some senators have canceled other hearings so that they can watch this testimony. They will be assessing her credibility. How does she sound? Does she sound convincing? What kind of corroboration can she offer? And Megan, as one of the lawyers here on this panel, you know that this is what happens in courts of law all day long.
Yeah, you got to feel for her. This person was not in the public eye up until a month ago. Her first letter to Dianne Feinstein and to her local congresswoman suggested she wanted to stay anonymous. Of course, that didn't remain possible. Feinstein referring it to the FBI became public, and within a day, she outed herself in the Washington Post. But look, she's about to get put through it, right? And I will say, women across this country in states and federal courts stand up and do this every day, and they don't enjoy it. There is no joy in it, but they do it because it's important.
I think I heard the sound of the gavel.
We continue our hearing on the nomination of Judge Brett Kavanaugh to serve as Associate Justice on our Supreme Court. We will hear from two witnesses, Dr. Christine Blasey Ford and Judge Kavanaugh. Thanks, of course, to Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh for accepting our committee's invitation to testify, and also thank them for their volunteering to testify before we even invited. Both Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh have been through a terrible couple weeks. They and their families have received vile threats. What they have endured ought to be considered by all of us as unacceptable and a poor reflection on the state of civility in our democracy. So I want to apologize to you both for the way you've been treated, and I intend, hopefully, for today's hearing to be safe, comfortable, and dignified for both of our witnesses. I hope my colleagues will join me in this effort of a show of civility. With that said, I lament that how this hearing has come about. On July the 9th, 2018, the President announced Judge Kavanaugh's nomination to serve on the Supreme Court. Judge Kavanaugh has served on the most important federal appellate court for 12 years. Before that, he held some of the most sensitive positions in the federal government. The President added Judge Kavanaugh to his short list of Supreme Court more than 9 months ago in November 2017. As part of Judge Kavanaugh's nomination to the Supreme Court, the FBI conducted its 6th full field background investigation of Judge Kavanaugh since 1993, 25 years ago. Nowhere in any of these 6 FBI reports, which committee investigators have reviewed on a bipartisan basis, was there a whiff of any issue at all related in any way to inappropriate sexual behavior. Dr. Ford first raised her allegations in a secret letter to the ranking member nearly 2 months ago in July. This letter was secret from July 30th, September 13th July 30th until September 13th when I first heard about it. The ranking member took no action. The letter wasn't shared with me, our colleagues, or my staff. These allegations could have been investigated in a way that maintained the confidentiality that Dr. Ford requested. Before his hearing, Judge Kavanaugh met privately with 65 senators, including the ranking member. But the ranking member didn't ask Judge Kavanaugh about the allegations when she met with him privately in August. The Senate Judiciary Committee held its 4-day public hearing from September 4th to September 7th. Judge Kavanaugh testified for more than 32 hours in public. We held a closed session for members to ask sensitive questions on the last evening, which the ranking member did not attend. Judge Kavanaugh answered nearly 1,300 written questions submitted by senators after the hearing, more than all prior Supreme Court nominees. Throughout this period, we did not know about the ranking member's secret evidence. Then, only at an 11th hour, on the eve of Judge Kavanaugh's confirmation vote, did the ranking member refer the allegations to the FBI. And then, sadly, the allegations were leaked to the press. And that's where Dr. Ford was mistreated. This is a shameful way to treat our witness, who insisted on confidentiality. And of course, Judge Kavanaugh, who has had to address these allegations in the midst of a media circus. When I received Dr. Ford's letter on September the 13th, my staff and I recognized the seriousness of these allegations and immediately began our committee's investigation consistent with the way the committee has handled such allegations in the past. Every step of the way, the Democratic side refused to participate in what should have been a bipartisan investigation. And as far as I know, on all of our judgeships throughout at least the last 4 years or 3 years, that's been the way it's been handled. After Dr. Ford's identity became public, my staff contacted all the individuals she said attended the 1982 party described in the Washington Post article. Judge Kavanaugh immediately submitted to an interview under penalty of felony for any knowingly false statements. He denied the allegations categorically. Democratic staff was invited to participate and could have asked any questions they wanted to, but they declined, which leads me then to wonder, if they're really concerned with going to the truth, why wouldn't you want to talk to the accused? The process and procedure is what the committee always does when we receive allegations of wrongdoing. My staff reached out to other individuals allegedly at the party, Mark Judge, Patrick Smith, Leland Kaiser. All three submitted statements to the Senate under penalty of felony, denying any knowledge of the events described by Dr. Ford. Dr. Ford's lifelong friend, Ms. Kaiser, stated she doesn't know Judge Kavanaugh and doesn't recall ever attending a party with him. My staff made repeated requests to interview Dr. Ford during the past 11 days, even volunteering to fly to California to take her testimony. But her attorneys refused to present her allegations to Congress. I nevertheless honored her request for a public hearing, so Dr. Ford today has the opportunity to present her allegations under oath. As you can see, the Judiciary Committee was able to conduct thorough investigations into allegations. Some of my colleagues, consistent with their stated desires to obstruct Kavanaugh's nomination by any means necessary, pushed for FBI investigations into the allegations. But I have no authority to force the executive branch agency to conduct an investigation into a matter it considers to be closed. Moreover, once the allegations became public, it was easy to identify all the alleged witnesses and conduct our own investigations. Contrary to what the public has been led to believe, the FBI doesn't perform any credibility assessments or verify the truth of any events in these background investigations. I'll quote then Chairman Joe Biden during Justice Thomas's confirmation hearing. This is what Senator Biden said, quote, "The next person who refers to an FBI report as being worth anything obviously doesn't understand anything. The FBI explicitly does not, in this or any other case, reach a conclusion, period. They say he said, she said, they said, period. So when people wave an FBI report before you, understand they do not reach conclusions. They do not make recommendations." End of Senator Biden's quote. The FBI provided us with the allegations. Now it's up to the Senate to assess their credibility, which brings us to this very time. I look forward to a fair and respectful hearing. That's what we promised Dr. Ford. Some of my colleagues have complained about the fact that an expert on this side is investigating sex crimes will be questioning the witness. I see no basis for complaint other than just plain politics. The testimony we will hear today concerns allegations of sexual assault, very serious allegations. This is an incredibly complex and sensitive subject to discuss, and it's not an easy one to discuss. That is why the senators on this side of the dais believe an expert who has deep experience and training in interviewing victims of sexual assault and investigating sexual assault allegations should be asking questions. This will be a stark contrast to the grandstanding and chaos that we saw from the other side during the previous 4 days in this hearing process. I can think of no one better equipped to question the witnesses than Rachel Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell is a career prosecutor, civil servant with decades of experience investigating and prosecuting sex crimes. She has dedicated her career to seeking justice for survivors of sex-related felonies. Most recently, Rachel was a division chief of the Special Victims Division, Maricopa County Attorney's Office, which prosecutes sex crimes and family violence. Then Democratic Governor Janet Napolitano previously recognized her as the outstanding Arizona sexual assault prosecutor of the year. And she has spent years instructing prosecutors, detectives, and child protection workers on how to properly interview victims of sexual assault and abuse. With her aid, I look forward to a fair and productive hearing. I understand that there are 2 other public allegations. Today's hearing was scheduled to, in close consultation with Dr. Ford's attorneys, and her testimony will be the subject of this hearing. We've been trying to investigate other allegations. At this time, we have not had cooperation from attorneys representing other clients, and they have made no attempt to substantiate their claims. My staff has tried to secure testimony and evidence from attorneys for both Deborah Ramirez and Julie Swetnick. My staff made 8 requests, yes, 8 requests for evidence from attorneys for Ms. Ramirez, and 6 requests for evidence for attorneys for Ms. Swetnick. Neither attorney has made their clients available for interview. The committee can't do an investigation if attorneys are stonewalling. I hope you all understand that we have attempted to seek additional information, as we do a lot of times when there are holes in what we call the BI reports. Additionally, all the witnesses should know, by when I say all the witnesses, I mean Dr. Ford and I mean Judge Kavanaugh. All the witnesses should know that they have the right under Senate Rule 26.5 to ask that the committee go into closed session if a question requires an answer that is a clear invasion of their right to privacy. If either Dr. Ford or Judge Kavanaugh feel that Senate Rule 26.5 ought to be involved, they should simply say so. Senator Feinstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll make just a brief comment on your references to me. Yes, I did receive a letter from Dr. Ford. It was conveyed to me by a member of Congress, Anna Eshoo. The next day, I called Dr. Ford. We spoke on the phone. She reiterated that she wanted this held confidential, and I held it confidential up to a point where the witness was willing to come forward. And I think as I make my remarks, perhaps you'll see why. Because how women are treated in the United States with this kind of concern is really wanting a lot of reform. And I'll get to that for a minute. But in the meantime, good morning, Dr. Ford. Thank you for coming forward and being willing to share your story with us. I know this wasn't easy for you. But before you get to your testimony, and the chairman chose not to do this, I think it's important to make sure you're properly introduced.
By the way, I was going to introduce her, but if you want to introduce her, I'll be glad to have you do that. But I want you to know I didn't forget to do it because I would do that just as she was about to speak.
Thank you. I have to say, when I saw your CV, I was extremely impressed. You have a bachelor's degree from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, 2 master's degrees, one from Stanford and one from Pepperdine, and a PhD from the University of Southern California, better known to Senator Harris and I as USC. You are a professor affiliated with both Stanford University and Palo Alto University. You have published over 65 peer-reviewed articles and have received numerous awards for your work and research. And as if that were not enough, you are a wife, a mother of 2 sons, and a constituent from California. So I am very grateful to you for your strength and your bravery in coming forward. I know it's hard. But before I turn it over I want to say something about what is to be discussed today and where we are as a country. Sexual violence is a serious problem and one that largely goes unseen. In the United States, it's estimated by the Centers for Disease Control, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men will experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. According to the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, 60% of sexual assaults go unreported. In addition, when survivors do report their assaults, it's often years later due to the trauma they suffered and fearing their stories will not be believed. Last week, I received a letter from a 60-year-old California constituent who told me that she survived an attempted rape at age 17. She described as being terrified and embarrassed. She never told a soul until much later in life. The assault stayed with her for 43 years. I think it's important to remember these realities as we hear from Dr. Ford about her experience. There's been a great deal of public discussion about the Me Too movement today versus the Year of the Woman almost 27 years ago. But while young women are standing up and saying no more, our institutions have not progressed in how they treat women who come forward. Too often, women's memories and credibility come under assault. In essence, they are put on trial and forced to defend themselves, and often re-victimized in the process. 27 years ago, I was walking through an airport when I saw a large group of people gathered around a TV to listen to Anita Hill tell her story. What I saw was an attractive woman in a blue suit before an all-male judiciary committee, speaking of her experience of sexual harassment. She was treated badly, accused of lying, attacked, and her credibility put to the test throughout the process. Today, Dr. Christine Blasey Ford has come forward to tell her story of being assaulted and fearing for her life when she was a teenager. Initially, as I said, Dr. Ford did not want to make her story public. Then, within 36 hours of coming forward, Republicans scheduled a hearing without talking to her or even inviting her to testify. She was told she had to show up or the committee would move forward with a vote. It took a public outcry for the majority to back down and give her even a few days to come before the committee. Republicans also scheduled this hearing with Dr. Ford without having her allegations investigated by the FBI. In 1991, Anita Hill's allegations were reviewed by the FBI, as is the normal process and squarely within its jurisdiction. However, despite repeated requests, President Trump and the Republicans have refused to take this routine step and direct the FBI to conduct an impartial investigation. This would clearly be the best way to ensure a fair process to both Judge Kavanaugh and to Dr. Ford. In 1991, the Senate heard from 22 witnesses over 3 days. Today, while rejecting an FBI investigation, Republicans are refusing to hear testimony from any other witness, including Mark Judge, who Dr. Ford identified as being in the room when the attack took place. And we believe Judge should be subpoenaed so the committee can hear from him directly. Republicans have also refused to call anyone who could speak to the evidence that would support or refute Dr. Ford's claim, and not one witness who could address credibility and character of either Ford or Kavanaugh has been called. What I find most inexcusable is this rush to judgment, the unwillingness to take these kinds of allegations at face value and look at them for what they are, a real question of character for someone who is asking for a lifetime appointment on the Supreme Court. In 1991, Republicans belittled Professor Hill's experience, saying, and I quote, "It won't make a bit of difference in the outcome," end quote. And the burden of proof was on Professor Hill. Today, our Republican colleagues are saying this is a hiccup. Dr. Ford is mixed up and declaring, "I'll listen to the lady, but we're going to bring this to a close." What's worse, many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have also made it clear that no matter what happens today, the Senate will plow right through and ensure Judge Kavanaugh would be elevated within a week. In fact, on Tuesday, the majority went ahead and scheduled a vote on the nomination before we heard one word of testimony regarding allegations of sexual assault and misconduct by Brett Kavanaugh. Republican leadership even told senators they should plan to be in over this weekend so the nomination can be pushed through without delay. This is despite the fact that in the last few days, 2 more women have come forward with their own serious allegations of sexual assault involving Brett Kavanaugh. This past Sunday, we learned about Debbie Ramirez, who was a student at Yale with Brett Kavanaugh. She too did not want to come forward, but after being approached by reporters, she told her story. She was at a college party where Kavanaugh exposed himself to her. She recalls pushing him away and then seeing him laughing and pulling his pants up. Then yesterday, Judy Swetnick came forward to say that she had experiences of being at house parties with Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge. She recounted seeing Kavanaugh engage, and I quote, "in abusive and physically aggressive behavior toward girls," end quote, including attempts to, quote, "remove or shift girls' clothing," end quote, not taking, quote, "no" for an answer, grabbing girls, quote, "without their consent," end quote, and targeting, quote, "particular girls so that they could be taken advantage of," end quote. Each of these stories are troubling on their own, and each of these allegations should be investigated by the FBI. All 3 women have said they would like the FBI to investigate. Please do so. All 3 have said they have other witnesses and evidence to corroborate their accounts. And yet Republicans continue to blindly push forward. So today we're moving forward with a hearing and being asked to assess the credibility of Brett Kavanaugh. He's made several statements about how his focus was on school, basketball, service projects, and going to church. He declared that he, quote, "never," end quote, "drank so much he couldn't remember what happened," and he has, quote, "always treated women with dignity and respect," end quote. And while he has made these declarations, more and more people have come forward, challenging his characterization of events and behaviors. James Roach, his freshman roommate at Yale, stated Kavanaugh was, and I quote again, "frequently incoherently drunk," end quote. And that was when, quote, "he became aggressive and belligerent," end quote, when he was drunk. Liz Swisher, a friend of his from Yale, said, and I quote, "there's no medical way I can say that he was blacked out, but it's not credible for him to say that he has no memory lapses in the nights that he drank to excess," end quote. Lynn Brooks, a college classmate, said the picture Kavanaugh is trying to paint doesn't match her memories of him. And I quote, "He's trying to paint himself as some kind of choir boy. You can't lie your way onto the Supreme Court." And with that statement out, he's gone too far. It's about the integrity of the institution, end quote. Ultimately, members and ladies and gentlemen, I really think that's the point. We're here to decide whether to evaluate this nominee to the most prestigious court in our country. It's about the integrity of that institution and the integrity of this institution. The entire country is watching how we handle these allegations. I hope the majority changes their tactics, opens their mind, and seriously reflects on why we are here. We are here for one reason: to determine whether Judge Kavanaugh should be elevated to one of the most powerful positions in our country. This is not a trial of Dr. Ford. It's a job interview for Judge Kavanaugh. Is Brett Kavanaugh who we want on the most prestigious court in our country? Is he the best we can do? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. I'm sorry you brought up about the unsubstantiated allegations of other people, because we're here for the sole purpose of listening to Dr. Ford, and we'll consider other issues other times. I would like to have you rise so I could swear you. Now, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much. Please be seated, and before you give your statement, I want to say that to everybody that she has asked for anytime you ask for a break, you get a break. Anytime there's something that you need you don't have, just ask us. And you can have as much time for your opening statement as you want. Just generally let us know if there's any issues. Proceed, please.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. I think after I read my opening statement, I anticipate needing some caffeine, if that is available.
Okay. Can you pull the microphone just a little bit closer to you, please?
Okay.
Can the whole box go a little bit closer?
That's what I'm trying, Senator. No.
Okay. Well, then
I'll lean forward.
Thank you.
I could.
Thank you.
Okay. Is this good?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the committee. My name is Christine Blasey Ford. I am a professor of psychology at Palo Alto University and a research psychologist at the Stanford University School of Medicine. I won't detail my educational background since it has already been summarized. I have been married to Russell Ford since 2002, and we have 2 children. I am here today not because I want to be. I am terrified. I am here because I believe it is my civic duty to tell you what happened to me while Brett Kavanaugh and I were in high school. I have described the events publicly before. I summarized them in my letter to Ranking Member Feinstein and again in a letter to Chairman Grassley. I understand and appreciate the importance of your hearing from me directly about what happened to me and the impact that it has had on my life and on my family. I grew up in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. I attended the Holton Arms School in Bethesda, Maryland from 1978 to 1984. Holton Arms is an all-girls school that opened in 1901. During my time at the school, girls at Holton Arms frequently met and became friendly with boys from all-boys schools in the area, including the Landon School, Georgetown Prep, Gonzaga High School, as well as our country clubs and other places where kids and families socialized. This is how I met Brett Kavanaugh, the boy who sexually assaulted me. During my freshman and sophomore school years, when I was 14 and 15 years old, My group of friends intersected with Brett and his friends for a short period of time. I had been friendly with a classmate of Brett's for a short time during my freshman and sophomore year. And it was through that connection that I attended a number of parties that Brett also attended. We did not know each other well, but I knew him and he knew me. In the summer of 1982, like most summers, I spent most every day at the Columbia Country Club in Chevy Chase, Maryland, swimming and practicing diving. One evening that summer, after a day of diving at the club, I attended a small gathering at a house in the Bethesda area. There were 4 boys I remember specifically being at the house: Brett Kavanaugh, Mark Judge, a boy named PJ, and one other boy whose name I cannot recall. I also remember my friend Leland attending. I do not remember all of the details of how that gathering came together, but like many that summer, it was almost surely a spur-of-the-moment gathering. I truly wish I could be more helpful with more detailed answers to all of the questions that have and will be asked about how I got to the party and where it took place and so forth. I don't have all the answers, and I don't remember as much as I would like to. But the details about that night that bring me here today are the ones I will never forget. They have been seared into my memory and have haunted me episodically as an adult. When I got to the small gathering, people were drinking beer in a small living room, family room type area on the first floor of the house. I drank 1 beer. Brett and Mark were visibly drunk. Early in the evening, I went up a very narrow set of stairs leading from the living room to a second floor to use the restroom. When I got to the top of the stairs, I was pushed from behind into a bedroom across from the bathroom. I couldn't see who pushed me. Brett and Mark came into the bedroom and locked the door behind them. There was music playing in the bedroom. It was turned up louder by either Brett or Mark once we were in the room. I was pushed onto the bed, and Brett got on top of me. He began running his hands over my body and grinding into me. I yelled, hoping that someone downstairs might hear me, and I tried to get away from him, but his weight was heavy. Brett groped me and tried to take off my clothes. He had a hard time because he was very inebriated and because I was wearing a one-piece bathing suit underneath my clothing. I believed he was going to rape me. I tried to yell for help. When I did, Brett put his hand over my mouth to stop me from yelling. This is what terrified me the most and has had the most lasting impact on my life. It was hard for me to breathe, and I thought that Brett was accidentally going to kill me. Both Brett and Mark were drunkenly laughing during the attack. They seemed to be having a very good time. Mark seemed ambivalent, at times urging Brett on, and at times telling him to stop. A couple of times I made eye contact with Mark and thought he might try to help me, but he did not. During this assault, Mark came over and jumped on the bed twice while Brett was on top of me. And the last time that he did this, we toppled over and Brett was no longer on top of me. I was able to get up and run out of the room. Directly across from the bedroom was a small bathroom. I ran inside the bathroom and locked the door. I waited until I heard Brett and Mark leave the bedroom, laughing, and loudly walk down the narrow stairway, pinballing off the walls on the way down. I waited, and when I did not hear them come back up the stairs, I left the bathroom, went down the same stairwell, through the living room, and left the house. I remember being on the street and feeling an enormous sense of relief that I had escaped that house and that Brett and Mark were not coming outside after me. Brett's assault on me drastically altered my life. For a very long time, I was too afraid and ashamed to tell anyone these details. I did not want to tell my parents that I, at age 15, was in a house without any parents present, drinking beer with boys. I convinced myself that because Brett did not rape me, I should just move on and just pretend that it didn't happen. Over the years, I told very, very few friends that I had this traumatic experience. I told my husband before we were married that I had experienced a sexual assault. I had never told the details to anyone, the specific details, until May 2012 during a couples counseling session. The reason this came up in counseling is that my husband and I had completed a very extensive, very long remodel of our home, and I insisted on a second front door, an idea that he and others disagreed with and could not understand. In explaining why I wanted a second front door, I began to describe the assault in detail. I recall saying that the boy who assaulted me could someday be on the U.S. Supreme Court, and spoke a bit about his background at an elitist all-boys school in Bethesda, Maryland. My husband recalls that I named my attacker as Brett Kavanaugh. After that May 2012 therapy session, I did my best to ignore the memories of the assault, because recounting them caused me to relive the experience and caused panic and anxiety. Occasionally, I would discuss the assault in an individual therapy session, but talking about it caused more reliving of the trauma, so I tried not to think about it or discuss it. But over the years, I went through periods where I thought about the attack. I had confided in some close friends that I had had an experience with sexual assault. Occasionally, I stated that my assailant was a prominent lawyer or judge, but I did not use his name. I do not recall each person I spoke to about Brett's assault, and some friends have reminded me of these conversations since the publication of the Washington Post story on September 16, 2018. But until July 2018, I had never named Mr. Kavanaugh as my attacker outside of therapy. This changed in early July 2018. I saw press reports stating that Brett Kavanaugh was on the short list of a list of very well-qualified Supreme Court nominees. I thought it was my civic duty to relay the information I had about Mr. Kavanaugh's conduct so that those considering his nomination would know about this assault. On July 6th, I had a sense of urgency to relay the information to the Senate and the President as soon as possible before a nominee was selected. I did not know how specifically to do this. I called my congressional representative and let her receptionist know that someone on the President's shortlist had attacked me. I also sent a message to the encrypted Washington Post confidential tip line. I did not use my name, but I provided the names of Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge. I stated that Mr. Kavanaugh had assaulted me in the 1980s in Maryland. This was an extremely hard thing for me to do, but I felt that I couldn't not do it. Over the next 2 days, I told a couple of close friends on the beach in Aptos, California, that Mr. Kavanaugh had sexually assaulted me. I was very conflicted as to whether to speak out. On July 9th, I received a return phone call from the office of Congresswoman Anna Eshoo after Mr. Kavanaugh had become the nominee. I met with her staff on July 18th and with her on July 20th, describing the assault and discussing my fears about coming forward. Later, we discussed the possibility of sending a letter to Ranking Member Feinstein, who is one of my state senators, describing what occurred. My understanding is that Representative Eshoo's office delivered a copy of my letter to Senator Feinstein's office on July 30th. The letter included my name, but also a request that it be kept confidential. My hope was that providing the information confidentially would be sufficient to allow the Senate to consider Mr. Kavanaugh's serious misconduct without having to make myself, my family, or anyone's family vulnerable to the personal attacks and invasions of privacy that we have faced since my name became public. In a letter dated August 31st, Senator Feinstein wrote that she would not share the letter without my explicit consent, and I appreciated this commitment. Sexual assault victims should be able to decide for themselves when and whether their private experience is made public. As the hearing date got closer, I struggled with a terrible choice. Do I share the facts with the Senate and put myself and my family in the public spotlight? Or do I preserve our privacy and allow the Senate to make its decision without knowing the full truth of his past behaviors? I agonized daily with this decision throughout August and September 2018. The sense of duty that originally motivated me to reach out confidentially to the Washington Post and to Anna Eshoo's office when there was still a list of extremely qualified candidates, and to Senator Feinstein was always there, but my fears of the consequences of speaking out started to exponentially increase. During August 2018, the press reported that Mr. Kavanaugh's confirmation was virtually certain. Persons painted him as a champion of women's rights and empowerment. And I believed that if I came forward, my single voice would be drowned out by a chorus of powerful supporters. By the time of the confirmation hearings, I had resigned myself to remaining quiet and letting the committee and the Senate make their decision without knowing what Mr. Kavanaugh had done to me. Once the press started reporting on the existence of the letter I had sent to Senator Feinstein, I faced mounting pressure. Reporters appeared at my home and at my workplace, demanding information about the letter in the presence of my graduate students. They called my bosses and coworkers and left me many messages, making it clear that my name would inevitably be released to the media. I decided to speak out publicly to a journalist who had originally responded to the tip I had sent to the Washington Post and who had gained my trust. It was important for me to describe the details of the assault in my own words. Since September 16th, the date of the Washington Post story, I have experienced an outpouring of support from people in every state of this country. Thousands and thousands of people who have had their lives dramatically altered by sexual violence have reached out to share their experience and have thanked me for coming forward. We have received tremendous support from our friends and our community. At the same time, my greatest fears have been realized, and the reality has been far worse than what I expected. My family and I have been the target of constant harassment and death threats, and I have been called the most vile and hateful names imaginable. These messages, while far fewer than the expressions of support, have been terrifying and have rocked me to my core. People have posted my personal information and that of my parents online on the internet. This has resulted in additional emails, calls, and threats. My family and I were forced to move out of our home. Since September 16th, my family and I have been visiting in various secure locales, at times separated and at times together, with the help of security guards. This past Tuesday evening, my work email was hacked and messages were sent out trying to recant my description of the sexual assault. Apart from the assault itself, these past couple of weeks have been the hardest of my life. I've had to relive this trauma in front of the world, and I've seen my life picked apart by people on television, on Twitter, other social media, other media, and in this body who have never met me or spoken with me. I have been accused of acting out of partisan political motives. Those who say that do not know me I am an independent person and I am no one's pawn. My motivation in coming forward was to be helpful and to provide facts about how Mr. Kavanaugh's actions have damaged my life so that you could take into a serious consideration as you make your decision about how to proceed. It is not my responsibility to determine whether Mr. Kavanaugh deserves to sit on the Supreme Court. My responsibility is to tell you the truth. I understand that a professional prosecutor has been hired to ask me questions, and I'm committed to doing my very best to answer them. I have never been questioned by a prosecutor, and I will do my best. At the same time, because the committee members will be judging my credibility, I do hope to be able to engage directly with each of you. And at this point, I will do my best to answer your questions and would request some caffeine.
A Coke or something?
That sounds good. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I use my 5 minutes of questioning, I thought that I'd try to remind my colleagues, and in this case, Ms. Mitchell as well, that the 5 minutes, the way I traditionally have done, if you ask a question before your time runs out, and even though you go over your time, as long as you aren't filibustering, I'll let you ask your question. And I'm going to make sure that both Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh, as chairman of the committee, I know that they're going to get a chance to answer the questions fully beyond that 5 minutes. But when either Dr. Ford or Judge Kavanaugh gets done, then we immediately go to the next person. So I hope that that will be done in a Dr. Ford, I'm told that you want a break right now, and if you do, that's fine.
I'm okay. I got the coffee. Thank you very much. I think I can proceed and sip on the coffee.
Nobody can mix up my coffee right, so so you're pretty fortunate. So now, with that, Ms. Mitchell, you have my 5 minutes to ask questions.
Good morning, Dr. Ford.
Hi.
We haven't met. My name is Rachel Mitchell.
Nice to meet you.
I just wanted to tell you the first thing that struck me from your statement this morning was that you were terrified. And I just wanted to let you know I'm very sorry. That's not right. I know this is stressful, and so I would like to set forth some guidelines that maybe will alleviate that a little bit. If I ask you a question that you don't understand, please ask me to clarify it or ask it in a different way. When I ask questions, sometimes I'll refer back to other information you've provided. If I do that and I get it wrong, please correct me.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask you to guess. I know it was a long time ago. If you do estimate, please let me know that you're estimating, okay?
Fair.
We've put before you, and I'm sure you have copies of them anyway, 5 pieces of information, and I wanted to go over them. The first is a screenshot of a WhatsApp texting between you and somebody at the Washington Post. Mm-hmm. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
The first 2 texts were sent by you on July 6th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the last one sent by you was on July 10th?
Correct.
Okay. Are those 3 comments accurate?
I will read them, yes.
Take your time.
So there's one correction.
Okay.
I've misused the word bystander as an adjective.
Okay.
Bystander means someone that is looking at an assault, and the person named PJ was not technically a bystander. I was writing very quickly with a sense of urgency, so I would not call him a bystander. He was downstairs, and what I remember of him was he was a tall and very nice person. I didn't know him well, but that he was downstairs, not anywhere near the event.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'd like to take that word out if it's possible.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. The second is the letter that you wrote to Senator Feinstein dated the July 30th of this year.
Yes,
Did you write the letter yourself?
I did.
And since it's dated July 30th, did you write it on that date?
I believe so. It sounds right. I was in Rehoboth, Delaware at the time. I could look into my calendar and try to figure that out.
Was it written
seems-
on or about that date?
Yes, yes. I traveled, I think, the 26th of July to Rehoboth, Delaware, so that makes sense because I wrote it from there.
Okay. Is the letter accurate?
I'll take a minute to read
Okay.
it. So I can read fast.
Take your time.
Okay. Okay, so I have 3 areas that I'd like to address.
Okay.
In the second paragraph, where it says the assault occurred in a suburban Maryland area home
Yes.
at a gathering that included me and 4 others. I can't guarantee that there weren't a few other people there, but they are not in my purview of my memory.
Would it be fair to say there were at least 4 others?
Yes.
Okay. What's the second correction?
Oh, okay. The next sentence begins with Kavanaugh physically pushed me into the bedroom. I would say I can't promise that Mark Judge didn't assist with that. I don't know. It was pushed from behind, so I don't want to put that solely on him.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Mitchell, I don't know whether this is fair for me to interrupt, but I want to keep people within 5 minutes. Is that a major problem for you in the middle of a question? Because I've got to treat everybody the same.
I understand that.
And can I go to Senator Feinstein, or you?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't see the light
Okay.
was red. Please
Senator
do.
Feinstein.
I didn't get to.
So we're going to come back to that
Oh,
when
okay.
she comes back.
I
So
see.
just make
I see. Okay.
Fast.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, when she comes, after Feinstein is done, she'll
I-
come back and she'll ask you about the other
I-
two things. So we'll get back.
For the benefit of Dr. Ford, I think she'll continue that after the 5 minutes
you.
here.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin by putting some letters in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank
If
you.
you want to tell me,
140 letters from friends and neighbors of the witness, and 1,000 female physicians across the country. Those are what the letters are.
Don't look at this.
I want to thank you very much for your testimony. I know how very, very hard it is. Why have you held it to yourself all these years? As you look back, can you indicate what the reasons are?
Well, I haven't held it in all these years. I did disclose it in the confines of therapy, where I felt like it was an appropriate place to cope with the sequelae of the event.
Well, can you tell us what impact the events had on you?
Well, I think that the sequelae of sexual assault varies by person. So for me personally, anxiety, phobia, and PTSD-like symptoms are the types of things that I've been coping with. So more specifically, claustrophobia, panic, and that type of thing.
Is that the reason for the second door, front door?
Correct.
is claustrophobia?
Correct. It doesn't, our house does not look aesthetically pleasing from the curb.
I see. And do you have that second front door?
Yes,
You prevail?
and
Yes.
it now is a place to host Google interns because we live near Google, so we get to have, and other students can live.
Can you tell us, is there any other way this has affected your life?
The primary impact was in the initial 4 years after the event. I struggled academically. I struggled very much in Chapel Hill and in college. When I was 17 and went off to college, I had a very hard time, more so than others, forming new friendships and especially friendships with boys. And I had academic problems.
What were the when we spoke and it became very clear how deeply you felt about this and the need that you wanted to remain confidential. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so I was watching carefully throughout the summer. Well, my original intent, I just want to remind, was to communicate with everyone when there was still a list of candidates who all seemed to be, just from my perspective, from what I could read, equally qualified. And I was in a hurry to try to get the information forward, but didn't quite know how to do that. However, once he was selected and it seemed like he was popular and that it was a sure vote, I was calculating daily the risk benefit for me of coming forward and wondering whether I would just be jumping in front of a train that was headed to where it was headed anyway, and that I would just be personally annihilated.
How did you decide to come forward?
Ultimately, because reporters were sitting outside of my home and trying to talk to my dog through the window to calm the dog down, and a reporter appeared in my graduate classroom, and I mistook her for a student, and she came up to ask me a question, and I thought that she was a student, and it turned out that she was a reporter. So at that point, I felt like enough was enough. People were calling my colleagues at Stanford and leaving messages on their voicemails and on their email saying that they knew my name. Clearly, people knew my address because they were out in front of my house. And it just, the mounting pressure, it seemed like it was time to just say what I needed to say.
I'm sorry. I want to ask you one question about the attack itself. You are very clear about the attack, being pushed into the room. You say you don't know quite by whom, but that it was Brett Kavanaugh that covered your mouth to prevent you from screaming, and then you escaped. How are you so sure that it was he?
The same way that I'm sure that I'm talking to you right now. It's just basic memory functions, and also just the level of norepinephrine and epinephrine in the brain that sort of, as you know, encodes, that neurotransmitter encodes memories into the hippocampus, and so the trauma-related experience then is kind of locked there, whereas other details kind of drift.
So what you are telling us is this could not be a case of mistaken identity?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Mitchell for Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we were stopped, you were going to tell us a third correction that you wanted to make on that statement, or I'm sorry, the letter to Senator Feinstein.
It wasn't a correction, but I just wanted to comment on it since we were looking at this letter, that I did see Mark Judge once at the Potomac Village Safeway after the time of the attack, and it would be helpful with anyone's resources to figure out when he worked there. If people are wanting more details from me about when the attack occurred, if we could find out when he worked there, then I could provide a more detailed timeline as to when the attack occurred.
Okay. And that is not a correction in your statement?
It's just, no.
Okay. You also wrote out a handwritten statement for the polygrapher when you took your polygraph test. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I see corrections on that where you crossed out. So I will go on to the Washington Post article that was
Okay.
originally published on September 16th of this year.
And should I just not look at this for accuracy, or we're just going to leave that be?
We may come
Okay.
back to it if you
Okay.
need to refer to it.
Okay.
On the Washington Post article, did you submit to an interview by a reporter with the Washington Post for that article to be written?
Correct.
Okay. And then finally was the statement that you provided this morning. I assume that to the best of your recollection that was accurate.
That this whole article is accurate?
No. The statement that you made this morning.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the day that this happened, leading up to the gathering.
Okay.
In your statement this morning, have you told us everything that you remember about the day leading up to that?
Yes.
Let me ask just a few questions to make sure that you've thought of everything, okay? You indicated that you were at the country club swimming that day?
That's my best estimate of how this could have happened.
Okay. And when you say best estimate, is that based on the fact that you said you went there pretty much every day?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall prior to getting there, so I'm only talking about up to the gathering,
Okay.
had you had anything to drink?
Not at all.
Were you on any sort of medication?
None.
Okay. Do you recall knowing before you went who was going to be at that gathering?
I recall that expecting that Mark Judge and Leland would be at that gathering.
Okay. Do you recall an expectation that Brett Kavanaugh would be there?
I don't recall whether or not I expected that.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the gathering up from the time you arrived till when you went up the stairs, just that period of time, okay? What was the atmosphere like at the gathering?
Mr. Kavanaugh and Mr. Judge were extremely inebriated. They had clearly been drinking prior, and the other people at the party were not. The living room
Can
was...
I ask you just to follow up on that? When you said it was clear that they had been drinking prior, do you mean prior to the time you had gotten there or prior to the time they had arrived?
Prior to the time that they arrived. I don't recall who arrived first, though, whether it was me or them.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. So I recall that I can sketch a floor plan. I recall that it was a sparsely furnished, fairly modest living room. And it was not really a party, like the news has made it sound. It was not. It was just a gathering that I assumed was going to lead to a party later on that those boys would attend, because they tended to have parties later at night than I was allowed to stay out. So it was kind of a pre-gathering.
Was it loud?
No, not in the living room.
Besides the music that you've described that was playing in the bedroom, was there any other music or television or anything like that that was adding?
No.
Okay, so there wasn't a stereo playing downstairs?
No.
Okay.
Senator Leahy.
Dr. Ford, thank you for being here. Mr. Chairman, you know, the way to make this inquiry truly credible is to do what we've always done when new information about a nominee comes to light. To use your words this morning, you want to reach the truth. The easy way to do that, ask the FBI to investigate. This is what we've always done. Let them investigate, report back to us. The same applies to the serious allegations made by Deborah Ramirez and Julie Swetnick. Let's have a nonpartisan professional investigation. And then take the time to have these witnesses testify. Chairman, you and I were both here 27 years ago. At that time, the Senate failed Anita Hill. I said I believed her, but I'm concerned that we're doing a lot less for these 3 women today. That's my personal view. Now, Dr. Ford, no matter what happens with this hearing today, no matter what happens with this nomination, I know, and I hear from so many in my own state of Vermont, there are millions of victims and survivors out there who've been inspired by your courage. I am. Bravery is contagious. Indeed, that's the driving force behind the Me Too movement. And you sharing your story is going to have a lasting, positive impact on so many survivors in our country. We owe you a debt of gratitude for that, Doctor. Now, some senators have suggested you were simply mixed up about who assaulted you. An ally of Judge Kavanaugh in the White House even promoted a wild theory about a Kavanaugh lookalike. You immediately rejected that theory, as did the innocent man who had been called that lookalike. In fact, he sent a letter to this committee forcefully rejecting this absurd theory, and I ask consent to enter that in the record. Without objection. Now, how did you know Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge? And is it possible that you would mix them up with somebody else?
No, it is not. And the person that was blamed for the incident is actually the person who introduced me to them originally. So he was a member of Columbia Country Club, and I don't want to talk about him because I think it's unfair, but he is the person that introduced me to them.
But you would not mix up somebody else with Brett Kavanaugh, is that correct?
Correct.
Or Mark Judge?
Correct.
Well, then let's go back to the incident. What is the strongest memory you have? Strongest memory of the incident, something that you cannot forget. Take whatever time you need.
Indelible in the hippocampus is the laughter, the uproarious laughter between the two, and they're having fun at my expense.
You've never forgotten that laughter. You've never forgotten them laughing at you.
They were laughing with each other.
And you were the object of the laughter?
I was, underneath one of them while the two laughed. Two friends having a really good time with one another.
Let me enter into the record a statement by the National Task Force to End Domestic Violence.
Without objection, so ordered.
And a letter from 24 members of the House of Representatives urging the committee to use the NTF's trauma-informed approach in questioning Dr. Ford. Without objection, so ordered. And a letter from another 116 members of the House asking to delay till all this has been heard.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Dr. Ford has at times been criticized for what she doesn't remember from 36 years ago. But we have numerous experts, including a study by the U.S. Army Military Police School Behavior Sciences Education, that lapses of memory are wholly consistent with severe trauma and stress of assault. I'd ask consent that be entered.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Dr. Ford, I'll just conclude with this. You do remember what happened, do you not?
Very much so.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Now, Ms. Mitchell for Senator Graham, and then it's my understanding that that's where you'd like to take a break.
Does that work for you? Does that work for you as well?
We're here to accommodate you, not you accommodate us.
I'm used to being collegial. So.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Mitchell for Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You told Senator Feinstein in your letter that you and 4 others were present. You've corrected that today to say it was at least 4 others. When you were interviewed by the Washington Post, you said that there were 4 boys present at the party. And then in your polygraph statement, you say there were 4 boys and 2 girls. When you say 2 girls, was that you and another, or was that 2 other girls?
That was me and one other girl.
And that other girl's name?
Leland.
Leland Kaiser now?
Correct.
Okay. So then would it be fair to say at least PJ, Brett Kavanaugh, Mark Judge, Leland Ingram at the time, and yourself were present, and possibly others?
And one other boy. So there were 4 boys. I just don't know the name of the other boy. So.
Have you been contacted by anybody saying, hey, I was at that party too?
No, I haven't talked with anyone from that party.
Okay. Now, you've been detailed about what happened once you got up the stairs, and so I don't need to go through that again. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just realized that I said something that was inaccurate. I said I hadn't spoken with anyone from the party since that. I've spoken with Leland.
Okay. Thank you for correcting that. I appreciate that. You've gone into detail about what happened once you went up the stairs, so I don't feel like it's necessary to go over those things again.
Okay. Thank you.
Have you told us everything that you do remember about it?
I believe so, but if there are other questions, I can attempt to answer them.
Okay. You said that the music was solely coming from that room. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it was turned up once the 3 of you were inside that room. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, do you recall it being turned down?
I don't remember if it was turned down once I was leaving the house. I don't remember.
Okay.
Likely, since I could hear them walking down the stairs very clearly from the bathroom.
Okay. And the bathroom door was closed when you heard this. Is that correct?
I could hear them very clearly hitting the walls, going down the stairwell.
In fact, in your letter, you said that they went down the stairs and they were talking with other people in the house.
Correct.
Were you able to hear that conversation?
I was not able to hear that conversation, but I was aware that they were downstairs and that I would have to walk past them to get out of the house.
Okay. Now, let me make sure we're on the same page. Were you not able to hear the conversation or not able to understand the conversation?
I couldn't hear the conversation. I was upstairs.
Okay. How do you know there was a conversation?
I'm just assuming since it was a social gathering, people were talking. I don't know.
Okay. In your letter,
I could hear them talking as they went down the stairwell. They were laughing and.
Okay. In your letter, you wrote both loudly stumbled down the stairwell, at which point other persons at the house were talking with them. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, I had to walk past everyone to leave the house, so.
Okay.
Your letter. I'm not understanding, I'm sorry.
Okay. Your next sentence, let me try to clarify this. After you said other persons at the house were talking with them, the letter goes on with the very next sentence, I exited the bathroom, ran outside of the house, and went home.
Correct.
Okay. You said that you do not remember how you got home. Is that correct?
I do not remember.
Okay.
Other than I did not drive home.
Okay. I'm going to show you, if somebody could provide to you a map of the various people's houses at the time, and if you could verify that this is where you were living at the time.
Where I was living at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do we have a copy of these documents?
If you want one, we can get you one.
Yes, before the questions begin, so we can follow the testimony.
Okay. My staff says that we should not provide the copy.
No, we will provide the
copy.
We will provide the copy.
Yeah, well, speak plainly with me, please.
Oh, sure. I'd like to see what she's looking at.
Yeah, you have another 30 seconds now because I was rudely interrupted.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Senator Harris, we do have a blown-up copy of this for the members to view, if that's helpful.
Okay, I'm going to put check marks next to homes that I can confirm are the correct locations, and then an X or a question mark when I don't know where these people live.
I'm only asking you to confirm if that map accurately shows where you were living at the
Where
time.
I lived at the time. So I can't see the street name, but I'm happy to refer to the address or the neighborhood.
Okay, could you tell us that?
Yes, it's River Falls.
Okay.
It's near the, what is the place called? The Naval Research Center on Clara Barton Parkway.
Okay, was that a house or an apartment?
It was my parents' home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Durbin.
Mr. Chairman, I ask consent to enter into the record letters of support for Dr. Ford from her classmates at Holton Arms School, 1,200 alumni of the school, 195 of your colleagues, students, and mentors, 1,400 women and men who attended DC schools, and 50 members of the Yale Law School faculty who are calling for a full FBI investigation. I ask consent to enter these into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Dr. Ford, as difficult as this experience must be, I want you to know that your courage in coming forward has given countless Americans the strength to face their own life-shattering past and to begin to heal their wounds. By example, you have brought many families into an honest and sometimes painful dialogue that should have occurred a long time ago. I'm sorry for what this has done to you and your family. No one should face harassment, death threats, and disparaging comments by cheap-shot politicians simply for telling the truth. But you and your family should know that for every scurrilous charge and every pathetic tweet, there have been thousands of Americans, women and men, who believe you, support you, and thank you for your courage. Watching your experience, it's no wonder that many sexual assault survivors hide their past and spend their lives suffering in pain silence. You had absolutely nothing to gain by bringing these facts to the Senate Judiciary Committee. The fact that you are testifying here today, terrified though you may be, the fact that you have called for an FBI investigation of this incident, the fact that you are prepared to name both Judge Kavanaugh and eyewitness Mark Judge stands in sharp contrast to the obstruction we've seen on the other side. The FBI should have investigated your charges as they did in the Anita Hill hearing, but they did not. Mark Judge should be subpoenaed from his Bethany Beach hideaway and required to testify under oath, but he has not. Judge Kavanaugh, if he truly believes there's no evidence, no witnesses that can prove your case, should be joining us in demanding a thorough FBI investigation, but he has not. Today, you come before this committee and before this nation alone. I know you're joined by counsel and family. The prosecutor on the Republican side will continue to ask questions to test your memory and veracity. After spending decades trying to forget that awful night, it's no wonder your recollection is less than perfect. A polished liar can create a seamless story, but a trauma survivor cannot be expected to remember every painful detail. That's what Senator Leahy has mentioned earlier. One question is critical. In Judge Kavanaugh's opening testimony, which we will hear after you leave, this is what he says. I never had any sexual or physical encounter of any kind with Dr. Ford. I am not questioning that Dr. Ford may have been sexually assaulted by some person in some place at some time. Last night, the Republican staff of this committee released to the media a timeline that shows that they've interviewed 2 people who claimed they were the ones who actually assaulted you. I'm asking you to address this new defense of mistaken identity directly. Dr. Ford, with what degree of certainty do you believe Brett Kavanaugh assaulted you?
100%.
100%. In the letter which you sent to Senator Feinstein, you wrote, I have not knowingly seen Kavanaugh since the assault. I did see Mark Judge once at the Potomac Village Safeway where he was extremely uncomfortable in seeing me. Would you please describe that encounter at the Safeway with Mark Judge and what led you to believe he was uncomfortable?
Yes, I was going to the Potomac Village Safeway. This is the one on the corner of Falls and River Road. And I was with my mother, and I was a teenager, so I wanted her to go in one door and me go in the other. So I chose the wrong door because the door I chose was the one where Mark Judge was, looked like he was working there and arranging the shopping carts. And I said hello to him. And his face was white and very uncomfortable saying hello back. And we had previously been friendly at the times that we saw each other over the previous 2 years, albeit not very many times. We had always been friendly with one another. I wouldn't characterize him as not friendly. He was just nervous and not really wanting to speak with me. And he looked a little bit ill.
How long did this occur after the incident?
I would estimate 6 to 8 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before we take a break, I can't let what Senator Durbin said, by the way, he's my friend, we work on a lot of legislation together, but you talked about the obstruction from the other side. I cannot let it go by what you've heard me say so many times, that between July 30th and September 13th, there were 45 days this committee could have been investigating this situation, and her privacy would have been protected. So something happened here in between on your side that the whole country, well, not the whole country should have known about it. No, not know about it. We should have investigated it. We'll take a break now for 15 minutes.
We've been watching Christine Blasey Ford for the first time under oath, answering questions before the Senate Judiciary Committee. No doubt early in this day, early in her testimony and questioning, people are beginning to form their own opinions about her credibility and her demeanor and so on and so forth. I think as I bring on our panel here, Andrea Mitchell and Chuck Todd, Megyn Kelly and Savannah, I think one of the things we've noted is the format of this. If you had watched the testimony, the previous testimony, where we go from Republicans to Democrats, now we're seeing this questioning from a seasoned prosecutor, Rachel Mitchell, who was hired by the Republicans. Clearly, she seems to be trying to do a linear, methodical questioning, but it's interrupted by the 5-minute rule.
I'm frustrated as a viewer.
She's doing legal questioning.
Yes.
They're doing political questioning. So, yes. And so I don't know if it would have been possible for the Republicans to say, well, let's all pool together our minutes and give them to this prosecutor and let her get a little flow going. But that's not what's happening. So I'm sure it's frustrating for the prosecutor and frustrating for the witness, too.
She's all about the facts. She's trying to drive holes in the witness's memory, sort of highlight, you don't remember this, you said that. And it's far less effective when you can't stream a narrative. So it's too choppy to follow.
But it does come down to people's impressions of her, the witness, whom we have not heard from before, and how she's presenting herself. And this was certainly an emotional testimony.
Well, it raises the stakes for Judge Kavanaugh. I mean, that was a powerful opening statement, and now a lot of people are going to want to hear, how is he going to respond?
That's the thing, is like, you listen to Christine Ford, and for me, the moment that will stay with me was when she described having a memory of being in that room and looking over at Mark Judge and having eye contact with him and asking herself, will he save me? And he didn't. I mean, it was just, that, and it was just, it was emotional.
Laughter.
It was an emotional
And she
moment.
talked about, the question was what was your most vivid memory? Leahy asked her, Senator Leahy, and she said the laughter, the uproarious laughter between the two, and they're having fun at my expense. I mean, look, if she's an actress, she's really good.
Well, we actually have pulled some of that.
The alternative is she's telling the truth, and it's deeply problematic for him.
We've pulled some of the sound from that key moment. Let's listen.
What is the strongest memory you have? Strongest memory of the incident, something that you cannot forget. Take whatever time you need.
Indelible in the hippocampus is the laughter, the uproarious laughter between the two, and they're having fun at my expense.
You've never forgotten that laughter. You've never forgotten them laughing at you.
They were laughing with each other.
And you were the object of the laughter?
I was, underneath one of them while the two laughed. two friends having a really good time with one another.
And I think one of the things that came up at the table here, I forgot who brought it up, but laughter is one of the things when you're a teenager.
Well,
under any
that's exactly
circumstances.
what I thought. I thought, well, there's something that has the hallmark of authenticity, because if you're a teenage girl, is there anything more mortifying than having boys laugh at you, have a laugh at your expense? And, that's all what, when you're sizing up the credibility of a witness, it's all of these things. It's demeanor, it's speech. Yes, it's can you remember details, but it's a whole constellation of other things, and whether or not it bears, those hallmarks and the badge of truth. And that's the difficulty. That's the decision that's before senators. And something like that sticks with you, because I thought when he asked that, what's going to be the indelible thing, I thought she'd say maybe the hand over her mouth. But no, for a teenage girl, it's that idea of boys laughing at her.
How about her description of running into Mark Judge 6 to 8 weeks
That
later?
really was
That was
striking.
also a very powerful moment, just her saying, I went into the wrong door. By the way, with the teenage moment going, I'm experiencing that myself these days. I don't want to go into the same door as you, Dad. And then all of a sudden running into him, and her description of him, that he was sheepish, or it's those little details that are giving her a lot of credit.
But there's a question too, still, to remember there's another side to this, about whether it was exactly as she says, whether her experience of it now and her memory of it now matches up with how it actually went down, and whether her memory has filled in the gaps that she admitted she had around certain aspects of it in a way that is more helpful to her story and more damaging to Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, that's what I imagine the prosecutor is going to try to show, that while she's a sympathetic witness and she clearly believes this happened to her, does she know all these years later? Does she know? And there you've got these Republican senators sitting on the other side who are, blustering about, you've got Grassley out there like, man, my staff, and, it's a jarring juxtaposition to hear him and then her. But the question is whether they're going to believe this really amounts to anything, or was this a person who is misremembering, or who was what we call in the law an eggshell plaintiff. They can walk away saying, oh, was this just some guy who made a bad move and she made more of it in her head than is
The problem is
justified.
that Brett Kavanaugh has said categorically it didn't happen at all. So it kind of leaves them in that position.
If he had left
either-
himself some running room, if he had said, I was young and I drank too much then, and I am sorry if something happened, I don't think this would have reached this stage. I think it is that he set himself up to be questioned, not just on his character and behavior back then, but whether he lied to the committee.
We should
And
remind
that is a clear issue.
folks also that she is a psychology professor, so some of her answers specifically about her memory are, let's say she's using beyond layman's terms
It's
here.
indelible in the hippocampus. That's what she said.
Well, this is-
Indelible in the hippocampus, which, we then started Googling.
Well, I just come back to what Chuck just said about, she goes to the Safeway a few weeks later and didn't want to go in the same door as her mom, being a teenager, and then runs right into another kid that she remembers as being part of this attack, according to her story. I come also back to the politics. The people watching this are, Ben Sasse and other Republicans, and what are they thinking about the political impact of taking one side or another? They have to wait to see what Judge Kavanaugh does, but they're going to be very worried about this.
By the way, in fairness to these senators, I think they're also probably, Ben Sasse has kids that are about the same age
exactly.
as
Republican
lot
from
of yeah,
Nebraska,
Republican from
and
Nebraska.
often a critic of President Trump.
That's right. And on this, and he references his kids sometimes. So I think this is painful to watch as a parent of a teenager. So it is I wouldn't, yes, there's politics involved, and there's no doubt I think Ben Sasse is somebody that shouldn't, I'm be very curious how he responds to this, along with Jeff Flake. We've gotten some words about how intently they've been listening
Just to
to
say,
this
they're
from our
hearing
reporters.
things at home, not only from constituents, they're hearing from their kids, their parents, their siblings, and their spouses.
But their constituents so far, the Republican base does not believe her, or if they believe her, they don't care. They have been fired up saying this is a Democrat hit job, a Democratic hit job on a nominee who they had before them for 31 hours of testimony. They had these allegations in hand. They didn't raise them. They waited until the eve. She comes forward after 36 years with gaps in her memory. And then another woman comes forward with no corroborating witnesses. And they drop that at the last minute. And then the Avenatti hat trick the night before. And they see this as a big setup of their nominee. I've heard Republicans say this may have happened to her. The proof isn't there to convince me that it was Brett Kavanaugh. And it isn't enough to scurry a Supreme Court appointment.
We want to go to Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill right now, who continues to measure certainly reaction from senators who will have the final say as to whether this confirmation goes forward. Casey.
Lester, I think that the conversation you all have been having is exactly the right one, and it's unfolding among the senators who are going to have to make this key decision. And I just want to go back to those three people we've been focused on: Lisa Murkowski, Senator Susan Collins, and Senator Jeff Flake, who was sitting listening intently, according to one reporter from our team who was in the room, looking pained as her initial statement unfolded. I just got a text message from a top Republican aide who says everybody needs to not rush to judgment. I think that that's telling. Partly it says we want to hear from Judge Kavanaugh, and that's important. But it also says that it's very clear that they realize that the initial judgment of Dr. Ford is one of credibility, and one that does not seem to bode well for Judge Kavanaugh ultimately sitting on the Supreme Court. I will say I've been reaching out to senators, aides. Everyone is, at this point, still keeping their initial thoughts very close to the vest, beyond, of course, the obvious understandings that we have of this partisanship. But I do want to go back to this idea. These senators, the ones who have to make this decision, they are human beings too. And the decision that they make here, if they are forced to vote on this nomination, is going to be one that is going to define them for years to come. And if you are especially a female senator living through this cultural moment that we are in of Me Too, and listening to this woman who came forward clearly traumatized, clearly emotional as she relates this story, are you really going to stand on the Senate floor and say, I don't believe her, I believe him? Obviously, we have to hear from him first, but these are the questions kind of going through people's minds. And I can tell you there was already trepidation about Judge Kavanaugh heading into this hearing, and standing here, having the opportunity to have heard at least a little bit from her. I think that at this point is increasing, not decreasing.
Casey, thank you for a good perspective. None of this is easy. None of this is easy, and it's about listening. They're on a break right now. We'll come back and continue to listen.
Well, and just as a reminder, we've all watched one piece of this. We've watched an opening statement and some introductory questioning of this witness, and so there's a judgment as to that credibility. We have yet to hear from Brett Kavanaugh in this setting answering those same questions, and his credibility and his demeanor will be sized up as well. For those who are just joining and perhaps missed it, Christine Blasey Ford gave a prepared opening statement, one we're told she wrote herself, took about 20 minutes. We wanted to play you a portion of it.
When I got to the small gathering, people were drinking beer in a small living room, family room type area on the first floor of the house. I drank one beer. Brett and Mark were visibly drunk. Early in the evening, I went up a very narrow set of stairs leading from the living room to a second floor to use the restroom. When I got to the top of the stairs, I was pushed from behind into a bedroom across from the bathroom. I couldn't see who pushed me. Brett and Mark came into the bedroom and locked the door behind them. There was music playing in the bedroom. It was turned up louder by either Brett or Mark once we were in the room. I was pushed onto the bed, and Brett got on top of me. He began running his hands over my body and grinding into me. I yelled, hoping that someone downstairs might hear me, and I tried to get away from him, but his weight was heavy. Brett groped me and tried to take off my clothes. He had a hard time because he was very inebriated, and because I was wearing a one-piece bathing suit underneath my clothing. I believed he was going to rape me. I tried to yell for help. When I did, Brett put his hand over my mouth to stop me from yelling. This is what terrified me the most and has had the most lasting impact on my life. It was hard for me to breathe, and I thought that Brett was accidentally going to kill me. Both Brett and Mark were drunkenly laughing during the attack. They seemed to be having a very good time. Mark seemed ambivalent, at times urging Brett on, and at times telling him to stop. A couple of times I made eye contact with Mark and thought he might try to help me, but he did not. During this assault, Mark came over and jumped on the bed twice while Brett was on top of me. And the last time that he did this, we toppled over and Brett was no longer on top of me. I was able to get up and run out of the room. Directly across from the bedroom was a small bathroom. I ran inside the bathroom and locked the door. I waited until I heard Brett and Mark leave the bedroom, laughing, and loudly walk down the narrow stairway, pinballing off the walls on the way down. I waited, and when I did not hear them come back up the stairs, I left the bathroom, went down the same stairwell, through the living room, and left the house. I remember being on the street and feeling an enormous sense of relief that I had escaped that house and that Brett and Mark were not coming outside after me.
It was Christine Blasey Ford in some of her prepared opening remarks today, describing what we had all read before, but hearing for the first time from her voice.
And now, of course, we'll hear the continuing of the questioning. I get the feeling that Rachel Mitchell, the prosecutor who was hired by Republicans, hasn't even really gotten past the introductions at this point. She hasn't scored points in one way or another. And it feels like, right, because it feels like the way a lawyer would prepare a witness. You would start with some predicate things and get some stuff out of the way, and it would all lead up to somewhere, but it's just hard to know where it's leading because it's interrupted every 5 minutes.
So far, she has not laid a glove on Christine Blasey Ford. And maybe she's building up to that point.
She is a prosecutor by trade, but question is she acting in that role here now?
Look, I will just say this. I get the political decision that they made. They did not want Chuck Grassley, get off my lawn moments, right? Questioning her. That we all get. But they didn't think the 5-minute thing through.
This is a terrible
this is
format
not
that
working for them because, I mean, we've discussed this here. I almost feel like I need to rewatch it just with her questions. You sort of splice it and try to cut it so that you can see the continuing questions and at least have an idea.
It'd be interesting if during this break they got together and said, "Hey, what if we pool our resources?"
Interrupt us.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it is, and
she's, she was trying to get at, well, did you really hear them talking as you came down the stairs, or she's questioning each recollection in this opening statement, comparing it to the lie detector test, and trying to get to poke holes. I think she's setting the stage.
That's all she's
later
got.
on. Poke holes in when did you hear them talking, and did you hear conversation downstairs or not? Could you hear them? But that is not effective in this kind
It isn't because, again, I mean,
Q&A.
that is legal questioning. What we're seeing here is political questioning. The legal questioning, usually you lay the groundwork, you get the evidence in, it adds up, and you get to pull it all together for a jury in closing arguments. But nobody gets to pull it together for these senators, so that makes it a little more difficult.
It's the Republicans, though, who insisted on this. The witness said, "Please don't, do not do this."
It would have been worse for the Republicans if they were beating up on her right now. I mean, that would have been the worst.
No, it would have been worse.
But listen, let's see whether Rachel Mitchell is building to a crescendo where she's got something. I don't think she is, because what could she possibly have? Unless Christine Ford has some issue that we don't know about with this story, and she's going to spring it on us. The whole defense on when Rachel Mitchell is out there has got to be memory lapses. 36 years, you didn't tell anybody.
But if she wanted to go hard as though she were
later.
cross-examining a defendant, which she doesn't appear she's going to do that, but if she wanted to, she could say, you don't remember how you got there, you don't remember one of the guys that's there, you don't know how you got home, you never said anything for 30 years, this guy who's been saying, what I mean? There's like a million ways to do it. I'm not suggesting they do, but if you wanted to go hard at an accuser like that, there's a way to do it.
It's a no-win proposition for her because she's been brought in precisely to avoid that kind of interrogation. And because of this 5-minute rule, which was set by, they could have brought her in and then said a longer period of time.
They probably could have negotiated that at a minimum, you would think. The other part, though, is that, Democrats at some point got to look like they want to get to find out the facts too, and
Rather
the
than
truth too.
posture.
Right now, it's been, hey, we want to submit these letters, and it's more of they're coming across as a support group. Politically, I understand what they're doing, but I think if they want this to be more credible, and especially we assume they're going to have very confrontational questioning with Judge Kavanaugh, they would have more credibility if they came across that they wanted to find out the truth.
I mean, look,
on in the entire.
You can make the argument that Judge Kavanaugh is entitled to a robust cross-examination of his accuser. If we were in a courtroom of any kind, civil or criminal, he would be entitled to that. Our whole system depends upon the adversary nature of it and robust cross-examination. But I think it speaks volumes that they chose not to do that. We'll see whether Rachel Mitchell goes there, because to me it suggests that their minds are made up. They're not looking
Not
for
only
a
that, but
robust
by the way,
cross
I
of
would
this
just
witness.
say, not only is Brett Kavanaugh entitled to a cross-examination that's adversarial, it also gives an opportunity to this witness. She should take on those hard questions, and she probably is able to answer them in a way that may be compelling, and she deserves the opportunity to say, you know why I don't remember? Because
Yeah, but you know, people
I was
are
a
out there
teenager.
saying, like, you know, if these Republicans go after her, or even if Rachel Mitchell does it, there's going to be blowback like, how can you attack a victim? You're not allowed to ask those questions. Believe women, which underscores the absurdity of this whole thing. You believe women is a nonsensical statement.
But let's-
No, but let me finish. Most women tell the truth. Most women do. I believe that as somebody who's been involved in the Me Too movement, but not all do. And the whole goal when somebody gets accused is to, with an open mind and in a fair setting, get to the bottom of what's
let me
real.
Dr.
ask
Ford
you
now
a
taking her
process
seat in
question
the
here.
session.
We were
now
going
back
to
to the
schedule a break for 12:05. This last break came just a little bit later. I didn't call it at the right time. We're going to have a vote at 12:40. So would it be possible for you to go from now until 12:40 without a break? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, now it is Senator Cornyn's time, so proceed, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Senator. I have a blow-up here to my right of the map that was shown to you. The address that's indicated on here as belonging to your family is what all the property tax records showed as being your address.
Okay.
Just to put it in perspective, I'd like to show you a further out, zoomed out picture so that we can put it in perspective. So we can show the greater Washington area. Of course, you can see the Beltway on that, the Beltway area.
Okay.
And then number 3, if we could look at that. We drew a 1-mile radius around the country club, and then we calculated from the furthest point.
Mr. Chairman, again, we don't have these documents. No, we're not. That's why she showed 3 different documents, because they depict 3 different things. So we'd like to see all 3 documents, please, so we can follow along.
Proceed, please.
Okay. Looking at the third thing here, we calculated the distance from the closest point to your house from a mile radius of the country club, and then the farthest point. You can see it's 6.2 and, of course, 8.2 miles. And you've described this as being near the country club, wherever this house was. Is that right?
I would describe it as somewhere between my house and the country club, in that vicinity that's shown in your picture.
Okay.
And the country club is about a 20-minute drive from my parents' home.
A 20-minute drive, and of course I've marked as the crow flies.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that somebody drove you somewhere, either to the party or home from the party?
Correct.
Okay. Has anyone come forward to say to you, hey, remember, I was the one that drove you home?
No.
Okay. In your July 6 text to the Washington Post that you looked at earlier, you said that this happened in the mid-'80s.
Mm-hmm.
In your letter to Senator Feinstein, you said it occurred in the early '80s.
Mm-hmm.
In your polygraph statement, you said it was high school summer in '80s, and you actually had written in, and this is one of the corrections I referred to, early, and then you crossed that out. Later in your interview with the Washington Post, you were more specific. You believed it occurred in the summer of 1982, and you said the end of your sophomore year.
Yes.
You said the same thing, I believe, in your prepared statement. How were you able to narrow down the time frame?
I can't give the exact date, and I would like to be more helpful about the date. And if I knew when Mark Judge worked at the Potomac Safeway, then I would be able to be more helpful in that way. So I'm just using memories of when I got my driver's license. I was 15 at the time, and I did not drive home from that party or to that party. And once I did have my driver's license, I liked to drive myself. So
I assume the legal driving age was 16?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've talked about attending therapy. In your text to the Washington Post dated 7/6, so that's the very first statement we have from you, you put in there, quote, have therapy records talking about it. I want to make sure I understand that. Did you already have your therapy records at that time?
I had looked at them online to see if they existed, yes.
Okay, so this was something that was available to you via a computer, like a patient portal?
Actually, no, it was in the office of a provider.
Okay.
She helped me go through the record to locate whether I had had record of this conversation that I had remembered.
Did you show a full or partial set of those marriage therapy records to the Washington Post?
I don't remember. I remember summarizing for her what they said. So I'm not quite sure if I actually gave her the record.
Okay. So it's possible that the reporter did not see these notes?
I don't know if I can't recall whether she saw them directly or if I just told her what they said.
Okay. Have you shown them to anyone else besides your counsel?
Just the counsel.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Brett Kavanaugh's name is not listed in those notes?
His name is not listed in those notes.
Would it also be fair to say that the therapist notes that we've been talking about say that there were 4 boys in the room?
It describes the sexual assault, and it says erroneously by 4 boys. So the therapist got the content of it wrong.
And you corrected that to the Washington Post reporter, correct?
Correct.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Blasey Ford. A lot of people are proud of you today. From a prosecutor's eye view, one of the hardest things that we have to do is to speak to somebody who's come forward with an allegation of sexual assault and let them know that we can't provide the evidence to go forward to trial. It's a hard day for the prosecutor to do that. And so, both because making a sincere and thorough investigative effort is such an important consolation to the victim in that circumstance, and because it's what you're obliged to do professionally, sincere and thorough investigation is critical to these claims in a prosecutor's world. It may be the most basic thing that we owe a victim or a witness coming forward, is to make sure that we give them a full, thorough, and sincere investigation. You have met all of the standards of what I might call preliminary credibility with your initial statement. You have vivid, specific, and detailed recollections, something prosecutors look for. Your recollections are consistent with known facts. You made prior consistent statements, something else prosecutors and lawyers look for. You were willing to and did take a lie detector test, and you were willing to testify here. Here you are, subject to professional cross-examination by a prosecutor. So you've met any condition any prosecutor could expect to go forward, and yet there has been no sincere or thorough investigation of your claims. You specifically asked for an FBI investigation, did you not?
You have to say something. Just say yes.
Yes.
And are you aware that when the FBI begins investigating, they might find corroborative evidence and they might find exculpatory evidence?
I don't know what exculpatory evidence is.
Not helpful to your recollection and version of events, helpful to the accused.
Understood, yes.
So it could go either way.
Yes.
And you were still not just willing, but insistent that the FBI should investigate your recollection and your claim.
Yes, I feel like I could be more helpful in that, if that was the case, in providing some of the details that maybe people are wanting to know about.
And as we know, they didn't. And I submit that never in the history of background investigations has an investigation not been pursued when new, credible, derogatory information was brought forward about the nominee or the candidate. I don't think this has ever happened in the history of FBI background investigations. Maybe somebody can prove me wrong, but it's wildly unusual and out of character. And in my view, it is a grave disservice to you, and I want to take this moment to apologize to you for that, and to report to anybody who might be listening that when somebody's willing to come forward, even under those circumstances, even having been not given the modicum of courtesy and support of a proper investigation, you've shown yourself particularly proud in doing that. And the responsibility for the decision to have this be, I think, the only background investigation in history to be stopped as derogatory information came forward belongs with 13 men: the President, Director Wray of the FBI, and the 11 members of the majority of this committee. As to the committee's investigation, the fact that Mr. Kavanaugh's alleged accomplice has not been subpoenaed, has not been examined and cross-examined under oath, has not been interviewed by the FBI, tells you all you need to know about how credible this performance is. The very bare minimum that a person who comes forward is owed is sincere and thorough investigation, and you've been denied that, and I will make a personal pledge to you here that however long it takes, in whatever forum I can do it, whenever it's possible, I will do whatever is in my power to make sure that your claims get a full and proper investigation, and not just this. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Since this issue's come up so many times, I'd like to comment. The New Yorker published an anonymous account of allegations September the 14th. 2 days later, Dr. Ford identified herself as the victim in a Post article detailing her allegations. I immediately directed my staff to investigate. September the 17th, Dr. Ford's counsel went on several television shows requesting that her client have an opportunity to tell her story. The same day, I scheduled a hearing for Monday, September the 24th, giving Dr. Ford a week to prepare her testimony and come to Washington, D.C. On September the 17th, committee investigative staff reached out to Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh to schedule follow-up interviews with Republican and Democrat investigators. Judge Kavanaugh accepted the opportunity to speak to the investigators under criminal penalty. Dr. Ford declined. In his interview on September the 17th, Judge Kavanaugh denied the allegations and requested a hearing as soon as possible. Democratic staff refused to participate in that interview. The next day, September the 18th, committee investigative staff contacted Mark Judge requesting an interview. Committee staff also learned the identity of 2 other alleged partygoers and requested interviews. Mark Judge submitted a statement under penalty of felony, denying knowledge of the party described by Dr. Ford, and states that he never saw Brandt in the manner described by Dr. Ford. And I can go on and on about that, but we got to realize that what we have done in this case, all the time you go through a background investigation by the FBI, then it comes to us, and there's always some holes in it that we have to follow up on. And besides,
Mr. Chairman.
We're responding to Dr. Ford's request to tell her story. That's why we're here.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Mitchell, go for
Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out that to support what Senator Whitehouse said, in the Anita Hill case.
Can we hear from Dr. Ford?
George Bush ordered that the investigation be opened again.
Ms. Mitchell, will you proceed for Senator Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Ford, the Washington Post reported in their September 16th article that you did show them therapist notes. Is that incorrect?
I don't remember physically showing her a note.
Okay.
Perhaps my counsel did. I don't remember physically showing her my copy of the note.
Okay.
But I just don't remember. I'm sorry. I have retrieved a physical copy of those medical records.
Okay, thank you. You also attended individual therapy. Did you show any of those notes to the reporter from the Washington Post?
Again, I don't remember if I showed her like something that I summarized or if I just spoke about it, or if she saw it in my counsel's office. I don't know for sure, but I certainly spoke with her about the 2013 record with the individual therapist.
And Brett Kavanaugh's name is not in those notes, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In reading the Washington Post article, it mentions that this incident that we're here about contributed to anxiety and PTSD problems with which you have struggled. The word contributed, does that mean that there are other things that have happened that have also contributed to anxiety and PTSD?
I think that's a great question. I think the etiology of anxiety and PTSD is multifactorial. So that was certainly a critical risk that we would call it a risk factor in science. So that would be a predictor of the symptoms that I now have. It doesn't mean that other things that have happened in my life would make it worse or better. There are other risk factors as well.
So have there been other things then that have contributed to the anxiety and PTSD that you suffered?
Well, I think there's sort of biological predispositions that everyone in here has for particular disorders. So I can't rule out that I would have some biological predisposition to be
What about
an anxious type person.
What about environmental?
Environmentally, not that I can think of.
Okay.
Certainly nothing as striking as that event.
Okay. In your interview with the Washington Post, you said that you told your husband early in your marriage that you had been a victim of, and I quote, physical abuse. In your statement, you said that before you were married, you told him that you had experienced, quote, a sexual assault. Do these two things refer to the same incident?
Yes.
And at either point on these two times, did you use any names?
No.
Okay. May I ask, Dr. Ford, how did you get to Washington?
In an airplane.
Okay. I asked that because it's been reported by the press that you would not submit to an interview with the committee because of your fear of flying. Is that true?
Well, I was hoping that they would come to me, but then realized that was an unrealistic request.
It would have been a quicker trip for me.
Yes. So that was certainly what I was hoping, was to avoid having to get on an airplane, but I eventually was able to get up the gumption with the help of some friends and get on the plane.
When you were here in the mid-Atlantic area back in August, end of July, August, how did you get here?
Also by airplane. I come here once a year during the summer to visit my family.
Okay.
I'm sorry, not here. I go to Delaware.
Okay. In fact, you fly fairly frequently for your hobbies, and you've had to fly for your work. Is that true?
Correct, unfortunately.
You were a consulting biostatistician in Sydney, Australia. Is that right?
I've never been to Australia, but the company that I worked for is based in Australia, and they have an office in San Francisco, California.
Okay.
I don't think I'll make it to Australia.
It is long. I also saw on your CV that you list the following interests of surf travel, and you, in parentheses, put Hawaii, Costa Rica, South Pacific Islands, and French Polynesia. Have you been all to those places?
Correct.
By airplane?
Yes.
And your interests also include oceanography, Hawaiian and Tahitian culture. Did you travel by air as a part of those interests?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Easier for me to travel going that direction when it's a vacation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Dr. Ford. You know, in my old job as a prosecutor, we investigated reports like this. So it gave me a window on the types of cases that hurt women and hurt all of us. And I would always tell the women that came before us that they were going to have to tell their story before a jury box of strangers. And you've had to tell your story before the entire nation. For so many years, people swept cases like yours under the rug. They'd say what happens inside a house didn't belong in the courthouse. Well, the times have changed. So I just want to thank you for coming forward today and for sharing your report with us. Now, I understand that you've taken a polygraph test. Dr. Ford, that found that you were being truthful when you described what happened to you. Can you tell us why you decided to take that test?
I was meeting with attorneys. I was interviewing various attorneys, and the attorneys asked if I was willing to take it, and I said absolutely. That said, it was almost as anxiety-provoking as an airplane flight.
Okay. And you've talked about your recollections and seeing Mark Judge at that Safeway. If there had been an appropriate reopening of this background check and FBI interviews, would that help you find the time period if you knew when he worked at that Safeway?
I feel like I could be much more helpful if I could be provided with that date through employment records or the IRS or something, anything that
Thank
would
you.
help.
I would assume that's true. Dr. Ford, under federal law, and I don't expect you to know this, but statements made to medical professionals are considered to be more reliable. There's a federal rule of evidence about this. You told your counselor about this back in 2012, is that right?
My therapist, my individual therapist, correct.
Right. And I understand that your husband was also present when you spoke about this incident in front of a counselor, and he recalls you using Judge Kavanaugh's name. Is that right?
Yes, I just have to slow down a minute because I might have been confusing. So there were two separate incidents where it's reflected in my medical record. I talked about it more than those two times, but therapists don't typically write down content as much as they write down process. They usually are tracking your symptoms and not your story and the facts. I just happened to have it in my record twice. So the first time is in 2012 with my husband in couples therapy with the quibbling over the remodel. And then in 2013 with my individual therapist.
So if someone had actually done an investigation, your husband would have been able to say that you named his name at that time?
Correct.
Okay. I know you've been concerned with your privacy throughout the process, and you first requested that your account be kept confidential. Can you briefly tell us why?
Yes. So as I stated before, once I was unsuccessful in getting my information to you before the candidate was chosen, my original intent was to get the information when there was still a list of other candidates available. And once that was not successful, and I saw that persons were very supportive of the nominee, I tracked it all summer and realized that when I was calculating that risk-benefit ratio that it looked like I was going to just, suffer only for no reason.
Okay. You know, from my experience with memory, I remember distinctly things that happened to me in high school or happened to me in college, but I don't exactly remember the date. I don't exactly remember the time. I sometimes may not even remember the exact place where it occurred, but I remember the interaction. And many people are focused today on what you're not able to remember about that night. I actually think you remember a lot. I'm going to phrase it a little differently. Can you tell us what you don't forget about that night?
The stairwell, the living room, the bedroom, the bed on the right side of the room. As you walk into the room, there was a bed to the right, the bathroom in close proximity, the laughter, the uproarious laughter, and the multiple attempts to escape and the final ability to do so.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ford.
Dr. Ford, I want to correct the record, but it's not something that I'm saying that you stated wrongly, because you may not know the fact that when you said that you didn't think it was possible for us to go to California as a committee or our investigators to go to California to talk to you, we did, in fact, offer that to you, and we had the capability of doing it, and we would have done it anywhere or anytime. So,
thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, could I put the polygraph results on the record, please? The polygraph results in the record.
without it,
Is there any objection?
well, let us see the chart.
The polygraph? You want to all see it?
You hold just a minute, please.
I think you may have it.
Yeah, can we have the underlying charts too?
The underlying charts? I have the polygraph results that I would just like to put in the record. I'll deal with the charts after that. Could I put the polygraph tests in the record?
Mr. Chairman, we had proposed having the polygraph examiner testify, as you know. If that had happened, the full panoply of materials that he had supporting his examination would have been provided. You rejected that request, so what we did provide was the polygraph report, which is what the members of the committee currently have.
And on September 26, Mr. Chairman, this was actually sent to your chief counsel, and I just want to share it with America so that they have this report as well.
Okay, we will accept without objection what you have asked us to include, but we're also requesting and expect the other materials that I've just stated.
But, Mr. Chairman, you wouldn't allow the underlying witness who performed the polygraph test to testify, nor would you allow Mark Judge to testify. And so I would just like to point out, thank you for allowing this report in the record, but that is the reason that we don't have the underlying information for you.
You got what you wanted, and I think you'd be satisfied.
Mr. Chairman?
I am satisfied with that. Thank you.
Senator, go ahead.
When was the polygraph administered?
It was administered on August 7th,
When was it?
2018.
When
And
was
it
it?
was, the date of the report is August 10th, 2018, Mr. Chairman.
When was it provided to the committee?
Let's just see if we can't do this in a more orderly way.
Well, he was asking, and I have it right here, and you have it as well. It was
We've accepted
September
it.
26th.
We've accepted it.
All right.
Ms. Mitchell for Senator Cruz.
Thank you. Dr. Ford, we've talked about the day and the night that you've described in the summer of 1982, and thank you for being willing to do that. I know it's difficult. I'd like to shift gears and discuss the last several months.
Okay.
In your statement, you said that on July 6th, you had a, quote, sense of urgency to relay the information to the Senate and the President. Did you contact either the Senate or the President on or before July 6th?
No, I did not. I did not know how to do that.
Okay. Prior to July 6th, had you spoken to any member of Congress, and when I say Congress, I mean the Senate or the House of Representatives, or any congressional staff members about your allegations?
No.
Why did you contact the Washington Post then on July 6th?
So I was panicking because I knew the timeline was short for the decision, and people were giving me advice on the beach, people who don't know about the processes, but they were giving me advice, and many people told me, you need to hire a lawyer, and I didn't do that. I didn't understand why I would need a lawyer. Somebody said, call the New York Times, call the Washington Post, put in an anonymous tip, go to your congressperson. And when I weighed those options, I felt like the best option was to try to do the civic route, which is to go to my congressperson, who happens to be Anna Eshoo. So I called her office, and I also put in the anonymous tip to the Washington Post, and unfortunately, neither got back to me before the selection of the nominee.
You testified that Congresswoman Eshoo's office contacted you on July 9th. Is that right?
They contacted me the date that the nominee was announced, so that seems likely.
Had you talked about your allegations with anyone in her office before the date of July 9th?
I told the receptionist on the phone.
On July 10th, you texted the Washington Post again, which was really the third time, is that right? Second date, third time.
Let's see.
One moment.
Correct.
And you texted, been advised to contact senators or New York Times, haven't heard back from Washington Post. Who advised you to contact senators or the New York Times?
Beach friends, coming up with ideas of how I could try to get to people, because people weren't responding to me very quickly. So very quickly they responded to that text for what unknown reason. That once I sent that encrypted text, they responded very quickly.
Did you contact the New York Times?
No.
Okay, why not?
I wasn't interested in pursuing the media route particularly, so I felt like one was enough, the Washington Post, and I was nervous about doing that. My preference was to talk with my congressperson.
The Washington Post texted back that someone would get you in touch with a reporter. Did you subsequently talk to a reporter with the Washington Post?
Yes, under the encrypted app and off the record.
Okay. Who was that reporter?
Emma Brown.
Okay. The person who ultimately wrote the story on September 16th?
Correct.
Okay. Did you talk to any member of Congress, and again, remember, Congress includes the Senate or the House of Representatives, or any congressional staff members about your allegations between July 10th and July 30th, which was the date of your letter to Senator Feinstein?
Yes, I met with Congresswoman Eshoo's staff, and I think that's July 18th on the Wednesday, and then on the Friday I met with the Congresswoman herself.
Okay. When you met with her, did you meet with her alone, or did someone come with you?
I was alone. She had a staff person.
Okay. What did you talk about with Congresswoman Eshoo and her staff on July 18th and the 20th?
I described the night of the incident, and we spent time speaking about that. And I asked her what my options were in terms of going forward and how to get that information relayed forward. And also talked to her about fears of whether this was confidential information, and she discussed the constituent confidentiality principle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record 5 articles, including one titled Why Sexual Assault Memories Stick, and one entitled Why Didn't Kavanaugh Accuser Come Forward Earlier? Police Often Ignore Sexual Assault Allegations.
Without objection, so ordered.
Dr. Ford, I want to begin by thanking you for coming to testify in front of us today. You came forward with very serious and relevant information about a nominee for a lifetime position on our Supreme Court. You didn't have to, and I know you've done it at great personal cost. This is a public service, and I want you to know that I'm grateful to have the opportunity to hear from you directly today. I'd like to just first follow up on that line of questioning Ms. Mitchell was following, because I think a lot of people don't realize that you chose to come forward with your concerns about Judge Kavanaugh before he was nominated to the Supreme Court. Do I understand correctly that when you first reached out to Congresswoman Eshoo and to the Washington Post tip line, that was when he was on the short list, but before he was nominated to the Supreme Court? Is that correct?
Correct.
And if I understood your testimony earlier, it's that you were motivated by a sense of civic duty and frankly, a hope that some other highly qualified nominee might be picked, not out of a motivation at a late stage to have an impact on the final decision.
Correct. I felt it was very important to get the information to you, but I didn't know how to do it while there was still a short list of candidates.
Thank you, Doctor. According to Justice Department data, about 2/3 of sexual assault survivors don't report their assaults. Based on your experience, I'd be interested in hearing from you about this because you bore this alone. You bore this alone for a very long time. And it'd be helpful for us to better understand the ways that that's impacted your whole life.
Well, it's impacted me at different stages of the development of my life. So the immediate impact was probably the worst. So the first 4 years, I think I described earlier, a fairly disastrous first 2 years of undergraduate studies at University of North Carolina, where I was finally able to pull myself together. And then once coping with the immediate impacts, the short-term impacts, I experienced like longer-term impacts of anxiety and relationship challenges.
Thank you for sharing that. And yet you went on to get a PhD from USC, is that correct?
Correct.
As you predicted, there was a wide range of responses to your coming forward. Some thousands of survivors have been motivated and inspired by your courage. Others have been critical. And as I've reviewed the wide range of reactions, I've been really troubled by the excuse offered by too many, that this was a high school incident and boys will be boys. To me, that's just far too low a standard for the conduct of boys and men in our country. If you would, I'd appreciate your reaction to the excuse that boys will be boys.
I can only speak for how it has impacted me greatly for the last 36 years, even though I was 15 years old at the time. And I think, the younger you are when these things happen, it could possibly have worse impact than when when your brain is fully developed and you have better coping skills that you've developed.
Experts have written about how it's common for sexual assault survivors to remember some facts about the experience very sharply and very clearly, but not others. And that has to do with the survival mode that we go into in experiencing trauma. Is that your experience, and is that something you can help the layperson understand?
Yes, I was definitely experiencing the fight or flight mode. Is that what you're referring to? Yes, so I was definitely experiencing the surge of adrenaline and cortisol and norepinephrine, and credit that a little bit for my ability to get out of the situation, but also some other lucky events that occurred that allowed me to get out of the event.
Dr. Ford, we are grateful that you came through it and that you shared your account with us and the American people. And I think you've provided important information. I'd like to thank you for your meeting your civic duty. I wish we could have provided for you a more thorough hearing today. I think asking for the FBI to investigate this matter thoroughly was not asking too much. I think asking to have the other individual involved in your assault, Mark Judge, appear before us today was not asking too much. I'm grateful you came forward, and I'm thankful for your courage, which set an important example. Thank you, Dr. Ford.
Ms. Mitchell for Senator Sass.
Dr. Ford, we were talking about you meeting in July with Congresswoman Eshoo. Yes. Did you talk about your allegations with any Republican member of Congress or congressional staff?
I did not. Where I live, the Congresswoman is a Democrat.
Okay. Was it communicated to you by your counsel or someone else that the committee had asked to interview you and that they offered to come out to California to do so?
We're going to object, Mr. Chairman, to any call for privileged conversations between counsel and Dr. Ford. It's a privileged conversation.
Could you validate the fact that the offer was made without her saying a word?
Is it possible for that question to be answered without violating any consul relationships?
Can I say something to you? Do you mind if I say something to you directly?
Yeah.
I just appreciate that you did offer that. I wasn't clear on what the offer was. If you were going to come out to see me, I would have happily hosted you and had been happy to speak with you out there. I just did not, it wasn't clear to me that that was the case.
Okay, does that take care of your question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, proceed then.
Before July 30th, the date on your letter to Senator Feinstein, had you retained counsel with regard to these allegations?
No, I didn't understand why I would need lawyers, actually. So I just didn't know.
A lot of people have that feeling. Let's talk about the letter that you wrote on July 30th. You asked Senator Feinstein to maintain confidentiality, quote, until...
Wait until she retrieves it.
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to look for it. Which one?
Minutes, I think it's.
Okay.
So stop the clock, will you?
It's in there someplace. No. Here it is.
Oh, I found it.
There it is. You got
Sorry.
Okay. You asked Senator Feinstein to maintain confidentiality until we have had further opportunity to speak, and then said you were available to speak further, vacationing in the Mid-Atlantic until August 7th. Is that correct?
Oh, the last line, is that what you're, I'm now just catching up with you. Sorry, I'm a little slower. My mind is getting a little tired. I am available to speak further should you wish to discuss. Yes, I was in Delaware until August 7th.
Okay.
And after that, I went to New Hampshire and then back to California.
Did you talk with anybody about this letter before you sent it?
I talked with Anna Eshu's office.
Okay. And why did you talk to Congresswoman Eshu's office about that letter?
Because they were willing to hand deliver it to Senator Feinstein.
Okay. Did anyone help you write the letter?
No.
Okay. After you sent your letter, did you or anyone on your behalf speak to Senator Feinstein personally or with any Senate staffer?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a phone call with Senator Feinstein.
Okay. And when was that?
That was while I was still in Delaware, so before August 7th.
Okay. And how many times did you speak with Senator Feinstein?
Once.
Okay. What did you talk about?
She asked me some questions about the incident,
Okay.
and I answered those questions.
Okay. Was that the extent of the gist of the conversation?
Yes, it was a fairly brief phone call.
Okay. Did you ever give Senator Feinstein or anyone else the permission to release that letter?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Between the letter date, July 30th, and August the 7th, did you speak with any other person about your allegations?
Could you say the dates again?
Between the letter date of July 30th and August 7th, so while you were still in Delaware, did you speak with any other person about your allegations?
I'm just trying to remember what dates that,
Stop the.
You're asking her with the exclusion of any lawyers that she may have spoken with, correct?
Correct.
Oh, correct. I think correct then. I was interviewing lawyers, but I was not speaking personally about it.
Aside from lawyers that you were seeking to possibly hire to represent you, did you speak to anybody else about it during that period of time?
No.
Okay.
I was staying with my parents at the time.
Did you talk to them about it?
Definitely not.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you retained counsel during that time period of July 30th to August 7th?
I can't remember the exact date, but it was I was interviewing lawyers during that period of time, sitting in the car, in the driveway, and in the Walgreens parking lot in Rehoboth, Delaware, and trying to figure out how the whole system works of interviewing lawyers and how to pick one, et cetera. So.
You testified earlier that you didn't see the need for lawyers, and now you're trying to hire them. What made you change your mind?
It seemed like most of the individuals that I had told, which didn't, the total was not very high, but those persons advised me to, at this point, get a lawyer for advice about whether to push forward or to stay back.
Did that include Congresswoman Eshoo and Senator Feinstein?
No.
Okay.
I want to thank Dr. Ford for what you said about acknowledging that we had said we'd come to California. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to join in thanking you for being here today and just tell you I have found your testimony powerful and credible, and I believe you. You're a teacher, correct?
Correct.
Well, you have given America an amazing teaching moment. And you may have other moments in the classroom, but you have inspired and you have enlightened America. You have inspired and given courage to women to come forward, as they have done to every one of our offices and many other public places. You have inspired and you have enlightened men in America to listen respectfully to women survivors and men who have survived sexual attack. And that is a profound public service, regardless of what happens with this nomination. And so the teachers of America, people of America, should be really proud of what you have done. Let me tell you why I believe you. Not only because of the prior consistent statements and the polygraph tests and your request for an FBI investigation and your urging that this committee hear from other witnesses who could corroborate or dispute your story. But also, you have been very honest about what you cannot remember. And someone composing a story can make it all come together in a seamless way, but someone who is honest, I speak from my experience as a prosecutor as well, is also candid about what she or he cannot remember. The senators on the other side of the aisle have been silent. This procedure is unprecedented in a confirmation hearing. But I want to quote one of my colleagues, Senator Lindsey Graham, in a book that he wrote in 2015 when he was describing his own service and very distinguished naval service as a trial lawyer. I'm not under oath. He said, quote, of his prosecutions of rape cases, I learned how much unexpected courage from a deep and hidden place it takes for a rape victim or sexually abused child to testify against their assailant. I learned how much courage from a deep and hidden place it takes for a rape victim or sexually abused child to testify against their assailants. If we agree on nothing else today, I hope on a bipartisan basis, we can agree on how much courage it has taken for you to come forward and I think you have earned America's gratitude. Now, there's been some talk about your requesting an FBI investigation, and you mentioned a point just a few minutes ago that you could better estimate the time that you ran into Mark Judge if you knew the time that he was working at that supermarket. That's a fact that could be uncovered by an FBI investigation that would help further elucidate your account. Would you like Mark Judge to be interviewed in connection with the background investigation and the serious, credible allegations that you've made?
That would be my preference. I'm not sure it's really up to me, but I certainly would feel like I could be more helpful to everyone if I knew the date that he worked at the Safeway so that I could give a more specific date of the assault.
Well, it's not up to you. It's up to the President of the United States. And his failure to ask for an FBI investigation, in my view, is tantamount to a cover-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flake, Ms. Mitchell for Senator Flake.
Thank you. We've heard this morning several times that you did take a polygraph, and that was on August the 7th. Is that right?
I believe so. Is the day I was flying from BWI to Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. Why did you decide to take a polygraph?
I didn't see any reason not to do it.
Were you advised to do that?
Again, you're seeming to call for communications between counsel and client. I don't think you mean to do that. If you do, she shouldn't have to answer that.
Counsel, could you let her answer the extent to which she doesn't violate the relationship between you and Dr. Ford?
Say what you understood.
Based on the advice of the counsel, I was happy to undergo the polygraph test, although I found it extremely stressful, much longer than I anticipated. I told my whole life story, I felt like, but I endured it. It was fine.
I understand they can be that way. Have you ever taken any other polygraphs in your life?
Never.
Okay. You went to see a gentleman by the name of Jeremiah Hanifin to serve as the polygrapher. Did anyone advise you on that choice?
Yes, I believe his name was Jerry.
Jerry Hanifin?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anyone advise you on that choice?
I don't understand the... Yeah, I didn't choose him myself. He was the person that came to do the polygraph test.
Okay. He actually conducted the polygraph not in his office in Virginia, but actually at the hotel next to Baltimore Washington Airport. Is that right?
Correct.
Why was that location chosen for the polygraph?
I had left my grandmother's funeral at Fort Lincoln Cemetery that day and was on tight schedule to get a plane to Manchester, New Hampshire. So he was willing to come to me, which was appreciated.
So he administered a polygraph on the day that you attended your grandmother's funeral?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Or it might have been the next day. I spent the night in the hotel, so I don't remember the exact day.
Have you ever had discussions with anyone besides your attorneys on how to take a polygraph?
Never.
And I don't just mean countermeasures, but I mean just any sort of tips or anything like that.
No, I was scared of the test itself, but was comfortable that I could tell the information and the test would reveal whatever it was going to reveal. I didn't expect it to be as long as it was going to be, so it was a little bit stressful.
Have you ever given tips or advice to somebody who was looking to take a polygraph test?
Never.
Okay. Did you pay for the polygraph yourself?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you know who did pay for the polygraph?
Not yet, no.
Did you have the handwritten statement that you wrote out? Did anyone assist you in writing that statement?
No, but you can tell how anxious I was by the terrible handwriting.
We touched on it earlier, did you know that the committee has requested not only the charts from the polygraph test, but also any audio or video recording of the polygraph test?
No.
Okay. Were you audio and video recorded when you were taking that test?
Okay, so I remember being hooked up to a machine, like being placed onto my body, and being asked a lot of questions and crying a lot. That's my primary memory of that test. I don't know. I know he took laborious detail into explaining what he was going to be doing, but I was just focused on kind of what I was going to say and my fear about that. I wasn't listening to every detail about whether it was audio or video recorded.
Well, you were in a hotel room, right?
Correct.
Regular hotel room with a bed and bathroom?
No. It was a conference room. So I was sitting at a chair and he was behind me.
Did you note any cameras in the room?
Well, he had a computer set up, so I guess I assumed that he was somehow taping and recording me.
Okay, so you assumed you were being video and audio recorded?
Correct.
But you don't know for sure?
I don't know for sure.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to recess now for a half hour for lunch. Thank you, Dr. Ford.
We're going to keep going until then.
He said he had a vote, I think.
Yeah.
So, 10 minutes after 1.
Yeah, roughly.
Well, we are more than halfway now through the testimony of Dr. Ford before the Senate Judiciary Committee, and we're beginning to see some flow now here, the way Democrats are getting their 5 minutes, and Republicans continue to defer to Rachel Mitchell, who is a Arizona prosecutor who has been hired by the Republicans to do their line of questioning. Thoughts as we go around the panel, Savannah?
Well, I mean, I think that Rachel Mitchell has scored some points here and there, particularly on Christine Blasey Ford saying, I guess, telling the committee she didn't want to come testify any sooner because she was afraid to fly, and there was the story about that. And then, it seemed that Rachel Mitchell wanted to make a point that, well, you've flown for other occasions, for work or for pleasure, and, she possibly scored a point there. Unclear what it adds up to, but it feels to me like she's taking tiny little nicks, but whether it adds up to something that totally undercuts the story and the narrative, we haven't heard her go hard after that in terms of why is there no corroboration, why isn't anyone, confirming your view of events.
I think she's done a great job of exposing the Democrats playing games. You know, in that sense, and in some ways, there's part of me that thinks, boy, that may, if this does go as south as some Republicans, and you see people are panicking in some corners right now, I think that she's made a better case explaining how the Democrats sat on this, how they seem to almost, it's almost as if Dr. Ford was a victim of the Democrats playing politics. But what they have not done is really undercut her story.
But I think she's going for death by 1,000 cuts. It's nicking away at her credibility. I mean, the bottom line for the Republicans will be there's been no new information offered by Dr. Ford, none. There's been no new corroboration, no new fact. There's no corroborating witness. The mention of Leland Kaiser, the one girlfriend who Dr. Ford claims was with her at the party. Leland Kaiser says she doesn't know Brett Kavanaugh. She has no recollection of ever being at a party with him or with or without Dr. Ford. And none of that has been rebutted. So this prosecutor sits down across from Dr. Ford and is trying to establish what? You don't know how many people were there. You've been inconsistent on that repeatedly. You don't know how you got home. You're not entirely sure how old you were. You don't know whether you gave your psychiatric notes to the Washington Post or not. Then she goes for the sort of, you've misled us. You said you were too afraid to fly, but you've flown for pleasure, you've flown here, you've flown there, and so how are we to believe you? And then she gets to what I was referring to before as the eggshell plaintiff argument, which is that doesn't really work in the law. You know, if I hit you on the head and you have an eggshell head, it's my fault. I'm still going to get sued and I'm still going to have to pay you out. But in this setting, if they can prove to these senators, Christine Ford, she suffered from anxiety. She admitted she was predisposed to it. She took a situation that maybe wasn't that traumatic and she blew it up. And it was a normal high school exchange that she invented or inflated.
But Megan, you've just painted a more devastating portrait and indictment and a takedown of her testimony than anything that's actually happened in this hearing.
But that's what I see her
today.
going for. She's trying to lay those little foundations.
But this goes to my point that no one is making that closing argument. You could make that closing argument, but
she's not, right.
She's not. And if it's death by 1,000 cuts, maybe she's at 4 or 5 cuts.
Yeah,
so
she needs more.
She does.
Again, I go back to, she's been much more effective at indicting the Democrats for looking like they play games.
Except she has pointed out that she first began to raise this before he was officially
Oh,
nominated.
no doubt. No, I think Dr. Ford's, it is, I think, very hard to somehow claim she's lying about what happened to her.
Mm-hmm.
She believes this happened to her. And I don't think they're going to be able to undercut that. The best they can come up with is what you're saying is maybe you over-remembered or maybe you were more traumatic about it. But I don't think that there's anything here that they've been able to of permanently under that somehow she's making this.
And the other thing is, and then you partnered with Democrats, with partisan operatives, and you misled the committee
We want
about your
to
availability.
take you to the Capitol. Lindsey Graham now is walking along, and let's hear what he has to say.
I've represented people who have been accused of things they didn't do, and that's why I'm listening. And I can tell you about all the stuff leading up to. I'm really very disappointed in the way our Democratic colleagues withheld this information. I'm very suspicious of how all this came out, all the media contacts. Hiring a lawyer and taking a polygraph makes me more suspicious. This was meant to be anonymous, so that's the one thing that has been different.
Do you believe her?
How do you think that Rachel...
I want to hear what he's got to say.
Do you believe her?
I don't believe that it's credible that she didn't know we offered to come. I still want to... I don't understand anything I didn't know before. She can't say how she got there and how she left, and I'm wanting to hear more detail, and I've got to decide, I think like anybody in a legal setting would, is there any corroboration to the allegation? There are people we know that were there, what do they say? And fill in the gaps and do the best you can. She seems like something happened to this woman, and the question for me is that I've got a man who's lived, I think, an incredibly productive life, adamantly denying it, and a lot of the details, I don't know how you fill them in. I don't know how she got there, I don't know how she left, but somebody brought her and somebody took her away, and if it's the trauma, if it happened on that day in that place, that's an important event for me. Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
That was Senator Lindsey Graham, member of the Judiciary Committee, who's been there. Now Senator Leahy, Democrat on the Judiciary Committee. Let's listen.
She's very professional. You have to ask the question, why don't they ask their own questions?
Why do you think? I think that they look muted. They're sitting there. They look like they want to respond, but they made a decision not to really do their constitutional duty and participate in this hearing. That's their choice. But what I think the big lesson that came out of this is that this woman is extraordinary. She's calm. She's honest. And I think that's what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are seeing today. What are you looking to hear from Judge Kavanaugh?
And maybe they're
I
afraid
think
somebody's
she's
going
just
to
doing the
ask,
job she
why
was
are you
given.
hiding the other witnesses?
She's
Why don't you
doing
call
the
them?
job that they asked What are her you to looking to hear do. from Judge Kavanaugh?
Senator Leahy, Senator Klobuchar speaking to reporters in the hallway there. I think we've got Senator Coons in a different hallway. Let's listen to that.
I think it helps reduce the sense that we have two competing parties sort of fighting each other through their respective senators, and elevates the sense that what we're here to do is to listen to Dr. Ford. So I'm encouraged that at least this morning's session has been respectful, deliberate, measured, more than not. I came this morning with really great trepidation, concerned that what we would see was the prosecution of Dr. Ford. That's not what we've seen. We've seen more than not measured questions and her answering them in a very concise, very forthright way.
Have you heard anything from the Republican question? Have you heard anything from the Republican
Casey
question?
Hunt right now, who's standing by with more for us. Casey?
I don't know any more than I know before. I do know that the people claimed to have been at the party, said nothing happened. I don't know how she got home, and I don't know how she got there. I think something happened to Dr. Ford. I'm going to listen to Brett Kavanaugh, who adamantly denies it. The one thing I can tell you, I'm more upset than ever by the way my Democratic colleagues have handled this. They knew about this in July. There was a polygraph August the 10th that we get September the 26th. We offered to go out there. She said she couldn't come here because of fear of flying. None of that is holding water. We'll see what happens.
Senator, if you believe her, how could you vote yes if you believe her? Senator?
Casey Hunt there in the scrum with Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator Klobuchar at another microphone. This is Capitol Hill, folks. Let's listen.
So far this morning that potentially changes what you guys want to ask of Judge Kavanaugh later today?
I don't think so. I mean, she has been very solid. I think time and time again, as most of America must be, we're frustrated that we don't have that FBI background check reopened. She said she could better recall the time period if she knew when Mark Judge worked at the Safeway, and he's hiding out at a beach house in Delaware, and she's simply trying to get that information. And the FBI could open that up at either the request of the president or the Republican senators asking the president to open it up. That hasn't happened. And I thought the other interesting thing was that there appeared to be some initial objection to even putting the polygraph test in, when that is used all the time by the Defense Department, by the FBI, by the CIA for job interviews. And this is a job interview for the highest court in the land, and we're simply trying to put in some records that show her truthfulness.
What was the point of those maps, do you think, that Mitchell?
I don't know. I guess we will have to find out, but she answered that question honestly.
What do you think that Rachel Mitchell is driving at?
As a survivor of sexual assault, what does this mean for the overall movement? What does this mean for other victims of sexual assault when she testifies like this?
As I said, for so long, these kinds of cases have been just swept under the rug. And things that happened in a house were not allowed to be in a courthouse. Well, that's different today. They are in the courthouse of America, and they will make a decision. They will help, I hope, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to make a decision about who's going to serve in the highest courthouse of the land. One last thing.
What do you think of how Rachel Mitchell, and do you know what she's driving at? What do you think she's driving at with her?
The height? What are they trying to rush through?
Thank you, Senator Lake.
Thank you for your support.
Her job. She's just asking questions.
Senator, do you find it choppy though, going from 5 minutes of her to 5 minutes on your side? Or
Yeah, this is not a trial. This is basically a job interview of Brett Kavanaugh for the highest court of the land. So we have an opportunity to ask questions. And I would hope the people of America would see that. We're being professional. We're not pontificating up there and using all our time to give some speech. We're asking her straightforward questions. That's it.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Klobuchar offering some of the Democratic perspective. I want to go back to the panel and discuss about what Lindsey Graham was hitting upon. Two things is that this issue of the gaps in her memory about how she got home, but also this putting on Democrats, and that's what you've been talking about, sir.
The question is this, right? If it's about trying to get the Republicans and to get the 50 of the 51, I think they're going to lose one. Lisa Murkowski seems to be the one most likely to vote no matter what. If then you play this, then maybe they can make this case, and you almost can hear Lindsey Graham trying to make this argument to the wavering Republicans, like, look, you don't know for sure that it was Brett Kavanaugh. No doubt something happened to Dr. Ford, but you don't know this. Democrats were playing games here. You know, you can see how behind the scenes, how Lindsey Graham's going to try to make the case to Jeff Flake, to Ben Sasse, whoever may be wavering because of this. They're going to try to make this. Democrats were trying, you see what they were trying to do. The question is, though, if you play too many political games, do you sort of offend people who do look at Dr. Ford as a victim?
But he's also attacking her credibility here
Yeah.
on this issue. And you know,
A little bit, but I don't think it seemed like he was more attacking
go
the
for the-
credibility of the lawyers and of the Democrats.
No, but he
less
didn't go for the
her.
jugular there as he could have. I mean, he sort of seems to be saying, look, something happened to this woman. God bless. We don't know what happened to her, but lots of stuff doesn't add up. No corroborating witnesses. Doesn't know how she got here. And what's she doing talking to a lawyer and sitting down for a polygraph? Problem for that argument is she did report this at a time when Brett Kavanaugh was not even the nominee. So, you know, I think that's a factor in her favor in terms of credibility. If you're going to go down the argument of she's a ploy, this is a plant for the Democrats, this is a political hit job. She put this out there and tried to remain confidential when he was on the short list. He wasn't even nominated yet. So I don't know how far you get with that.
He's trying to say, let's not make a saint out of her. He's saying slow down, because I don't believe that it's credible, he said, that she didn't know we offered to come out to California. He says and you do have to wonder how she didn't know that, right?
She said
It was
she
written in
didn't
the letter.
understand it. It was very clear in
all
the
over the
letter.
news. So it's like either she didn't read the letter or she wasn't well informed by her partisan lawyers, who, for some unknown reason, hid that information from her. But he is trying to say, America, let's just slow down. She is a witness. She is not a saint. And there is reason to disbelieve pieces of her testimony, like that piece, like the piece about I couldn't come on Monday because I was too afraid of flying. So little by little, they're planting little seeds of doubt where they feel they can.
But that's to Chuck's point, and maybe that's all they need to hold on to their Republicans.
Right.
They have to hold on to at least 50.
It doesn't
and
matter.
then Vice President Pence could be the tiebreaker.
It doesn't matter what the middle of the electorate says. It doesn't matter what the polls say. It matters what Susan Collins is going to say.
Right.
It matters the case you can make to Jeff Flake and Susan Collins and Bob Corker.
And what about the American public? I mean, where are we on this?
And that's
in terms of the judgments being made in households and workplaces right now, watching this, and
that's the part of this that I'm not sure. Are people going to just be more in their same corners? Were they predisposed to? Is it the red and are they watching with red and blue glasses in there? And it's that kind of Rorschach
the president
test?
has been setting that case for the last couple
It does
of days.
feel, you think you might come out of it that way a little bit. But look, the election's 4 weeks away. The gender gap is gigantic.
I think we have Senator Gillibrand, Republican of New York. I don't know if she's joining as our guest or is that a microphone?
Senator Gillibrand, New York, if you see this, you've been in the room all morning, and it seems like it's been pretty powerful for you to listen to all this.
Yeah, she is. Got it.
I just went to CBS's interview.
She has courage. She's
Oh, it's a good one.
Her honesty just comes through. She is authentic.
Well, the senator has been taken by another reporter. I don't know any other way to say it. But we're going to hopefully get back to her. There's the hearing room. I think I heard them say they were going to come back at 1:10
It's a half-hour break.
Eastern time. Okay, I think we have Senator Gillibrand. Are you with us?
Yes.
All right. Lester Holt here,
got
along
you.
with Savannah Guthrie and Chuck and Megyn Kelly. Thank you for joining us. I want to get your thoughts. One of the things that has become clear here as Republicans seem to be seizing upon what they believe is Democratic foot dragging here, that there was an attempt to make this a last-minute surprise. Can you comment on that?
Well, I think for anyone who's watching her and listening to her, she's a hero. She has so much courage. She is speaking from the heart. She's reliving the worst moments of her life for the world. She's shown extraordinary strength, and her testimony is powerful. And so I don't think what the Republicans are trying to do is it's not having any effect, because she's just telling her story. And she told everyone that she wanted to stay confidential. This was not something she wanted to do. She didn't want to have to be public. But as time kept moving and he kept being named as a potential Supreme Court justice, she felt she had to come forward and give that testimony. And so
Senator, how do you explain some of the problems with her testimony? People may feel that she's given a very compelling account of what she remembers. On the other hand, she has supplied names of people she says were there, all of whom say they don't recollect anything like that. Where does that leave you in terms of reasonable doubt? I know it's not a court of law, but does that give you any pause?
No, and if the Republicans wanted to get to the bottom of this, wanted the truth, they would have allowed, and this president would have called for a full FBI investigation. The fact that the FBI hasn't been able to complete their background check to actually ask the other people who were at this event, not even to have Mark Judge be cross-examined, to have him testify under oath. It's outrageous. It's absurd. And what the Republicans are making her do by just this he said, she said, it shows how improper this hearing actually is. They should be allowed the corroborating witnesses who have relevant information to give. The fact that she told her therapist 5 years ago, her husband 5 years ago, several friends before he was actually named to be a Supreme Court justice really goes to her integrity, it goes to her honesty, and goes to the believability of this story. And so I don't think they're looking for the truth. And so the fact that they don't remember or don't deny it, well, none of them testified under oath yet. So no, that's not persuasive at all.
Speaking of looking for the truth, Senator, and this afternoon you'll have the opportunity to hear from Judge Kavanaugh. Do you have an open mind? Is there anything he could say in this testimony that would convince you that he is innocent of these charges?
Well, I've heard his testimony. He's actually went on Fox News and told people that he was focused at the time on going to church and focused on the time on studying and having friends. And I think the things he actually has said, that he's never not remembered the night before from drinking, is in opposite to what other people have said. The fact that his college roommate said he'd come home drunk, that he'd come home belligerent. The fact that his best friend, Mark Judge, wrote a whole book about blackout drinking and drinking to excess, I think that undermines his credibility.
Senator, as you know, there are other accusers who were not a part of this hearing today, but their stories are out there. Do they help or hurt Dr. Ford's story?
On this committee are saying as they leave.
I didn't quite hear your question, but I think you said that there are two other women who have come forward with, I believe, credible allegations of other sexual impropriety, and they should be investigated by the FBI. They should be allowed to testify, and then corroborating witnesses for each of these should also be allowed to testify.
All right, Senator Gillibrand, thank you for speaking to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go over to Hallie Jackson. She's on the Hill and taking the temperature of the folks she sees there. Hallie, what you got?
And of folks over near and around the White House, Savannah, as well, people close to President Trump. And there is a sense of, frankly, I'd characterize it as grimness from some folks I've been talking to related to the process and how it is playing out when it comes to the perception now for Republicans. And as it relates to Rachel Mitchell, these 5-minute pops of questioning, there's some concern that perhaps that is not the ideal format for this to be happening in. We know that the president is watching this. We know that because Press Secretary Sarah Sanders has said he is specifically focusing on what is going on in this room. He's actually delayed that meeting now with Rod Rosenstein, his deputy attorney general, until next week. That is significant because we had talked earlier in the week about that, what would have been a split screen moment. The man overseeing the Russia investigation, meeting with President Trump, his job on the line at the same time that all of this was playing out. But the president is instead choosing to put all of his focus on what is happening here today. You also have the vice president, we've just learned, offering up his ceremonial office here on Capitol Hill for Brett Kavanaugh to hold in. Remember, we've talked about this. Kavanaugh and Dr. Ford are not going to be in the same room at the same time. But Kavanaugh can presumably watch the hearing, watch the end of Dr. Ford's questioning from that room here on Capitol Hill before he enters the room himself to face questions. So bottom line here, there is real and intense pressure on Brett Kavanaugh. From the people that I've talked to in the last 3 hours as we've been watching this, many are reserving judgment. And I'm talking about the president's allies here until they see Brett Kavanaugh, until they see how he does, what he says, and importantly, how he is perceived as well. The president is undoubtedly watching perhaps one of his favorite news channels, Fox News, and the reviews so far have not been great for Republicans either. This is a president who engages with the people that he sees and the people that he talks to and will be soliciting opinions on all of this. And that is going to play a part in Brett Kavanaugh's future. As you know, the president is willing, he says, to pull Kavanaugh's nomination, to find somebody else and put somebody else forward, depending on how Kavanaugh does today. And so there's a lot on the line here.
All right.
Hallie, thanks very much.
That brings us to Chuck, which is interesting. If the president were to go south on Kavanaugh today, which of course we have no idea, and he has said that he believes him and is standing by him. Could the Republicans get another nominee through before the midterm elections?
It would be extraordinarily difficult. Now, I think about 10 days ago they might have. If it was a Mike Lee, who is a current senator, who has sort of personal relationships that people like, maybe 10 days ago they could have. At this point, the window's pretty, I think, I've looked back, going back since Thomas, I think only Ruth Bader Ginsburg was under 30 days since Clarence Thomas. So it is hard to imagine. The average is in that 50-day range from nomination to confirmation. So it's hard to imagine. And look, I go back to Mitch McConnell. I've always said in some ways is a terrible poker player, meaning you can always tell what he's thinking. If he had the votes, and this hearing would have happened, and if he thought Republicans, if he was confident Republicans were going to hold the Senate in November, he'd have called. He might have called, try to get the president to pull this. But I think they're in this box, and they feel as if they have no other choice but to proceed this way.
I want to go to Kristen Welker right now at the White House. Kristen, what is it? What must it be like there today?
Well, I can tell you, Lester, just to paint the picture, every TV in the press office is on the hearing. All eyes are trained on the hearing. And of course, we want to note that the president just returned from New York, where he was, of course, at the UN General Assembly. And we did our best to shout questions at him to try to see if he finds Dr. Ford's testimony credible. Not surprisingly, he ignored all of our shouted questions, Lester. Worth noting, his chief of staff was not far behind. He also ignored our shouted questions. We do know that heading into today, as Savannah was just mentioning, he was completely dug in on Brett Kavanaugh, save saying, look, if Dr. Ford is credible, then I might have to shift gears. Having said that, I've been talking to top officials, and heading into today, they said, look, he doesn't have another list at the ready. So how quickly, if in fact he does, big if, decide to pull the nomination, would he be able to come up with another name? Of course, we know that he had that name, that list of names circulated throughout the campaign. And I want to go to one other point, which is that there's that vote scheduled for tomorrow. We've been asking top officials whether it's premature to have a vote scheduled when they haven't heard from both sides yet. Will that date need to shift? We're trying to drill down on that as well. I've been talking to some of the president's allies. They say, look, so far she has come out very strong. One person noting what Senator Lindsey Graham did, which is that she couldn't remember how she got home that night. Is there some type of narrative that is being built within Republican circles already? We'll have to wait and see about that. But they say the stakes could not be higher for Brett Kavanaugh because so far they believe she's been very strong, Lester.
Kristen Welker, thank you. We're a few minutes away from the scheduled return from the break and for this hearing to resume again.
Yeah, so there's a few more senators, and of course we know that Rachel Mitchell is going to get her chance to question as well. Then there will be a longer break, and then it's Brett Kavanaugh's turn. And how do you think, Megan, Republicans and Democrats will take on Judge Kavanaugh?
Well, I mean, the proceeding, like to assess the position of Brett Kavanaugh right now is premature because we've heard half the story, right? We're only partially through this sort of mini trial, for lack of a better term, although this actually looks nothing like an actual trial. And so you generally believe the first witness who testifies, and the person cross-examining her isn't really laying a lot of gloves on her. And so it is natural for us all to be saying we believe her. She's a very strong witness, and Kavanaugh's in a lot of trouble. So we'll see. And this is how it happens at trial, too. He'll get up there. He's probably going to be somewhat compelling. He's going to get a lot more incoming than she's getting. They're going to feel perfectly comfortable punching him in the face rhetorically. And, you know, this is not a guy who he actually wasn't some hand-to-hand combat litigator. So I don't know how high our expectations should be on him. You know, the politics in it are ever present. And to listen to Senator Kirsten Gillibrand stand up there and say that the Republicans are not looking for the truth is rich. She said before she even heard him on Fox News, I believe her. I believe her. The Democrats aren't open-minded either. They have rushed to defend this woman and to believe every word she says, and that's fine, but don't come out and complain that the other side is not open-minded, because it's the truth on both sides. They've retreated to their partisan corners. I still believe the guy's got a very good chance of getting through.
Let's talk about Rachel Mitchell again and the questioning. She's working like the prosecutor that she is, but with a prosecution, we tend to be looking for the aha moment. This format doesn't seem that it will allow her. We don't know whether she'll get to the point she wants to
Well,
get.
in a former life, I sat all day long covering trials and listening to lawyers question witnesses. And a lot of times it would be hours upon hours of seemingly monotonous questions that led to nowhere. And in the law, you have to get in these facts and evidence. You have to lay the evidentiary groundwork before you can get to the point. And sometimes, even after listening all day, it wouldn't even be totally clear what the point was. You'd say, okay, I think the prosecutor or the defense lawyer is trying to set up an argument.
There's a closing argument.
Then there's a closing argument. There would be ways to glean it. And in the case of a trial, you're asking lay jurors to follow the line of reasoning. It's a very big task before Rachel Mitchell because she is approaching this as a lawyer. However, she's getting interrupted every 5 minutes, so she can never quite get it going. And even in the whole idea of the maps and who lives where, I think that was all just to set up the ultimate question of, you had to get a ride. Did anyone take you? Well, she didn't need to do all that predicate stuff. She could have just said, how'd you get home? Do you remember? Wouldn't you have remembered who took you? So I think this is just one of those situations where her wheelhouse, her comfort is clearly in a courtroom, and the things she's doing and saying would probably be totally appropriate to that. But this is a political body and a political
Let me ask you, the two lawyers here. Given that she's a prosecutor, she's also used to having investigators, right? That somebody has done some investigative work for her. In this case, she didn't really.
She got the assignment
she
3
got the-
days ago.
Exactly.
Well,
So
the other
it's
thing, as a
not the
prosecutor,
easiest assignment for her,
you would
right?
never ask a question to which you did not already know the
But
answer.
in this case,
she's gone fishing a couple times and
Yes.
come up with nothing.
and that's not something my guess is she's used to.
The other thing is the media is not going to write that closing argument for her. You know, I mean, the media is not exactly in Kavanaugh's corner, and so they're not going to take this strain that she's tried to develop and run with it on the front of the Washington Post.
Well, also, what were her marching orders? What did Republicans tell her to do?
Right.
Did they say, do you take her, go after the jugular, go get every inconsistency? Or did they say just, probe on this issue or that issue? Yeah, I mean, it's unclear. She didn't have much time to prep, and it's unclear what is her mission here, because obviously she's here because in some sense the Republicans knew that it was a bad look to be going after an alleged victim too voraciously. So I think she's sort of in an impossible position here.
Unless there's something she's got in the back pocket that we haven't yet seen, there's been no Perry Mason moment.
And Ford seems to be holding her own, even in those areas where she is uncertain. It seems to come from a place of confusion. At least that's what it appears.
I was just saying, she is yet to be where it looks like you feel like, oh, she's hiding something. She's come across as somebody who's had a traumatic experience, and it feels like she's truthful about that traumatic experience. And I think that has also, made it more difficult for the prosecutor.
Let's play a little bit of her testimony where she talks about the overall effect on her well-being.
I don't have all the answers, and I don't remember as much as I would like to. But the details about that night that bring me here today are the ones I will never forget. They have been seared into my memory and have haunted me episodically as an adult.
And then, of course, the later questioning from Ms. Mitchell about the flying and those sorts of things, and even asking about other things that might have caused her emotional trauma. She didn't continue down that road, but it was an interesting.
She took a stab at it, but again, I keep saying that she didn't go for the ultimate. But what she was trying to lay a little doubt about is, well, maybe there's something else that could have caused your trauma.
Maybe you have some other issues.
Right, but again, everything's kind of with kid gloves, which I think is respectful, but this is such a strange circumstance. It's not a true adversarial proceeding, and those of us who believe in our justice system, you believe that an adversarial proceeding will ultimately elicit the truth because both sides are zealously advocating, and what you draw out of that. But that's not what we see here.
That's right, because the Republicans have been shamed out of doing that. They have been shamed thanks to the Me Too movement, thanks to the if you don't, quote, believe women, you're a misogynist, you're for sexual harassment. Messages that they've been getting, they completely just passed the ball and said, be careful. And we do need to be respectful. I mean, we're in a sea change in this country where women are finding their voices and coming forward in ways we've never seen them do before. And I do think that's people say, well, why wouldn't they have done this to Gorsuch? Well, Gorsuch came before the Me Too movement. And every justice or would-be justice who comes after this will be in a different place in time. And I think the Dems can look forward to this being done to any nominee that they put forward as well. So we have to find a way of being respectful of this new paradigm we're in while also maintaining
due process and a commitment to an adversarial process, which we as America have decided is the best way forward to finding truth.
Well, what is the goal of a Supreme Court hearing in this sense? What are we doing here?
To help the senators advise and consent.
Right, but this is about a character test, right? This is ultimately what is on trial. Judge Kavanaugh's character. Her character, I think, at first. I think now they're going to have a hard time undermining her character. So now it's Judge Kavanaugh's character that's essentially on trial, and that's what makes the whole due process reasonable doubt. It's just, it goes back to what you guys keep saying. This is not a trial, and because of that, those rules don't apply. Ultimately, this is a political test. This is ultimately not a fact-finding mission. This is a political test.
We're waiting for the committee to return from the afternoon break. In the meantime, let me go to Casey Hunt. She's been working the halls of Congress there, where a lot of senators have had a lot to say. What are some things you're hearing, Casey?
Hi, Lester. Yeah, we're in the basement of the Russell Senate office building where I spend a lot of my time during the day as senators come and go from the Capitol. And we've gotten some telling responses and also some telling non-responses. And we saw Senator John Cornyn, who is sitting on that committee, go by, says he hasn't made up his mind yet. He doesn't want to talk about it yet. We also spoke briefly with Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa, who, as a woman senator, could potentially be a voice behind closed doors. She's one of the only people we've talked to who said that she didn't actually watch the hearing this morning and so didn't have a comment. Forgive me if I'm looking over my shoulder. We're just making sure we don't have anyone else coming down these hallways. But we did get a fiery defense, and I think our viewers saw some of this a little bit earlier, from Senator Lindsey Graham, who says that if this is the new standard, what's being created today, then everyone should worry for their nominees. He asked me directly why his question was, why don't we believe Judge Kavanaugh? Why is the question, do you believe Dr. Ford? He was visibly agitated and frustrated. And I think between the non-responses of some of these Republicans and clearly how emotional Senator Graham was, this is not a morning that has gone well for people who are supporting Judge Kavanaugh. The questions that are starting to swirl privately behind the scenes on Capitol Hill are not about, hey, how quickly can we have a vote on Judge Kavanaugh? They are instead about, does he actually ultimately end up withdrawing his nomination? And I want to emphasize that that's still in the very preliminary stages of conversation, and clearly we still have a lot to go today. We have yet to hear directly from Judge Kavanaugh on all of this. So clearly both sides of the aisle want to wait and hear all of that out. But initially, I think there is definitely a sense that Republicans are back on their heels, kind of struck a little bit by the credibility. Orrin Hatch even acknowledging that she is a very credible witness here. So the question then, as Chuck was just talking about, it's going to go to character, because this isn't a court of law. The standards are different. This is a political proceeding, and it's one that I can't help but notice that everyone is tuned into. I mean, I'm even receiving notes, from family members who don't necessarily tune into this kind of thing regularly, and it's on in, airports or their local restaurant. It's almost impossible to escape. So while the midterm elections have been focused on the base politics of this, I think it's going to be clear to everybody in this building that what Dr. Ford had to say today has really cut through. Lester.
Casey, truly at the intersection of politics there, watching the halls in every direction. But your point is well taken. I mean, there are people right now who are watching this, and you wonder, it's not over. How many open minds are left out there right now as this progresses
That's
along?
the danger for us, in that we live and breathe it. The senators live and breathe it. We see this as a political fight, a political argument. This is one of those moments where 330 million Americans are going to have a political opinion on something. Normally, you know how sometimes you do a political poll and so 30% are undecided, they're not paying attention. Not on this one. And so I think one of the things that I've been very I know this is going to leave a mark on our politics, but I'm not yet convinced which way the wind blows on this, because this is one of these moments the country's experiencing together, and it's going to be a cultural scar in some way.
I think all of these matters are so complex for people, too. Like, it's so easy for folks in Washington to slot it into red or blue, and you may have very complicated feelings about what you think may have actually happened here. And unfortunately, our politics and our debates really don't do complexity or nuance all that well right now.
Or you may not be a political person, but realize that one of these people has really gone off the rail. And that gives you a queasy feeling, because
uncomfortable.
I mean, think about it. I mean, two individuals here with divergent stories, and again, you may not be political, but you have to walk away with kind of a ill feeling in your stomach.
Well, most Americans are not watching this, right? Most Americans are at their jobs right now, or taking care of their kids, and they're going to see clips of it on the evening news.
But in the era,
Don't buy that
They're going
one.
to see clips of it on
Don't
the
buy that one. I think more people are watching this than you think.
Not 330 million. I think most people are going about their daily business and have already decided whether this is a political hit job on Brett Kavanaugh that's totally unfair, or whether this woman is a heroine for the Me Too age who somehow found the courage to come forward and speak this truth in a way that's going to change the balance of the Supreme Court potentially forever. And they'll, you know, if history's any indicator, they will look at the clips and they will look at their favorite channels tonight for affirmation of their worldview.
Let's go to Pete Williams, one of the smartest brains out there. And Pete, I of course want to get your take on what you saw this morning, but also if Brett Kavanaugh's confirmation does not come through, one has to wonder who might be next coming down the pike. And lots of people have said perhaps you get a justice or a nominee who may be even more ideologically conservative than Brett Kavanaugh.
That's certainly possible. Ray Kethledge, on the other hand, might be about as moderate as he was. You may remember he's been looked at by the president twice. You talked earlier about how long it would take if the Kavanaugh nomination goes down or is withdrawn. It's an average of about 70 days. Some have been shorter, some have been longer. But guess what would take longer this time? An FBI background investigation. Because that's what's been missing, many people say, on this one once these allegations came through again. And you can be certain that the White House and the FBI will be very, very careful. And I think that would make perhaps the process last longer before it ever gets to the Senate, to let the White House and the FBI. So the White House, with their advisors, will be looking at the ideological makeup. What sort of court decisions has this potential nominee had? Speeches, law review articles, the usual things that go into a White House review of a potential Supreme Court nominee. But then there's this whole background investigation, because remember, we're not talking about Brett Kavanaugh's court decisions today or his judicial philosophy. We're talking about his background. And I think that would be a complicating factor for anybody that the White House may have to turn to, and indeed any future nominee.
Pete, help us understand what these FBI background checks look like. I mean, do they just call up your friends and say, was he a good guy? Or I mean, do they really, really dig deep?
Well, for a now remember, I think one complicating factor here for Kavanaugh is he's had these background investigations before, when he worked for Ken Starr, when he worked for the White House, the previous judicial nominations. And I think maybe for that reason, there is a tendency for the FBI to sort of dust them off and check anything further. But they do. I mean, I've had background investigations on me and have talked to people that have been the subject of background investigations before. But it's especially rigorous for a Supreme Court nominee. They obviously look at the long standard Form 86 that someone turns into, which requires you to go through all your life in detail. But one thing that's not on that form is to give the accuser here credibility for a moment. There's nothing that says, have you ever committed a crime and never been arrested for it? So how would the FBI be aware of something like this? They talk to friends, they talk to neighbors, they talk to people who grew up, they talk to classmates, but they tend to be people that the nominee gives them. They say, you know, who are your close friends? Who can we talk to? And so these background investigations tend to, if there is a skew, they tend to skew that way. Having said that, it's clear that almost all background investigations for nominees to serious posts like this or cabinet levels always have derogatory information in them. But as Senator Grassley accurately said, in most of the time, the FBI says, look, here's what people say that's good, here's what people say that's bad. They don't reach a conclusion because it's not a criminal prosecution, it's a background investigation.
All right, Pete, thank you so much.
Wait, how did he do on his investigation?
Pete passed with flying colors.
He got the job.
Yes,
he got the job. He did all right for us.
I want to know more.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand Senator Blumenthal now is in front of the camera. Senator Blumenthal.
Knows, and frankly, admitting what she can't remember. And that's a really compelling combination.
Do you believe her?
I believe Dr. Blasey Ford. After today, she has established the truth of her story insofar as it can be remembered by anyone. She's given detail that is riveting. She's acknowledged the precise facts of what she knows, and she's also acknowledged what she can't remember. And for us to vote tomorrow would be such a disgrace, would be shameful for the United States Senate. And one other thing she's done very, very credibly is there's no doubt now that the failure to do an FBI investigation is tantamount to a cover-up. It is, in effect, concealing and hiding evidence, failing to interview Mark Judge, who has relevant details, as she has said today, and she said what those details are. So the White House refusing to order an investigation is tantamount to a cover-up.
Do you think that he wants to know why Democrats believe her, but they don't believe Brett Kavanaugh?
She's come forward asking for an FBI investigation with witnesses who can corroborate her story, who should be interviewed under oath. Very few people, if any, come forward and ask for an investigation if they are failing to tell the truth when the penalty is perjury. I believe her because she is so powerful in her demeanor, her details, her precision, and frankly, in stating what she doesn't know. And one more fact,
I had confided in some close friends
she
that I had an experience
comes across as incredibly human, as somebody who has endured a lot to be here, who has thought long and hard about whether to come forward, and has done it at great personal cost. Judge Kavanaugh is seeking a promotion.
Do you think
He's seeking a new job.
Do you think that you've convinced, or she's convinced your Republican colleagues, because Senator Graham still blames you and the Democrats, thinks this is a sham?
Well, if it's a sham, it's only because there's no FBI investigation, which we have repeatedly demanded. In fact, we are at a disadvantage, and so is Dr. Blasey Ford, because there has been no trained professional investigation here. And if Judge Kavanaugh really wants to clear his name, as he said on Fox News, he would be pounding the White House door and saying, I want an FBI investigation. I want those additional witnesses to be called and interviewed. I want Mark Judge on the witness stand.
But do you think that it's convinced Republican colleagues, any minds have been changed? Are there any signals that she was affected in that way?
If they have any conscience or convictions about doing the right thing, they will at least postpone this vote until the FBI can investigate, until we can have another hearing with additional witnesses, until we have an opportunity to have more facts and evidence.
Will you listen to Brett Kavanaugh today with an open mind?
I want to hear what he has to say. I have questions about his credibility. The issues for Judge Kavanaugh are going to be concealment and credibility. Why is the White House hiding documents? Why are they refusing an FBI investigation? Why has he made statements that are directly contradicted by facts and evidence, like his high school yearbook? And I'm going to have questions that will go to his credibility.
So yeah, I know that you and others would like to hear from other witnesses, but is her testimony enough without those other witnesses, for you at least?
I believe Dr. Blasey Ford. I could not, in good conscience, have a vote tomorrow. I certainly could not vote for him. I believe there are strong reasons to vote against him based on his evasive and seemingly misleading answers at his testimony, and because of his overturning Roe v. Wade and creating an imperial presidency and striking down the Affordable Care Act. But
Senator Blumenthal, Democratic member of the
right
Judiciary
now.
Committee, taking reporters' questions there in the hallway before they resume the session, running a little behind, but we do expect them to start momentarily.
We've heard from a lot of senators during this break, but not any of the ones who are going to be crucial when it really comes down to brass tacks, Chuck. So lay it out for people who aren't as nerdy as
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
living and dying for every political move. Who's it going to come down to?
Well, number one, for the committee vote, Jeff Flake of the Undecideds. He's on the Republican of Arizona. He is on the Judiciary Committee. If it is, I believe they have a one-vote margin. So if he voted no, it would mean it would come out. It would mean he would come out of committee without a recommendation, I believe they have the privilege, Mitch McConnell has the privilege of bringing anything to the floor that
Yes,
they
he
want.
can.
So it's not like a non-recommendation or even a negative vote. Like even if they lose 2 votes, would somehow stop Kavanaugh from being brought to the floor if the majority leader wanted to bring him
Presumably,
forward.
if Flake also then voted against.
That's right. So, look, the senators I know I want to hear from, and of course have been very effective at hiding from all of our reporters, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Jeff Flake. I'd like to hear from Ben Sass, Shelley Moore Capito. I think, the undecided group.
Senator Corker.
Senator Corker, another one that certainly has his issues with the president, and you don't know what he might do in a moment like
You
this.
see any red state Democrats who could potentially vote for Kavanaugh?
Look,
after all this?
If you want to just crass political terms, you would look at the 2 incumbent Democratic red state senators in Indiana and in North Dakota. I don't imagine that Heidi Heitkamp is going to be somebody that's now going to be comfortable voting for him, but we don't know, and her opponent has sort of stepped in it a few times in how he's handled this moment. Joe Donnelly, yesterday, the Democratic senator from Indiana, incumbent, he's in a tough race. He already said he still has an open mind on Judge Kavanaugh. So he sits out there, and so he is one that I think is certainly truly on the fence on the Democratic.
Just a word. If I'm not mistaken, Senator Blumenthal just said that she has witnesses who can corroborate her story. That is not true. It just isn't true, and this remains one of the main problems.
I think he
for
added
her.
some weasel words. I think what he was saying is maybe corroborative if they were under oath. I think he was. I heard the same thing as you. I thought, what corroborating
There aren't
witnesses?
any.
But perhaps he's trying to say
There are witnesses.
Mark Judge if put under
There are
oath.
witnesses, friends who, since 16, 17, 18, say she told me that she was assaulted when she was younger by a federal judge. But just because I tell you this happened to me doesn't make you a corroborating witness to its truth.
No, and in point of fact, the names she supplied all say it didn't happen.
Or they weren't there and don't know.
I heard the same thing as you did and thought the same thing, but I wondered, well, gosh, is he trying to indicate that if Mark Judge, who allegedly was in the room, if he were put under oath, under pain of perjury, would he say a different thing? I think that's what he was getting
I want to make one other point here about the Democrats in this respect. I think that the toughest thing that they have to defend here is this idea that they waited so long. She didn't want to testify in front of the public. She didn't want to do this sounds like she didn't want to do this to Judge Kavanaugh's family, knowing what this could end up doing. And the Democrats have to answer, this is not an easy thing for her, but you could make an argument that if they not drag their feet, maybe she didn't have to be in this position. That's just,
Well, that's what Grassley was trying to point out.
He hasn't pointed it out very well. If you're on Judge Kavanaugh's side, you wish he were better at pointing that out. But that has always been, again, it's not about her. It's about how the Democrats handled this. It's still, I don't think, politically that much more helpful to the Republicans, big picture-wise. But that's something
By the way,
that Democrats need to
worth
answer.
remembering that her name became public because somebody on a Democratic staff leaked it.
Leaked it. For political purposes, obviously, they were trying to sink his nomination. And they'll say it was to save the Republic. The Republicans believe it was something very different. But that's why the right half of the country, the Republican half of the country, is looking at this saying, the standards got to be really high for her to persuade me at this late hour in the day, the Democrats to persuade me at this late hour in the day, that this guy is some sort of a sexual assaulter, right? And what they're asking for is some sort of proof, some sort of corroboration. So far, what we have is her word, and the question is that enough?
Well, I think we get some read in how Democrats think this is going so far, in that in their questioning, we haven't seen them in a way that looks like they're coming to her rescue, that they're trying to fix some damage, that something needs to be
It's like
clarified.
a smart point. It doesn't feel like they're trying to rehabilitate
So it helps
anything.
a little bit. It helps us understand a little bit of their mindset.
Do we know for sure, and I say this because I'm not sure the answer, do we know for sure that Ms. Mitchell's also going to be questioning Judge Kavanaugh? Or is that going to go back to the Republican senators?
Don't know.
I don't think we do know. And the purported reason for Ms. Mitchell to do the questioning was because she was somebody experienced in eliciting testimony from an alleged assault victim. And obviously the same rationale doesn't apply with regard to Judge Kavanaugh. And I'm sure Republican senators, senators don't like to stay silent if they don't have to. I would assume they're chomping at the bit and would like to do their own questioning.
But Judge Kavanaugh is, to a large extent, hemmed in by what he told Fox News, that he really can't go much beyond what he said in that interview.
I bet he will, because the reports are that Trump was not happy with the way he handled that interview. And if that's true, and if he's capable of it, we may see a more aggressively defensive, not defensive, but a more aggressive posture by Judge Kavanaugh in defending his character. But can I just say a word on Rachel Mitchell? So they wanted to avoid the optics of, all these old gentlemen cross-examining the young woman. Grassley, his comment about the witness just moments ago was she was quite attractive. He said she was an attractive witness. I don't deem her non-credible. And so therein lies one of the reasons why they thought maybe not a great idea to have senators like Grassley doing this questioning.
Okay. Well, just let that one soak in for a second as we go to Hallie Jackson, also on the Hill, and getting some color from her sources.
Yeah, I just got off the phone, Savannah, with somebody, a source who is close with Brett Kavanaugh here and has been involved and close to this process, who acknowledges that Christine Blasey Ford is a compelling and sympathetic figure here. Says this is a situation of facts versus emotions in the view of the people who are supporting Brett Kavanaugh. As for what to expect from him, because we will be hearing from him now after Dr. Ford wraps up, I am told he will be forceful and clear. He will come in a little hotter than he has earlier in the week. So watch for some potential fireworks on that front.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much. And we can see some of the senators starting to trickle in. And I think there's a few more, maybe 7 more or so, Lester. That
I thought you were keeping track.
I am.
The one thing I asked you today.
You said there'd be no math. But I think we're about halfway through. And here we have Dr. Blasey Ford for the next round of questions.
And we've seen her attorneys a few times advising her or even speaking up on some issues of what they consider were privileged conversations. But she said she wrote in its entirety her statements and continues to feel the question does not seem to have been shaken, but at times confused and on some of the questions and what they're looking for. But she is going to continue to tell us her story, and we expect that Rachel Mitchell will continue to try to find some theme to shake her.
Dr. Ford, you tell me when you're ready.
I'm just organizing my papers. I'll be ready in
Take as long as you need.
20 seconds. Thank you. I'm ready.
Okay. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is it your intent to cede all Republican senators' time to your prosecutor rather than they themselves ceding their time to her?
Yes.
We all know that the prosecutor, even though this clearly is not a criminal proceeding, is asking Dr. Ford all kinds of questions about what happened before and after, but basically not during the attack. The prosecutor should know that sexual assault survivors often do not remember peripheral information such as what happened before or after the traumatic event. And yet, she will persist in asking these questions, all to undermine the memory and basically the credibility of Dr. Ford. But we all know Dr. Ford's memory of the assault is very clear. Dr. Ford, the Republicans prosecutor has asked you all kinds of questions about who you called and when, asking details that would be asked in a cross-examination of a witness in a criminal trial. But this is not a criminal proceeding. This is a confirmation proceeding. I think I know what she's trying to get at. So I'll just ask you very plainly, Dr. Ford, is there a political motivation for your coming forward with your account of the assault by Brett Kavanaugh?
No, and I'd like to reiterate that, again, I was trying to get the information to you while there was still a list of other,
thank you,
what looked like equally qualified candidates.
And yet they're not here to testify. Dr. Ford, I'd like to join my colleagues who have thanked you for coming forward today. And we all admire you for what you're doing. And I understand why you have come forward. You wanted us and the American people to know what you knew about the character of the man we are considering for a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court. I want to take a moment also to note the significant personal sacrifices you've made to come forward to share your traumatic experience with us and the American people. You've had to move, you've had death threats, all manner of basically re-victimization experiences have come your way. But by coming forward, you have inserted the question of character into this nomination and hopefully back into American life, and rightly so. We should be made to face the question of who it is we are putting in positions of power and decision-making in this country. We should look the question square in the face: does character matter? Do our values, our real values about what is right and what is wrong, and about whether we treat our fellow human beings with dignity and respect, do they matter anymore? I believe they do. And I believe the reaction we have seen to this coverage right now and your courage all over this country shows us that we're not alone. You're not alone. That women and men all across America are disgusted and sick and tired of the way basic human decency has been driven from our public life. The president admits on tape to assaulting women. He separates children from their parents. He takes basic health care protections from those who need them most. He nominates and stands behind a man who stands credibly accused of a horrible act. I again want to thank you for coming forward. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that on 6 items consisting of various statements, letters, fact sheet, posts are inserted into the record.
Is that one request, or you want me to wait for 6?
Well, I have 6 separate items.
Okay.
They consist, I can go over them for you.
Okay, no.
I would like to...
Let me not interrupt you.
Okay.
Your request is accepted without objection.
Thank you. And I would like to read from an item that has already been entered into the record, but this is from a letter from the National Task Force to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. The letter states, and I quote this letter, "This moment has become a crucible. It's a test of our progress. Do we start by believing victims of sexual assault and treating them with dignity, or don't we? So far, Senate leaders are failing that test, prejudging the outcome of the hearing, sympathizing with her perpetrator, attacking her credibility. They send a message to every victim of sexual violence that their pain doesn't matter, that they do not deserve justice, and that for them, fair treatment is out of reach. This will only serve to drive victims into the shadows and further embolden abusers." Once again, Dr. Ford, thank you very much. This is a moment for our country. Mahalo.
Senator, Ms. Mitchell for Senator Crapo.
Good afternoon. Hi. When we left off, we were still talking about the polygraph, and I believe you said it hasn't been paid for yet. Is that correct?
Let me put an end to this mystery. Her lawyers have paid for her polygraph.
As is routine.
As is routine.
Dr. Ford, do you expect the price of that polygraph to be passed on to you?
I'm not sure yet. I haven't taken a look at all of the costs involved in this. We've relocated now twice, so I haven't kept track of all of that paperwork, but I'm sure I have a lot of work to do to catch up on all of that later.
I get you have a lot going on, and you've had that for several months. But is it your understanding that someone else is going to assist you with some of these fees, including the cost for your polygraph?
I'm aware that there's been several GoFundMe sites that I haven't had a chance to figure out how to manage those because I've never had one
and I'm sorry,
done for me.
Several what?
GoFundMe sites that have raised money primarily for our security detail. So I'm not even quite sure how to collect that money and how to distribute it yet. I haven't been able to focus on that.
Okay. In your testimony this morning, you stated that Senator Feinstein sent you a letter on August 31st of this year. Is that right?
August 31st. Let me see. I sent her a letter on July 30th, and I don't have the date. I'd have to pull up my email to find out the date of her email to me saying that it was right before the hearings that she was going to maintain the confidentiality of the letter.
Say that again. It was till right before the hearings.
That's my memory, but I can look it up for you if you would like the exact date. I could pull it up on my email.
Oh, yeah, I want to make sure.
Counsel?
I want to make sure I understood what you said.
That document's been turned over to, in response to a request for documents. You have it.
Thank you, counsel. I want to make sure I understood what you said. Was it your understanding it was going to be kept confidential up until right before the hearing?
It was my understanding that it was going to be kept confidential, period.
Period? Okay. Between your polygraph on August the 7th and your receipt of the letter from Senator Feinstein, did you or anyone on your behalf speak to any member of Congress or congressional staff about these allegations?
I personally did not.
So my question was, did you or anybody on your behalf?
What do you mean? Did someone speak for me?
Somebody that is working with you or helping you, did somebody at your behest, on your behalf, speak to somebody in Congress or staff?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure how those exchanges went, but I didn't speak to anyone.
Okay. Is it possible that somebody did?
I think so. It would be possible. I'm guessing it would be possible, but I don't know.
Okay.
Excuse me, you've asked her not to guess, and now you're asking her what's possible. So I think if you want to ask her what she knows, you should ask her what she knows.
Is that an objection, counsel?
It is
I'll
an
have the
objection.
chair rule on that.
I don't know what I don't understand.
Unless there's a legal reason for not answering it, on advice of your counsel.
So I don't totally understand the question, but I didn't speak with anyone during that time frame other than my counsel.
Okay. You've said repeatedly that you did not think that that letter that you wrote on July 30th was going to be released to the public. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is it true that you did not authorize it to be released at any time?
Correct.
Okay. Besides your attorneys, did you provided that letter to Senator Feinstein, is that correct?
I provided her a letter on July 30th.
We're talking about the July 30th letter.
Okay.
And you provided that letter to Senator Feinstein, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you provided the letter to Representative Eshoo to deliver to Senator Feinstein?
Yes.
Besides those two individuals, Representative Eshoo and Senator Feinstein, and your attorneys, did you provide that letter to anyone else?
No.
Do you know how that letter became public?
No.
After that letter was made public or leaked, did you reach back out to the Washington Post?
I reached out to the Washington, well, they were continuously reaching out to me, and I was not responding. But the time that I did respond and agree to do the sit-down was once the reporters started showing up at my home and at my workplace.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Ford, thank you for being here. I just want to remind everyone that this is not a courtroom. This is not a legal proceeding. You are here under your own volition. And though that a prosecutor has been engaged here to represent my colleagues, You're here, as you said, out of a civic duty. And I want to join my colleagues that it's really more than that. You know, our founding documents talk about civic duty. Our Declaration of Independence talks about for this country pledging your lives, your fortunes, and your sacred honor. And anybody who's read your testimony knows what you've had to sacrifice by coming forward. Your life has been upended. You have received vicious, hateful threats, death threats. You've had to move out of your family home to some expense, I imagine, to you and your family. You've had to engage security to some expense. You've had to deal with incredible challenges. And what's amazing, and I want to join my colleagues in thanking you for your courage and bravery in coming forward, all to help us deal with one of the most important obligations a senator has, to advise and consent on one of the branches of our government, the highest courts in the land, an individual going before a lifetime appointment. And you even said that the president had a lot of folks on that list, and your fear was that this individual who assaulted you would ascend to that seat. That's correct, right?
Correct.
Yes, and it is correct that you have given a lot of resources, taken a lot of threats to come forward, correct?
Correct.
Assaults on your dignity and your humanity?
Absolutely.
How has it affected your children?
They're doing fairly well considering. Thank you for asking.
And your husband?
Doing fairly well considering. Yeah, thank you. We have a very supportive community.
That's good to hear. I want to use a different word for your courage because this is more, as much as this hearing is about a Supreme Court justice, the reality is by you coming forward, your courage, you are affecting the culture of our country. We have a wonderful nation, an incredible culture, but there are dark elements that allow unconscionable levels of, unacceptable levels of sexual assault and harassment that are affecting girls and boys and affecting men and women, from big media outlets to corporations to factory floors to servers in restaurants to our intimate spaces and homes and apartments all around this country. I stepped out during the break and was deluged with notes from friends all around the country, social media posts, that there are literally hundreds of thousands of people watching your testimony right now. And note after note that I got, people in tears, feeling pain and anguish, not just feeling your pain, but feeling their own, who have not come forward. You are opening up to open air hurt and pain that goes on across this country. And for that, the word I would use, it's nothing short of heroic. Because what you're doing for our nation right now, besides giving testimony germane to one of the most sacred obligations of our offices, is you are speaking truth that this country needs to understand. And how we deal with survivors who come forward right now is unacceptable. And the way we deal with this, unfortunately, allows for the continued darkness of this culture to exist. And your brilliance, shining light onto this, speaking your truth, is nothing short of heroic. But to the matter at hand, one of my colleagues who I have a lot of respect for, and I do consider him a friend, went to the Senate floor and spoke truth to both sides of the political aisle. Senator Flake said yesterday, this is a lifetime appointment, and this is said to be a deliberative body. In the interest of due diligence and fairness, her claims must be fully aired and considered. I agree with him. But you've asked for things that would give a full airing, from corroborating witnesses to be called. You've submitted to an intrusive polygraph test. Can you answer for me, how do you feel that all the things that could have been done thoroughly to help this deliberative body have not been honored in this so-called investigation?
I wish that I could be more helpful and that others could be more helpful and that we could collaborate in a way that would get at more information.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to introduce for the record 7 letters from Lambda Legal, from Mormon Women for Ethical Government, youth-led organizations around this country, the international unions bricklayers, allied craft workers, a letter from 295 survivors of sexual violence in support of Dr. Ford, and a letter from 1,600 men. It's a campaign in support of Dr. Ford and those who want to assert, men and women, that survivors of sexual violence are not opportunists, do not have political access to crime, but are coming forward with courage and with heart to speak their truth and try to end the scourge of sexual assault and violence in our country.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Tillis, Ms. Mitchell for Senator Tillis.
Dr. Ford, in choosing attorneys, did anyone help you with the choice on who to choose?
Various people referred me to lawyers that they knew in the Washington, D.C. area. So as you know, I grew up in this area, so I asked some family members and friends, and they referred me to like divorce attorneys that might know somebody that might know somebody, and I ended up interviewing several law firms from the D.C. area.
And did anybody besides friends and family refer you to any attorneys?
I think that the staff of Dianne Feinstein's office suggested the possibility of some attorneys.
Okay. Including the two that are sitting on either side of you?
Not both of them, no.
Okay. We've heard a lot about FBI investigations. When did you personally first request an FBI investigation?
How many weeks ago? I don't know. I guess when we first started talking about the possibility of a hearing, I was hoping that there would be a more thorough investigation.
Would that investigation have been something that you would have submitted to an interview?
I would be happy to cooperate with the FBI, yes.
Would you have been happy to submit to an interview by staff members from this committee?
Absolutely.
Okay. Besides, you mentioned some GoFundMe accounts. Besides those, are there any other efforts outside of your own personal finances to pay for your legal fees or any of the costs incurred?
It's my understanding that some of my team is working on a pro bono basis, but I don't know the exact details. And there are members of the community in Palo Alto that have the means to contribute to help me with the security detail, et cetera.
Have you been provided?
I think I can help you with that. Both co-counsel are doing this pro bono. We are not being paid, and we have no expectation of being paid.
Thank you, counsel. Have you seen any of the questions that I was going to ask you today?
No.
You've been asked a few questions by other people as well. Have you seen any of those questions in advance?
No.
Have you been told them in advance?
No.
And likewise with my questions, have you been told my questions in advance?
Definitely not.
Okay. You mentioned about some possible information, such as when Mark Judge worked at the supermarket. I want to ask you about someone else. You mentioned that there was a classmate who was really sort of the connection between you and Brett Kavanaugh. Who was this person?
I think that case with Mr. Whalen, who was looking at my LinkedIn page and then trying to blame the person, I just don't feel like it's right for us to be talking about that.
I'm not trying to blame anybody. I just want to know who the common friend that you and...
The person that Mr. Whalen was trying to say looked like Mr. Kavanaugh.
Okay. How long did you know this person?
Maybe for a couple of months we socialized, but he also was a member of the same country club, and I knew his younger brother as well.
Okay. So a couple months before this took place?
Yes.
Okay. How would you characterize your relationship with him both before and after this took place, this person?
He was somebody that we use the phrase I went out with. I wouldn't say date, I went out with for a few months. That was how we termed it at the time. And after that, we were distant friends and ran into each other periodically at Columbia Country Club, but I didn't see him often. But I saw his brother and him several times.
Was this person the only common link between you and Judge Kavanaugh?
He's the only one that I would be able to name right now that I would like to not name, but you know who I mean. But there are certainly other members of Columbia Country Club that were common friends, or they were more acquaintances of mine and friends of Mr. Kavanaugh.
Okay. Can you describe all of the other social interactions that you had with Mr. Kavanaugh?
Briefly, yes, I can. There were, during freshman and sophomore year, particularly my sophomore year, which would have been his junior year of high school, 4 to 5 parties that my friends and I attended that were attended also by him.
Okay. Did anything happen at these events, like we're talking about, besides the time we're talking about?
You can answer that question, then I'll go to Senator Harris. Go ahead and answer that question.
There was no sexual assault at any of those events. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes, those were just parties.
Or anything inappropriate is what I'm asking.
Well, maybe we can go into more detail when there's more time. I feel time pressure on that question.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm happy to answer in further detail if you want me to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish answering your question.
Oh, okay. Did you want me to describe those parties? Or
Shouldn't we leave this to the next round, Mr. Chairman?
Answer the question.
I'm just happy to describe them if you wanted me to, and I'm happy to not. It's just whatever you want.
Maybe this will
whatever is your preference.
Cut to the chase. My question is, was there anything else that was sexually inappropriate, any inappropriate sexual behavior on the part of Mr. Kavanaugh towards you at any of these other functions?
No.
Okay.
Senator Harris.
Dr. Ford, first of all, just so we can level set, you know you are not on trial. You are not on trial. You are sitting here before members of the United States Senate's Judiciary Committee because you had the courage to come forward, because as you have said, you believe it was your civic duty. I was struck in your testimony by what you indicated as your intention when you first let anyone associated with these hearings know about it. And what you basically said is, you reached out to your representative in the United States Congress, hoping that person would inform the White House before Judge Kavanaugh had been named. That's extremely persuasive about your motivation for coming forward. And so I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your courage, and I want to tell you I believe you. I believe you. And I believe many Americans across this country believe you. And what I find striking about your testimony is you remember key, searing details of what happened to you. You told your husband and therapist, 2 of the most intimate of your confidants, and you told them years ago about this assault. You have shared your experience with multiple friends years after that and before these hearings ever started. I know, having personally prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sexual assault cases, that study after study shows trauma, shame, and the fear of consequences almost always cause survivors to, at the very least, delay reporting if they ever report at all. Police recognize that. Prosecutors recognize that. Medical and mental health professionals recognize that. The notes from your therapy sessions were created long before this nomination and corroborate what you have said today. You have passed a polygraph and submitted the results to this committee. Judge Kavanaugh has not. You have called for outside witnesses to testify and for expert witnesses to testify. Judge Kavanaugh has not. But most importantly, you have called for an independent FBI investigation into the facts. Judge Kavanaugh has not. And we owe you that. We owe the American people that. And let's talk about why this is so important. Contrary to what has been said today, the FBI does not reach conclusions. The FBI investigates. It interviews witnesses, gathers facts, and then presents that information to the United States Senate for our consideration and judgment. This committee knows that, in spite of what you've been told. In 1991, during a similar hearing, one of my Republican colleagues in this committee stated these claims were taken seriously by having the Federal Bureau of Investigations launch an inquiry to determine their validity. The FBI fulfilled its duty and issued a confidential report. Well, that could have and should have been done here. This morning, it was said that this could have been investigated confidentially back in July. But this also could have been investigated in the last 11 days since you came forward, yet that has not happened. The FBI could have interviewed Mark Judge, Patrick Smith, Leland Kaiser, you, and Judge Kavanaugh on these issues. The FBI could have examined various maps that have been presented by the prosecutor who stands in for the United States Senators on this committee. The FBI could have gathered facts about the music or the conversation or any other details about the gathering that occurred that evening. That is standard procedure in a sexual assault case. In fact, the manual that was signed off by Ms. Mitchell, the manual that is posted on the Maricopa County Attorney's website as a guiding principle and best practices for what should happen with sexual assault cases, highlights the details of what should happen in terms of the need for an objective investigation into any sexual assault case. It says, quote, effective investigation requires cooperation with a multidisciplinary team that includes medical professionals, victim advocates, dedicated forensic interviewers, criminalists, and other law enforcement members. The manual also stresses the importance of obtaining outside witness information. You have bravely come forward. You have bravely come forward. And I want to thank you because you clearly have nothing to gain for what you have done. You have been a true patriot in fighting for the best of who we are as a country. I believe you are doing that because you love this country. And I believe history will show that you are a true profile in courage at this moment in time in the history of our country. And I thank you.
Senator Kennedy now, so proceed, Ms. Mitchell.
Dr. Ford, we're almost done. Thank you. Just a couple cleanup questions. First of all, which of your two lawyers did Senator Feinstein's office recommend?
The Katz.
I'm sorry?
The Katz firm.
Okay. And when you did leave that night, did Leland Kaiser, now Kaiser, ever follow up with you and say, hey, what happened to you?
I've had communications with her recently.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking about like the next day.
Oh, no. She didn't know about the event. She was downstairs during the event, and I did not share it with her.
Okay. Are you aware that the three people at the party besides yourself and Brett Kavanaugh have given statements under penalty of felony to the committee?
Yes.
And are you aware of what those statements say?
Yes.
Are you aware that they say that they have no memory or knowledge of such a party?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any particular motives to ascribe to Leland?
I guess we could take those one at a time. Leland has significant health challenges, and I'm happy that she's focusing on herself and getting the health treatment that she needs. And she let me know that she needed her lawyer to take care of this for her, and she texted me right afterward with an apology and good wishes and et cetera. So I'm glad that she's taking care of herself. I don't expect that PJ and Leland would remember this evening. It was a very unremarkable party. It was not one of their more notorious parties because nothing remarkable happened to them that evening. They were downstairs. And Mr. Judge is a different story. I would expect that he would remember that this happened.
Understood. Senator Harris just questioned you from the Maricopa County Protocol on Sexual Assault. That's the paper she was holding up. Are you aware that, and you know, I've been really impressed today because you've talked about norepinephrine and cortisol and what we call in the profession, basically the neurobiological effects of trauma. Have you also educated yourself on the best way to get to memory and truth in terms of interviewing victims of trauma?
For me, interviewing victims of trauma?
No, the best way to do it, the best practices for interviewing victims of trauma.
No.
Okay. Would you believe me if I told you that there's no study that says that this setting in 5-minute increments is the best way to do that?
We'll stipulate to
We
that.
can stipulate to that. Thank you, counsel.
Agreed.
Did you know that the best way to do it is to have a trained interviewer talk to you one-on-one in a private setting and to let you do the talking, just let you do a narrative? Did you know that?
That makes a lot of sense.
Does make a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
And then to follow up, obviously to fill in the details and ask for clarification. Does that make sense as well?
Yes.
And the research is done by a lot of people in the child abuse field. Two of the more prominent ones in the sexual assault field are Giesel and Fisher, who've talked about it. And it's called a cognitive interview. This is not a cognitive interview. Did anybody ever advise you from Senator Feinstein's office or from Representative Eshu's office to go get a forensic interview?
No.
Instead, you were advised to get an attorney and take a polygraph. Is that right?
Many people advised me to get an attorney. Once I had an attorney, my attorney and I discussed using the polygraph.
And instead of submitting to an interview in California, we're having a hearing here today in 5-minute increments. Is that right?
I agree that's what was agreed upon by the collegial group here.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, I have something to submit for the record. We received 3 statements under penalty of felony from 3 witnesses identified by Dr. Ford, Mark Judge, Leland Kaiser, and Patrick Smith. All 3 denied any knowledge of the incident or gathering described by Dr. Ford. Without objection, I'll enter in the record.
Mr. Chairman, I have something for the record as well. A number of letters from the witness's family, friends, including her husband.
Okay. I'll get to you just as soon as the ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I have 3 letters addressed to both you and the ranking member, and I'd ask that they be entered into the record.
Without objection.
And it's also my understanding that Mr. Judge is not willing to come forward to answer our questions. As a result, we cannot test his memory or make any assessment of his thoughtfulness or character. And I think that's why the failure to call him to testify is so very critical. And I hope the majority would reconsider that.
Okay. Senator Blumenthal.
Mr. Chairman, I ask if you have sworn statements that you're submitting for the record, that we have those individuals come before us so that we can ask them questions about those statements. I think that the nature of this proceeding would be compromised if we lack an opportunity to ask them questions about sworn statements that will be part of the record. So, frankly, Mr. Chairman, I would object to entering them in the record.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay. Senator Whitehouse.
I have a number of letters that I would like to ask submitted to the record that relate to the importance of proper investigation by trained professionals in pulling these kind of investigations together, from the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, the National Women's Law Center, the National Organization for Women, and so forth.
Without
We could have
objection,
those letters
order,
into the
Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for our chairman. The statements that Senator Blumenthal talked about, those were statements taken by our majority staff. Is that
They're already in the record.
Yes, sir, but those statements were taken by our majority staff?
Yes.
Did minority staff participate?
No.
Why not?
You'll have to ask them.
Well, were they instructed not to participate?
No.
They chose not to?
That's right.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
And
I'm told
if
the
I could, I
minority
still think
staff
I have the
was not
floor, Mr. Chairman.
notified.
Let's listen to Senator Feinstein.
Can we be excused?
I am
The witness is
told by
quite tired.
staff-
She'd like
I'd
to be
like to,
excused.
if you'd wait just a minute, I'd like to thank Dr. Ford.
All right.
In fact, we're going to continue this meeting, and we can, so let's just be nice to her. Dr. Ford, I can only speak as one of 21 senators here, but I thank you very much for your testimony. More importantly, for your bravery coming out and trying to answer our questions as best you could remember. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn for 45 minutes, or not adjourn, recess for 45 minutes.
Well, Dr. Ford has said her piece under oath to the Judiciary Committee, and after the break of what we're told is 45 minutes, we will hear from Judge Kavanaugh, the first time formally in the Judiciary Committee since his initial questioning, and he will now have to defend himself, and Republicans will have to find the questioning that they think will help somehow cast doubt on the testimony we've just heard.
Well, I guess the big mystery of the afternoon is whether Rachel Mitchell, who was the hired prosecutor, will do the questioning of Judge Kavanaugh as well.
But I'm sorry, this just turned out to be a mistake on their parts politically.
Chuck, that's why you're here to
No,
tell
I
us
mean,
your
I
opinion.
just this has turned out to be a mistake for them.
Why do you say that?
They did not have a she herself at the end seemed to admit that. Where, this isn't normally how I do it.
That was
5
an odd
minute
moment.
That was, and it was almost her way of saying, almost sending the message to the senators, guys, I did the best I could. You put me in this no-win situation. I don't have what I usually have. Normally I do know the answers to the questions I'm asking. I didn't get that chance. I didn't have and this strategy, while politically sensitive and we knew what they were worried about, I don't think they've laid a finger on her story. She did some damage to the Democrats and how they handled this allegation. I don't think they were able to undermine her credibility.
See, I don't think they were trying to undermine, completely put a lie to the story, because that's not possible, right? It's her memory. She's a compelling witness. She absolutely seemed sincere, and I don't think they're dumb enough to think people at home are going to reject that testimonial as completely false. What they were trying to do is plant little markers. She doesn't remember this. She doesn't remember that. She doesn't know what day it was. She doesn't know what year it was. She doesn't know what house it was. She doesn't know how old she was. She doesn't remember, even modern day, what day she gave a polygraph, whether it was this day or that day, who paid for the polygraph. In one situation, she said the polygraph was much longer than anticipated. Here today, she said that. Earlier, they said it was only 2 questions. Just little seeds of doubt here and there. And then the other big message is, where's the corroboration? Where's the corroboration? Because they know there isn't any. And there's not going to be any. And the one friend that she keeps mentioning who, was there, the female friend, does not back her up at all, says, I was never at a party with Brett Kavanaugh, either with or without Ms. Ford.
But the bar was just to give enough space for Republicans to feel comfortable about moving this confirmation along.
I'll be very curious. Look, I can't get inside the head of Jeff Flake. I can't get inside of the head of Susan Collins.
We just saw walk by a moment ago.
But I have to say, I would assume Mitch McConnell's ability to get this nomination through got a lot harder.
Well, I mean, we're talking about something that's vanishingly rare at this moment on Capitol Hill, which is an open mind. And there are probably only 1 or 2 senators who could be described that way as somebody who could truly vote either way at this hour. Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, the Republican, being one of them, Susan Collins the other, maybe Senator Flake.
And on the Democratic side, maybe Joe Donnelly, the Indiana senator. I mean, but not many.
I think we may have Senator Cornyn at the microphones. Yeah, let's listen.
Lawyers didn't tell her of the committee's offer to fly staff to California to be able to do a question and answer interview on a bipartisan basis. That wasn't conveyed to her. Obviously, this is a tough setting for any witness, but I thought it went as well as you could expect. It's essentially, I think, what we heard is an articulation of what we already saw in her letter.
Senator, you handle the vote counts around here. Based on what was said this morning by her, do you have any sense yet of whether you have what you need?
I think we need to hear from the judge. His reputation is on the line, his career as well. This needs to be a fair process to both Dr. Ford and to Judge Kavanaugh.
Did any of you have it?
Did you personally find her to be credible?
I found no reason to find her not credible. There are obviously gaps in her story. Obviously, we know people who are traumatized can have those sort of gaps. But again, I regret that she finds herself in this circus-like setting because her letter to Senator Feinstein was released to the press against her knowledge and without her authorization, and that she wasn't told by her lawyers that she could have been interviewed in a private setting by investigators on both sides and get her testimony that way. But I thought she did just fine.
Are you pleased with Rachel Mitchell's questioning?
I think she did exactly what I hoped she would do, and that is in a dignified and professional way, ask questions to get information. I would say most of the comments made by our friends across the aisle struck me as more political. They didn't really ask questions, seeking information. We obviously are interested in getting to the truth here, and unfortunately, this is a hyper-politicized environment, no doubt about it.
Senator, it seemed towards the end.
Senator Graham has a few things he wants to say.
Senator Graham, then I'll ask you. She seemed towards the end, Ms. Mitchell, to be questioning the political motives of Dr. Ford's attorneys by raising questions about how things were paid for and how she was put in touch with them.
I'm really upset that they knew about this in August and never told anybody. I'm really upset if Dianne Feinstein believed this was a credible allegation, that you wouldn't do Mr. Judge Kavanaugh the service of saying, I've got this, what's your side of the story? Turn it over to the committee so we could have something not this close to the midterms. When they say that she wasn't sure we were willing to go out there, that's a bunch of bull. I don't know what they told Ms. Ford, but we were willing to go to California. We were told she couldn't fly. All I can say is that we're 40-something days away from the election, and their goal, not Ms. Ford's goal, is to delay this past the midterms so they can win the Senate and never allow Trump to fill the seat. I believe that now more than ever. I don't know who paid for a polygraph, but somebody did, and here's what I'm more convinced of. The friends on the other side set it up to be just the way it is. Senator, I feel ambushed as the majority. We're going to hear from Mr. Kavanaugh, Judge Kavanaugh, and I've been a judge, a prosecutor, and a defense attorney, and here's what I'll tell you. When it comes to where it happened, I still don't know. I don't know when it happened. She said she's 100% certain it did happen. I bet you Judge Kavanaugh will say, I'm 100% sure I didn't do it. The people named say they don't know what Ms. Ford's talking about. She can't tell us how she got home and how she got there. And thus the facts I'm left with. A nice lady who has come forward to tell a hard story that's uncorroborated, and this is enough. God help anybody else that gets nominated. Based on what I heard today, you could not get a search warrant or an arrest warrant because you don't know the location, you don't know the time, and you don't have any corroboration. As to Ms. Mitchell, that's what I hoped she would do. I heard a bunch of speeches from a bunch of politicians who have politicized this from day one, who've been lying in wait for a political purpose, not Ms. Ford, but certainly them, making a bunch of speeches, and Ms. Mitchell methodically went through the facts of what happened that day, leading up to that day and how we find ourselves here. So from my point of view, I'm pleased with what I saw.
Do you still want to vote on Friday?
Senator, given what you laid out about your own background as a prosecutor, as a defense attorney, as a judge, did you sitting up there find Dr. Ford to be credible?
I didn't find her allegations to be corroborated against Mr. Kavanaugh. I don't doubt something happened to her, but she is saying it's Brett Kavanaugh, but she can't tell me the house, she can't tell me the city, she can't tell me the month of the year. He's saying I didn't do it. So here's what you do. When you have an emotional accusation and an emotional denial, use the rule of law. The presumption of innocence attaches to the person accused. You have to give them notice in times of time and location. You ask, is there anybody to verify this? And when you give names, all of them go the other way. Having said that, what I think about Ms. Ford, very competent, accomplished lady. Something happened, I don't know what, but you're asking me to say it was Brett Kavanaugh, and I don't know when it happened, where it happened. He said it didn't happen. But I would say this, I thought it was a good suggestion for her to go talk to somebody to work through this.
Do you still want to vote on Friday?
How is that not all an argument for a more fulsome investigation?
If you really believe we needed an investigation of this, why didn't you tell us in August?
But why not do
So
it now?
this, now listen. The FBI is going to tell us what? What house are they going to go to? What city are they going to go to? Who are they going to talk to? Because they can't tell us the month, barely the year. So this is all delay.
Could Mr. Judge tell you that? Could Mr. Judge tell you that?
So here's where they're going, Mr. Judge. He says, I didn't do it. I don't know what she's talking about. They want to bring him in, trash him out, and call 25 people. Well, they say that he's an abuser, and guess what? We'll be past the midterm. I'm not going to reward people for playing a political game. I think with her life, she is just as much a victim of this as I think Brett Kavanaugh, because somebody betrayed her trust. And we know who she gave the letter to. And the people that betrayed her trust, they owe her an apology.
Do you still want to vote on Friday? You still want to vote on Friday? All right. Jeff, I don't know if you can still, if you hear me.
Senator Lindsey Graham offering comments, and right after Senator Cornyn, and it is clear the Republican talking point here is not to question her testimony, her basic testimony, but everything around it, including motivations and timing, and laying this on politics.
Well, Lindsey Graham laid out the best argument that, in a way, he kind of gave the closing argument, as Megan was just pointing out while we were watching it. Like, here's the closing argument that Republicans wish they could deliver, and it mostly centered around what the Democrats have done here, and the Republicans feeling ambushed, to use Senator Graham's words. He's saying, look, you've been sitting on this for 6 weeks, and you stretched it out so that we're right at the cusp of the midterms because you're hoping that the Democrats will take control of the Senate and this Supreme Court seat will go filled by somebody more moderate. I guess that's what Lindsey Graham is suggesting happen here.
His point is, you need to prove it to me. And he's right, because it doesn't, not necessarily by a preponderance of the evidence, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but you need to prove it to me as a senator who has an advice and consent duty. And he's saying, I don't think you've done it. You haven't done I'm not satisfied. I'm not going to ruin this man's career, his appointment to the U.S. Supreme Court, based on what I heard without any corroboration.
But there was zero expectation that it could be proved in a one-day session like this, given the limited witness list.
I'm just curious, do you think there should... And I'm wondering if any senators are going to be thinking this way. They probably won't. That there's a standard that's got to be as much as a senator may say, I may believe Judge Kavanaugh. But is he going to be an effective Supreme Court justice after all this? That's just a basic question. And these are human beings, right? Does it change? Is it going to change them if they get on the court?
Justice Thomas has been pretty effective.
Well, he's a quiet guy on the court.
He's a quiet man.
No. Do we know for sure he would have been quiet had he not gone through the situation he did?
But that's no reason not to give him his seat.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying if you have a big chunk of the country who's uncomfortable with it.
Pete covers the court for us.
Do?
I mean, Clarence Thomas, I don't think we knew too much about in terms of his prior past as a judge. We know he is one of the quieter judges on the Supreme Court now, not one to interject with the lawyers. But, I mean, do you have any reporting or reason to believe, Pete, that there's a connection between that and what he went through in his own confirmation hearing?
Effectiveness of a Supreme Court justice by what they say in oral argument. You measure their effectiveness by their ability to attract other members of the court to join their opinions And I don't think that the Thomas hearings are the reasons that many of Justice Thomas' colleagues, including some conservatives, often don't join with him. He has a very different view of the law. He believes there's no reason to give any respect to stare decisis. He has a very conservative, different perspective on the law, even more conservative than Justice Scalia was or Samuel Alito is, justices who often join him in dissents. But he has sort of carved out his own unique view of the law, and that's why I think most justices, he may not be the most persuasive member of the court in getting people to go along with him. Brett Kavanaugh will come to the Supreme Court, if he does, in a much different posture. Many of the justices already know him because of his experience on the D.C. Circuit, his experience as a clerk for Justice Kennedy. So no doubt about it, if he is confirmed to the Supreme Court, he will come to some extent in a somewhat diminished role just because of all that this has been through. It's bound to cause him to perhaps pull his head into his shell a little bit, but then he still has a vote. He's one of 9 votes, and no matter who President Trump eventually gets into this seat to succeed Justice Kennedy, this is going to be a more conservative Supreme Court because Justice Kennedy, who often joined with the liberals in some high-profile cases, is gone, and there probably won't be a swing justice on this Supreme Court for many more years to come. So,
Didn't Justice Kennedy more or less handpick Brett Kavanaugh? I mean, he made it known to President Trump that this was somebody, his former clerk, that he would like to see nominated.
Yeah, but I don't think he was the definitive role in choosing. I don't buy either the idea that Justice Kennedy was persuaded to think about retiring because Neil Gorsuch came on the court, a former clerk, or that he felt more comfortable because they were going to nominate Brett Kavanaugh. We have reason to believe that Justice Kennedy was told that he was one of the finalists that the president was considering. You could read that in news reports as well. Perhaps that was a factor in his decision to step down. But in terms of choosing Justice Brett Kavanaugh as the successor, as opposed to, say, Ray Kethledge or Amy Coney Barrett or any of the ones that were potential finalists here, I think they looked at, ironically, who they thought would be the most confirmable in addition to those other factors.
All right, Pete, thanks very much. We are in the middle of a break. We were told about a 45-minute break. Judge Kavanaugh will be the next the second of the 2 witnesses of the day. And all our attention now turns to what areas has he not been clear about in his denial in the recent television interview. What new ground could they break here?
Well, they're certainly going to try to pick apart his choir boy image that he presented to Fox News. You know, I was focused on becoming #1 in my class. I was focused on going to church on Sundays, on my service. There's plenty of reason to disbelieve that. And, you know, he definitely set himself up for failure. I don't know why he did that interview, right? It was supposedly encouraged by the White House. But that was a swing and a miss. My take on his performance there as a lawyer, what I saw was somebody who was defensive, who was clearly very coached. He sounded like Marco Rubio.
Was the White House happy with the interview?
Reportedly not. But he reminded me of Marco Rubio at that one presidential debate where Chris Christie went after him and Rubio got stuck on replay, right? That's what we saw from Kavanaugh in the Fox News interview. Respect and dignity for the way I've treated women, and then fair hearing. And there was no ability to engage the questioner, to be real, to be able to say, look, you know, obviously this is upsetting. I wasn't perfect. I'm still not perfect. He later got to this in paper form, but in that interview, he wasn't able to deliver it in a way that, you know, regular Americans sitting on their couch could digest as he's giving it to me straight. He's either been overcoached or he's just too stiff a guy to begin with.
You know, it's funny. When he was Judge Thomas, when Clarence Thomas, his indignation is what seemed to helped him.
Yep.
His performance, his denial, the high-tech lynching comment, you could feel, you saw the fury in him, and it looked like, boy, this is a man who really believes he was wronged. And you're right, there is this sense of Judge Kavanaugh. He's just been careful the whole time. We were talking about just the regular confirmation hearing before this. He was okay. We've seen a lot better performers. Now, that said, he's never done this before. He's not been
Democrats try to provoke him
but he
to
was
anger.
no Neil Gorsuch, right? Neil Gorsuch was this very charismatic, telegenic figure. Judge Kavanaugh, much less so.
Will Democrats try to provoke him to anger? Will that be a strategy? Given one of the allegations suggested that there was an outrage that was triggered there, an anger issue.
I assume they're going to go after what Megan brought up, which is the choir voice stuff. And I go back to something I said earlier. That's it. Democrats have to walk a fine line there. There's going to, you got it. People are going to be watching. How much are you, just trying to pick at him and trying to, versus how serious are you at inquiring about what happened that evening with Dr. Ford? So there is that line. I think they certainly want to paint a different picture of the picture he painted for himself.
Well, there's two. I mean, if they go after him on, for example, drinking, there are two things that they accomplish there. One, they can detract from this, what we're calling the choir boy thing that was evident on Fox News. We drank, but it was legal, a couple beers. I was focused on church and service projects, so it does that. But it also potentially could raise the doubt in some people's mind. Maybe, could he have been drinking that night and not remember? Could it have been something that, he said, I was never blackout drunk. But if Democrats really go after him on this and say, well, wait a minute, you never drank to excess, you remembered every single thing. If they really perform a cross-examination on these issues, it does open the possibility, I think, for people where, is it possible he thinks it didn't happen, but it did, and she remembers exactly what happened. And I think that's a way that people might be able to reconcile how it is you have two people so diametrically opposed. One saying this never happened, and the other saying, oh, yes, it did.
The other thing is, unlike a court of law, they're letting into evidence, if you will, all this so-called character evidence, right? And that's what we saw at the end of her testimony. Here are 10 letters saying she's amazing. Here are 10 letters saying he's amazing. That's what we're going to get. But the stuff, the Democrats have been going back over, and the media's been going back over his yearbook and the entries in the yearbook, and what does this telegraph, and what does that? And look, my take on it was there were a lot of knuckleheaded comments in those yearbooks and by his friends as well. I don't know how viewers at home are going to react to that. I went back and looked at my own yearbook just for kicks, and I came up with some cheesy little poem that was about love and happiness, right? But that was my own frame of mind. He clearly was not in that headspace, so some people may judge him for some what appear to be very crass references. But is that grounds for taking away a Supreme Court position for somebody who's led a 20-plus year life of exemplary public service without a whiff of problems? The only thing we've seen in, past his teenage years is this one allegation that NBC News reported last night from 1998 with an anonymous accuser who isn't even coming forward. It's the anonymous accuser's friend's mom who wasn't there, and not one of the actual witnesses is actually saying anything. And that was 1998. Everything before that is when he was 16 or 17 years old.
And so then that would lead to say that everything's going to rise and fall in what we see today. And those other cases remain.
I think this is about Dr. Ford. And if there was somehow a corroborated, another instance where one of these other accusations and there's more evidence to it or something. But I think this is about Dr. Ford and Brett.
Well, they should leave it about Dr. Ford, too, because the other allegations are far less credible.
And water it down. They sort of dilute her.
Absolutely. Yeah. If I were a Democrat, I would be all over Dr. Ford. Why would she lie? Why would she make it up? Why would she bring this to us before your name was even chosen? What was it? Clearly, there was some trauma. It doesn't make sense, right, that she would be lying about something like this, that she would pick you out of the ether, that for years she would have been saying a federal judge attacked me. Why would she do that, Judge Kavanaugh? Why would you go to these other allegations, which are on much shakier ground, and undermine your case?
I was struck by something she said in the latter part of the testimony about, well, why don't these other people remember? And her point was nothing remarkable happened to them. It all happened in this room. And again, so it comes back down to her and this lack of other witnesses.
Everybody, I think, is doing similar to what we've all done. You said you went back to your yearbook. I've gone back and been thinking about, what do I remember from certain house parties? And I could remember vivid details, but I probably wouldn't be able to pick out the season that it was in, let alone the month or the date. So, you do, but I think...
But nothing remarkable happened to you, presumably.
Go on, Chuck.
Yeah. But I do think that's another part of this, is that and this goes to where we don't know how the country's going to react to this, because I think people are putting themselves in her shoes and putting themselves in his shoes and wondering, what if this were me? And that I think is, we forget that because the politics are the politics, but I do think a lot of people are looking at it that way.
It's dicey, right? Because our system of justice works on a case-by-case basis, and it must. That's why we don't let prior bad acts. There's a rule against letting in prior bad acts.
But this isn't a trial.
In course, I know, but
And
there's
should the
a
bar
reason
be
we don't
higher
do that.
for Supreme Court?
But my point
should
is
the
that
character bar be higher?
My point is that you cannot, if you are the victim of a sexual assault or a sexual trauma, it doesn't mean Christine Ford was. And you can absolutely believe her. You can absolutely choose to believe her and this was the day that we should make up our minds when we hear her testimony and his. But the truth is, it doesn't mean just because you can empathize with her and just because you've had your own experience that did in fact happen in this case. It's very hard to check your bias, but you must. We have to try.
I think we have some tape a little bit earlier in some of the hearing. Let's roll it.
I am here today not because I want to be. I am terrified. I am here because I believe it is my civic duty to tell you what happened to me while Brett Kavanaugh and I were in high school. I don't have all the answers, and I don't remember as much as I would like to. But the details about that night that bring me here today are the ones I will never forget. They have been seared into my memory and have haunted me episodically as an adult. When I got to the small gathering, people were drinking beer in a small living room, family room type area on the first floor of the house. I drank one beer. Brett and Mark were visibly drunk. I was pushed onto the bed, and Brett got on top of me. He began running his hands over my body and grinding into me. I yelled, hoping that someone downstairs might hear me, and I tried to get away from him, but his weight was heavy. Brett groped me and tried to take off my clothes. He had a hard time because he was very inebriated and because I was wearing a one-piece bathing suit underneath my clothing. I believed he was going to rape me. I tried to yell for help. When I did, Brett put his hand over my mouth to stop me from yelling. This is what terrified me the most and has had the most lasting impact on my life. It was hard for me to breathe, and I thought that Brett was accidentally going to kill me.
Dr. Ford, with what degree of certainty do you believe Brett Kavanaugh assaulted you?
100%.
So what you are telling us is this could not be a case of mistaken identity?
Absolutely not.
What is the strongest memory you have? Strongest memory of the incident, something that you cannot forget. Take whatever time you need.
Indelible in the hippocampus is the laughter, the uproarious laughter between the two, and they're having fun at my expense.
You've never forgotten that laughter. You've never forgotten them laughing at you.
They were laughing with each other.
And you were the object of the laughter?
I was, underneath one of them while the two laughed. Two friends having a really good time with one another.
Christine Blasey Ford, some of the key parts of her testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee today. They are now on a break. Next will be Judge Kavanaugh. We can show you the hallway where we expect to see him in the not too distant future make his way into the hearing room. Obviously cameras and a lot of attention there. A lot of focus, of course, now shifting to him and how he will react to what the committee and what the country heard today from Dr. Ford. Let's go right now to the White House. Kristen Welker is standing by there where every TV, we're told, is tuned to these hearings, and for good reason. Kristen?
Lester, I was just back in the press offices moments ago, and I can tell you that the TVs are still trained on this hearing. All eyes continue to be on this hearing, and a White House official confirming for me that President Trump has been watching the hearing since he returned from New York. Of course, he was at the UN General Assembly. Now, upon his return, we did try to get his first impressions of Dr. Ford's testimony. He didn't answer any of our shouted questions. His chief of staff didn't answer any shouted questions either. But I have been speaking to some of his close allies who say, look, bottom line is that Dr. Ford was credible. They believed. They say the bar is high for Kavanaugh. Remember, he did get criticized in the wake of that Fox News interview, both internally and by outside sources who say, look, he could have been firmer. So officials here say that the president wants to hear Kavanaugh speak as a father, as a judge, to not only give firm denials to these accounts, but to say in unequivocal terms that sexual assault cannot be tolerated in any way, shape, or form. So they will be watching very closely as all of this continues to unfold. Just to underscore the stakes here, Lester and Savannah, for the president, he was supposed to meet with his embattled Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein today here at the White House. Of course, that meeting coming after that explosive report in the New York Times, which quoted Rosenstein as talking about essentially ousting President Trump. Now, Rosenstein has disputed the characterization, saying that it was taken out of context, that he was being sarcastic, but there were real questions about his potential future heading into this week. Seems like he's on the job for now. But again, that was supposed to be a critical conversation here at the White House. That has been postponed so that President Trump can continue to focus on the hearing, on what we're about to hear from Judge Brett Kavanaugh. One top Republican telling me that, look, Dr. Ford was credible from the moment that she raised her hand, and so the stakes could not be higher for Kavanaugh.
All right, Kristen Welker at the White House for us. Thank you, Kristen.
Let's see the view from the Hill. Casey Hunt positioned outside the hearing room. And Casey, I'm sure you're got your ear to the ground. What are senators saying, either before the microphones or behind closed doors?
Well, you saw Lindsey Graham has definitely been the most emotional of the Republicans that we have heard from. He says that he is angry. He has said that Brett Kavanaugh is a victim in this as well. He's frustrated with the process. But I have to tell you, if you line that up with what we are hearing behind the scenes here, there is an overwhelming sense that Judge Kavanaugh is in a tougher position now than he was at the beginning of this hearing. And I think that's something that I'm hearing via text message in my conversations in the hallways with both Democratic and Republican sources. I think Republicans are still kind of gathering themselves, trying to figure out how to proceed. You're hearing them make the legal argument by saying there are no corroborating witnesses, holding up all of the standards that we would use in a courtroom. But it's important to underscore, and you all have been talking about this on the set, that that's not what this is. This is a political test in many ways. And, the people that have to make a decision about what to do here, Judge Kavanaugh himself, deciding to press forward or not. The President of the United States, who, as we know, digests many of these things through television and had left the door open to potentially pulling Kavanaugh's nomination. And the Republican senators here, who are the ones who have to decide what to do. And there are still no strong statements yet from Senator Susan Collins, from Senator Lisa Murkowski, from Senator Jeff Flake, who you could see in that hearing room wearing something of a pained expression at times. I think it's also important to point out we actually haven't heard hardly anything from Republican Senator Ben Sasse of Nebraska. And he is somebody who has been occasionally outspoken in opposition to the president. He's somebody who has young children that are approximately around the same age as the age that Dr. Ford was when she says this all happened to her. He went up to the dais and he shook her hand and said, thank you for being here. And I think a lot of people took note of that. We here at the Capitol have been watching him carefully in recent days because we haven't heard from him. There are also other senators like Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia, a Republican, who has said that she did want to hear from Dr. Ford, who actually graduated from the same high school. I think Andrea Mitchell referenced that earlier in the broadcast. And so the reporting that I have gathered is that even before we went into this hearing, there was still potentially a larger universe of Republicans who could be swayed by this. And I think that universe, if anything, has grown over the past couple of hours. hours. I do think we obviously have to hear from Judge Kavanaugh. The people, when we're reaching out to these key offices, that's what we're hearing back. They're saying, you know what, the hearing's not over. We still have to finish and get to the end of it. But I think that we could know pretty quickly in the wake of this whether the momentum and the pressure is still there to push him through. They have a lot more, frankly, to get over now than they did before.
All right,
Lester, Savannah.
Casey, thank you.
We're looking at that hallway. We'll put that shot up again, and that's where we expect to see Judge Kavanaugh in just a few minutes. In fact, we'll leave that up as we bring in Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, you think about a day like this, it's a day where it's facts, it's emotion, it's politics, all coming together under a very tight deadline.
And to the president, we know that it has riveted his attention. He is watching from the White House as his vice president, who has cleared his schedule essentially to be able to focus on this hearing. And the big question will be what happens to Judge Brett Kavanaugh when he walks down that hallway and takes his seat in the room, Lester and Savannah. I can tell you, though, for all the people who are watching this in the White House, there's one person who apparently is not, and that is Donald Trump's wife, the First Lady. I'm told by her spokesman within just the last couple of minutes that the First Lady has instead been in meetings. She is focusing on her upcoming overseas trip. Remember, she heads to Africa next month on what will be her first big trip as First Lady, her significant international journey there. As for what Judge Kavanaugh needs to do, based on all the reporting we've been compiling over the last 4 or 5 hours or so, as Christine Blasey Ford has been testifying in front of senators, I'm going to reference something Chuck Todd said just a bit earlier. He talked about that moment from Clarence Thomas, who then a judge, going on to try to become a justice, that sort of righteous indignation, that fury at, he believed, being falsely accused. I will tell you that that is what officials in the White House and around the White House that I'm talking to want to see from Judge Brett Kavanaugh, and he knows it. A person close to him says he's going to come in a little bit hotter. You will see him more forceful. That's been the word over these last 3 days, ever since that Fox News interview that Kavanaugh conducted on Monday night. They want to see him angry. They think that will actually help him with some of these senators that you're talking about, the ones who are still persuadable. Because remember, ultimately, for as passionate and as fiery as Senator Lindsey Graham is there, it's not really up to him what happens next, right? It's up to that small circle of Republican senators. It's up to Mitch McConnell. And ultimately, it is going to be up to President Trump whether or not he pulls this nomination. I've been told all week long, the White House is not actively coming up with a backup plan. They're not sitting in meetings huddling about what they would do should Brett Kavanaugh's nomination ultimately fail. But that calculus may change in a matter of hours. Guys.
Hallie.
Thank you very much. That leads me, as we watch this hallway for Brett Kavanaugh, the judge expected to walk down that hallway into the hearing room at any minute. Chuck, I think as we think about those key senators who might be on the fence, who might be persuadable, it could be a yes, could be a no, they're not deciding this in a vacuum. They have to think, all right, if I vote no against Judge Kavanaugh, then what's the next plan? We talked about whether it was even feasible to try to get somebody confirmed before the midterms. What about the lame duck session? Doesn't that a huge part of their calculus? If we don't vote yes for him, what are we going to get?
Well, then there's going to be another question. If they don't, do they hold a vote they don't know the outcome of? Mitch McConnell doesn't like doing that, holding a vote. So if you would assume he would already, if he's going to put it on the floor, then he assumes he has the votes. If he doesn't, we may never see a vote. Because I think the biggest danger for the Republicans is if it looks like it's Republicans that brought him down, right? It would be Republican votes. That would create a base problem. That would create so the way to save face here is you wouldn't want to hold a vote because it would be in the hands of Republicans that could defeat him. You couldn't say the Democrats defeated him. You would say, no, with the help of, it was a bipartisan group of senators that defeated him. So I think if they're going to go down that road, they would rather withdraw, and then they can make a more polarized partisan argument. The Democrats.
So then what happens? He goes to President Trump and says, you've got to pull him?
Oh, I think that's, is it him? Is it, if he doesn't have the votes, I think the president will want to pull him.
But the mechanics are, the question is what would happen next, though? Because let's just say McConnell does a head count tonight after all of this testimony is in and says, all right, everybody, we have a vote scheduled for tomorrow. What are we going to do? If he doesn't have the votes, then what?
Then the crass political move, you pull it, you name Judge Amy Coney Barrett. She probably can't get confirmed. It wouldn't matter because you're not fighting the confirmation before the election. See if her nomination fires up the base and you sort of use the new nominee as a way to fire up the Trump base and do that.
By the way, she's regarded as far more conservative than Judge Kavanaugh.
She probably
not going to like her better.
Oh, and she probably can't get the votes of either Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins. But in this case, you wouldn't care. If I'm just making a crass political argument,
an artificial deadline.
That's right. So you would name, you could make an argument. You name her, and you almost let the Democrats beat her up. Have this fight about abortion, because guess what? The single most important voter for Republican base voters are those pro-life advocates. So
politics great?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, if you're asking what could they do, the crass political move would be that.
It's not like the Republicans are going to be oblivious of the fact that they had some Republican defectors. If McConnell pulls the vote tomorrow, it's not like they're not going to know why he did that.
But at least you don't have the names of them. And that does matter. He may want to protect those senators from primaries.
Does it rhyme with Beth Lake?
Well, that one isn't easy for them to dump on, right?
He's not
running again. But I have to question, if they don't, you may see one of those things where if he doesn't have 50 votes, he may not have 40. Do you know what I mean? There's people that are willing to be, as long as he has 50, I'll vote for him. But if he doesn't have 50, I don't want to be on vote for him.
Is there any reticence at all on any of these Democrats' part with, Senator Graham issued a warning earlier saying, watch out for your nominees. Like, what kind of can of worms has been opened up now?
I don't think that there's any evidence that Washington thinks about or cares how it's going to all feel when the shoe is on the other foot. As we started our morning talking about the judicial filibuster and the fact that it was Harry Reid who said, we're going to be able to filibuster, judicial nominees. And it was all warning, well, we'll just wait till it's your nominees. And, where you stand depends on where you sit in Washington.
Does this mean we're only going to have female nominees confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court from this point forward?
There's a lot of viewers that might say, fine.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that. Only women candidates and only women nominees.
We're keeping a sharp eye on this picture. We're told that Judge Kavanaugh now is 2 minutes or maybe less away, and we see Capitol Police now beginning to move people to either side of the hallway there, and we will see if he's that fired up, angry judge that Hallie described that the White House is looking to see, or if we're going to see something more akin to the gentleman.
I don't know if they want to see angry. I think maybe they want to see emotional, human, but I don't know if anger is going to work. But righteous indignation, if he has that. As a person who is falsely accused, you'd think you would be outraged.
But Jeff Flake wants to hear a tone that's different than the tone President Trump wants to hear.
Yeah.
Right? And that's, he wants, I think, a little more righteous indignation.
But how much does he have to give, on the drinking and some of the things that have kind of painted this picture? How much does he have to give a little more I wasn't this perfect individual?
I think he's going to give a lot. I mean, and by the way, he needs to put himself in a position so that he doesn't put himself in a position where Democrats go after his current position.
Exactly right. Well, that's the thing. It's like if you look at all these other allegations that the Democrats have been bringing up, like this Avenatti woman, the Avenatti female accuser that he put forward, if they're going to go after him and try to suggest that he was in any way part of what's alleged by Avenatti and his client, then they're going to have to go after his seat on the D.C. Circuit. It's the only principled position, that he has to lose all the jobs.
I agree that Judge Kavanaugh probably does need to give a little bit more in terms of whether he drank to excess, because the fact of the matter is, if he doesn't, the Democrats are going to be armed to the teeth with all the evidence that he was a drinker and a boozer.
Does that paint this sense of life?
So if he comes up and says, look, I did, here comes Judge Kavanaugh's parents were told coming down the hallway. If he says, look, I did, I was a high schooler, I was a knucklehead, then he can refer back to that statement again and again and again when Democrats try to pin it down.
That corroborates some of the environment that others have painted about kids at the school at that time.
Well, I think that's why he was hesitant to do so with Fox News. He didn't want to give an inch. He didn't want to give a ground saying, yeah, well, maybe I partied a little bit in high school, because he probably thought then people will make the presumption that this could have happened.
Listen, I think he can wiggle out of the Fox News interview, right? It was an abbreviated forum. It was not everybody saw that. He can sort of dodge on that. And I think it's better for him to come out and say, yes, like most people, I made some mistakes in my high school and college years. And like most college-age students, I drank to excess here and there. But there's a big difference between getting drunk on Saturday night and attempting to rape somebody. And that is not what most people do, and it's not what I did.
That's exactly what I think we're agreeing. I think that he will give a little bit more and say, oh, yeah, of course there were times when I drank too much, but I couldn't possibly have done this.
Yeah. Think about what does Jeff Flake or Susan Collins need to justify confirming him? right? I think ultimately, and I think reading their tea leaves, I think they want to hear some contrition.
But don't you think, I feel like their decision is probably made up right now. Their minds are probably made up right now, because for them, I think the most important witness was Dr. Ford. You know, Kavanaugh, we know what he's going to say. There's not going to be some big admission by Kavanaugh. Okay, you caught me, I did it. I admit everything. Is she credible? Does she add to the story in a way that's meaningful? And so the question I think for them is, are there enough holes in her story that they can say the proof it's not there for me? They didn't get it across the line. She's sympathetic, but they didn't prove it, and I'm not going to deny this man, or the president, his Supreme Court choice based on what I heard this morning.
Let me reintroduce Andrea Mitchell. She's back with us because she wears about 15 hats around here at NBC.
No more so than any of the rest of you guys.
Attending to other matters, but we are just obviously a few moments away. They've cleared the hallway now. Here we expect to see Judge Kavanaugh. What are you hearing, Andrea, about how this morning went?
Well, I think there is a strong impression that she was a very credible witness, and not just emotional, but that the details that she did not know or remember, she acknowledged, and that experts will tell you, as the Democratic senators tried to put forth in their interventions, that people who are go through this kind of trauma when they're 15 years old don't really remember every detail, but they remember moments. And she certainly remembered those moments, and that the prosecutors who you talk to say she was about the best witness you could expect as a prosecutor. Everyone criticizing the format and criticizing the idea of having this woman prosecutor come and represent the Republicans, with all the risks of Republicans appearing insensitive if they went after men on the Republican panel. If they went after a woman alleged victim, they still gave up way too much.
But Democrats did not seem to bring any skepticism or challenge her in any way.
That is absolutely right.
Does that help or hurt her ultimately? I mean, if she's not tested by Democrats?
I think at this point people are going to look at the two principles, and the way they are questioned is less important. I think the Democrats certainly felt strategically or tactically that there's just too much questioning of her, but
they're not
it doesn't help them.
Right, but if they're giving her speech about her being an American hero and a lesson for everybody at home,
It does make it seem more political.
It makes it seem more
Absolutely.
political. They're not doing her any favors, and she has said, I'm an independent person, I'm nobody's pawn. But to the extent that Democrats were laying it on pretty thick for an audience at home, I don't know if it helped her. Maybe not harmed her, but it's not helping her. And I've always been a big believer that any person who has a story to tell, sometimes when asked a hard question, it's an opportunity for that person to hit it out of the park, to take on the tough question,
And Mitchell didn't really hit her
do
with
well.
Mitchell didn't maybe just hit her with some questions that brought up some areas, but she didn't seem to really go for the jugular at all.
I go back to, I'm curious how it worked behind the scenes. Who strategized with her? Who were they working with here? Did
mean the prosecutor?
how involved? Yeah, how involved was Lindsey Graham in working with her? John Cornyn, who are both have law enforcement backgrounds, have prosecutor backgrounds. It doesn't look like they did a lot of planning. I don't mean to assume that they didn't, but I am curious how that worked behind the scenes.
I expected her to be more aggressive, respectful, but more aggressive in her questioning. I think it was a nearly impossible job when she decided not to do that, or the senators decided not to have her do that, to do anything that was effective, because you had 5-minute bursts of sort of methodical questioning. It was more like a deposition, just sort of extracting information by information, interrupted by 5-minute rhetorical arguments on why Christine Ford is ready for sainthood. It was like, what kind of a cross-examiner could ever make headway under those circumstances?
Mitchell,
you like to crescendo your cross. You don't like to
That was the format
interrupted.
that they decided on.
Of course.
But as a prosecutor in sex crimes, isn't she normally more, by the nature, more sympathetic to the alleged victim in the case?
Yes.
And so she was put in a probably a different.
Well, and listen, that business at the end where she was defending the process, or she was defending her role in the process.
Her reputation. She was
but that was weak. That was a weak moment to end on. An apology for the format and the way in which she conducted it, And so now these Republicans who, I think, understood the logic behind not having an all older male panel cross-examine Dr. Ford and instead pass the baton to this woman, are now rethinking it because it was not effective.
Well, they traded one potential debacle for a lost opportunity.
I think what they thought is that they could go through the motions today and then get their vote tomorrow. And I think they don't have the votes. We're going to find out, but I think they don't have the votes to do that.
Maybe
We shall
they'll be
see.
borne out by that, saying, you know, it was sort of a do no harm.
Right.
Let her come and tell her
that
story.
is the strategy,
Be
I think.
Without the witness that she
The judge
wanted
says,
to
yes.
be brought in, and without the light.
Right, and maybe these Republican senators who say, you know, a draw goes to Judge Kavanaugh. That's the
they thought
that's
they had
the
the votes.
gamble. That's what they're hoping.
That you can get Flake and Collins to say, okay, I don't know what the truth is, but.
Some of the senators and staff making their way down the hall into the hearing room. It's a little after 3 o'clock Eastern time. If you've been with us all day, we heard from Christine Blasey Ford, her testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee today, questioned by Democrats, questioned on the Republican side by prosecutor Rachel Mitchell, who was hired by the Republicans. So what we're waiting for now, the appearance of Judge Kavanaugh. He will appear in that hallway any moment, we're told. And I know I've said that for many moments, but we're doing the best we can here on their timetable. But then we'll be here for at least another couple hours.
Another few hours.
Plus,
he has an
because
opening statement too,
he
correct?
he will have an opening statement of, we presume, any length that he wishes. And whether he has been actively watching, whether he actively watched her testimony, and will be able to rebut it point by point. Although up to this point, he has denied anything. So they may not have any common ground to even dispute.
Well, we had an opening statement that they had put out earlier in preparation, but you know that he has been with White House advisors, going through it, teeing it up. He has a good opportunity now, as Megan was saying earlier. Going second is best in this instance, and he has an opportunity to try to reshape his opening statement.
Who specifically do you think would be advising him on that?
Bill
at the White House?
Shine.
Would it be Bill Shine?
Bill Shine.
Not Don McGahn?
Don McGahn on the legal issues, but
That's
Bill
just
Shine.
not, that's just not who these people are. Bill Shine is the communications director at the White House.
They were the two people coaching him for 9 hours earlier.
Chairman
this week.
Grassley.
Bill Shine used to be an executive vice president at Fox News. I know him well. And Bill Shine's got many talents, but line editing a rebuttal to a witness's testimony is not one of them.
He's
not
about
at all.
optics. He's about optics, maybe.
He knows how to program good TV. He doesn't know how to do a line-by-line rebuttal of that kind of testimony.
But he's been very deeply involved in this. Don McGahn, certainly, this is his issue. This is
And
the
it's his
nominee.
guy.
It's his guy.
Let's be realistic.
He's the White House counsel.
This is why a bunch of us think that Kavanaugh's in more trouble than he might be, because I've never had the sense, and anybody you talk to close to the president, I've had plenty of people tell me, he's not the president's guy in that sense of where it's gung-ho. Every once in a while, people around the president like to tell him, you know, he's a Bushy, referring to Kavanaugh's days working in the Bush 43 administration. Remember early on last week, there was a little bit of a reminder. This was Don McGahn's decision. This was Don McGahn's vetting. So, you know, there are some in the Trump base, which I think is different than when you say the conservative base. There's sort of, I would argue, two different bases of the Republican Party who look at Kavanaugh and go, you shouldn't have ever nominated him in the first
But there's
place.
a reason for that. They outsourced their nominations to the Federalist Society, a very conservative group. It was very popular with the evangelical base, but it's not closely, intimately involved with Donald Trump because he didn't know any of these people. He just said during the campaign, I will choose nominees from this list, which got him a lot of good points with the evangelicals. It was very powerful. Very interesting when you compare the two nominees that have come from Donald Trump. Neil Gorsuch also went to Georgetown Prep. He has a lot of a similar background.
Also,
no one has
Kennedy.
ever accused him of excessive drinking. There are different social sets, as we all know from our childhood and high school and college years. You're a different set. I didn't know a lot of things that were going on my campus because I was so involved in the radio station. I didn't ever go to a fraternity party, you know. So I don't know what was going on with that whole issue back in the 60s when I was in school. Neil Gorsuch was in a very different and had a very different background check and had no problems. None of this came up. To Lindsey Graham's point about any nominee will be attacked this way. No one made these accusations.
When we went through Gorsuch, we weren't looking at Me Too.
Here's Judge Kavanaugh now being escorted in by Capitol Police down the hallway there. We saw all the Republican senators file it a moment ago, and now here he comes. He will have an opening statement.
Here's a guy who is
be at the height of his legal career, and thought he was, with an impeccable resume, and his wife, Ashley, who was the former assistant to former President George W. Bush, right there with him. And here he is now, his confirmation literally hanging in the balance, to say nothing of his reputation.
And you have to feel for him, too. When we watched her walk in, and you give her the benefit of the doubt in that moment and think about, here is this alleged sexual assault survivor sitting in this setting, and let's do the same for him, because this is a man who has an exemplary service to the public, who has a wife, who has 2 young daughters, who has been put through the ringer like we've never seen before, including in the Justice Thomas confirmation.
I don't think there are many people in this country that would trade places with either Judge Kavanaugh or Dr. Ford.
He has either done something horrible and misled the country, or he is coming here as a victim.
Right.
I mean, it's only 2 choices.
Don McGahn there. Not quite at the table. Looks like in the front row, sitting behind the White House counsel.
And Judge Kavanaugh should be stepping out. I don't know if they were taking him into a holding room at first, but we believe all the senators are now in place. And we will find out here shortly if the Republicans will continue to outsource the questioning or deliver their questions directly to Judge Kavanaugh. Here he is.
Judge Kavanaugh, we welcome you. Are you ready? I have something I want to clear up from the last meeting that doesn't affect you. So before I swear you, I would like to explain my response to Senator Kennedy right after the break. At that time, I entered into the record the statements of 3 witnesses Dr. Ford said were also at the party. These statements were provided to us under penalty of felony by lying to, if you lie to Congress. As soon as my team learned the names of these 3 potential witnesses, we immediately reached out to them requesting an interview. In response, all 3 submitted statements to us denying any knowledge of the gathering Dr. Ford described. If we had calls with them, we would have invited the minority to join. Every time that we've received any information regarding Judge Kavanaugh, we've sought to immediately follow through and investigate. The minority staff sat on Dr. Ford's letter for weeks, and staff told us that they believed it is, quote, highly inappropriate to have these follow-up calls before the FBI finishes its investigation, end quote, even though the FBI had completed its background information. When we followed up with Judge Kavanaugh after we received Dr. Ford's allegations, the ranking member staff didn't join us, even though these calls are usually done on a bipartisan basis. They joined other calls with the judge, but they didn't participate or ask any questions. Would you please rise, sir?
Yes.
Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yeah. And like we offered to Senator, or to Dr. Ford, you can take whatever time you want now for your opening statement. Then we'll go to questions. So proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to make my statement. I wrote it myself yesterday afternoon and evening. No one has seen a draft or it except for one of my former law clerks. This is my statement. Less than 2 weeks ago, Dr. Ford publicly accused me of committing wrongdoing at an event more than 36 years ago when we were both in high school. I denied the allegation immediately, categorically, and unequivocally. All 4 people allegedly at the event, including Dr. Ford's longtime friend, Ms. Kaiser, have said they recall no such event. Her longtime friend, Ms. Kaiser, said under penalty of felony that she does not know me and does not believe she ever saw me at a party ever. Here is the quote from Ms. Kaiser's attorney's letter. Quote, simply put, Ms. Kaiser does not know Mr. Kavanaugh, and she has no recollection of ever being at a party or gathering where he was present, with or without Dr. Ford. End quote. Think about that fact. The day after the allegation appeared, I told this committee that I wanted a hearing as soon as possible to clear my name. I demanded a hearing for the very next day. Unfortunately, it took the committee 10 days to get to this hearing. In those 10 long days, as was predictable and as I predicted, my family and my name have been totally and permanently destroyed by vicious and false additional accusations. The 10-day delay has been harmful to me and my family, to the Supreme Court, and to the country. When this allegation first arose, I welcomed any kind of investigation, Senate, FBI, or otherwise. The committee now has conducted a thorough investigation, and I've cooperated fully. I know that any kind of investigation, Senate, FBI, Montgomery County Police, whatever, will clear me. Listen to the people I know. Listen to the people who've known me my whole life. Listen to the people I've grown up with and worked with and played with and coached with and dated and taught and gone to games with and had beers with. And listen to the witnesses who allegedly were at this event 36 years ago. Listen to Ms. Kaiser. She does not know me. I was not at the party described by Dr. Ford. This confirmation process has become a national disgrace. The Constitution gives the Senate an important role in the confirmation process, but you have replaced advice and consent with search and destroy. Since my nomination in July, there's been a frenzy on the left to come up with something, anything, to block my confirmation. Shortly after I was nominated, the Democratic Senate leader said he would, quote, oppose me with everything he's got. A Democratic senator on this committee publicly referred to me as evil. Evil. Think about that word. And said that those who supported me were, quote, complicit in evil. Another Democratic senator on this committee said, quote, Judge Kavanaugh is your worst nightmare. A former head of the Democratic National Committee said, quote, Judge Kavanaugh will threaten the lives of millions of Americans for decades to come. I understand the passions of the moment, but I would say to those senators, your words have meaning. Millions of Americans listened carefully to you. Given comments like those, is it any surprise that people have been willing to do anything, to make any physical threat against my family, to send any violent email to my wife, to make any kind of allegation against me and against my friends, to blow me up and take me down? You sowed the wind. For decades to come, I fear that the whole country will reap the whirlwind. The behavior of several of the Democratic members of this committee at my hearing a few weeks ago was an embarrassment. But at least it was just a good old-fashioned attempt at borking. Those efforts didn't work. When I did at least okay enough at the hearings that it looked like I might actually get confirmed, a new tactic was needed. Some of you were lying in wait and had it ready. This first allegation was held in secret for weeks by a Democratic member of this committee and by staff. It would be needed only if you couldn't take me out on the merits. When it was needed, this allegation was unleashed and publicly deployed over Dr. Ford's wishes. And then, as no doubt was expected, if not planned, came a long series of false last-minute smears designed to scare me and drive me out of the process before any hearing occurred. Crazy stuff. Gangs, illegitimate children, fights on boats in Rhode Island, all nonsense, reported breathlessly and often uncritically by the media. This has destroyed my family and my good name, a good name built up through decades of very hard work and public service at the highest levels of the American government. This whole 2-week effort has been a calculated and orchestrated political hit, fueled with apparent pent-up anger about President Trump and the 2016 election, fear that has been unfairly stoked about my judicial record, revenge on behalf of the Clintons, and millions of dollars in money from outside left-wing opposition groups. This is a circus. The consequences will extend long past my nomination. The consequences will be with us for decades. This grotesque and coordinated character assassination will dissuade competent and good people of all political persuasions from serving our country. And as we all know, in the United States political system of the early 2000s, what goes around comes around. I am an optimistic guy. I always try to be on the sunrise side of the mountain, to be optimistic about the day that is coming. But today, I have to say that I fear for the future. Last time I was here, I told this committee that a federal judge must be independent, not swayed by public or political pressure. I said I was such a judge, and I am. I will not be intimidated into withdrawing from this process. You've tried hard. You've given it your all. No one can question your effort. But your coordinated and well-funded effort to destroy my good name and destroy my family will not drive me out. The vile threats of violence against my family will not drive me out. You may defeat me in the final vote, but you'll never get me to quit. Never. I'm here today to tell the truth. I've never sexually assaulted anyone. Not in high school, not in college, not ever. Sexual assault is horrific. One of my closest friends to this day is a woman who was sexually abused and who in the 1990s, when we were in our 30s, confided in me about the abuse and sought my advice. I was one of the only people she consulted. Allegations of sexual assault must always be taken seriously, always. Those who make allegations always deserve to be heard. At the same time, the person who is the subject of the allegations also deserves to be heard. Due process is a foundation of the American rule of law. Due process means listening to both sides. As I told you at my hearing 3 weeks ago, I'm the only child of Martha and Ed Kavanaugh. They are here today. When I was 10, my mom went to law school, and as a lawyer, she worked hard and overcame barriers, including the workplace sexual harassment that so many women faced at the time and still face today. She became a trailblazer, one of Maryland's earliest women prosecutors and trial judges. She and my dad taught me the importance of equality and respect for all people, and she inspired me to be a lawyer and a judge. Last time I was here, I told you that when my mom was a prosecutor and I was in high school, she used to practice her closing arguments at the dining room table on my dad and me. As I told you, her trademark line was, "Use your common sense. What rings true? What rings false?" Her trademark line is a good reminder as we sit here today, some 36 years after the alleged event occurred, when there is no corroboration, and indeed it is refuted by the people allegedly there. After I have been in the public arena for 26 years without even a hint, a whiff of an allegation like this, and when my nomination to the Supreme Court was just about to be voted on at a time when I'm called evil by a Democratic member of this committee, while Democratic opponents of my nomination say people will die if I am confirmed. This onslaught of last-minute allegations does not ring true. I'm not questioning that Dr. Ford may have been sexually assaulted by some person in some place at some time. But I have never done this to her or to anyone. That's not who I am. It is not who I was. I am innocent of this charge. I intend no ill will to Dr. Ford and her family. The other night, Ashley and my daughter Liza said their prayers, and little Liza, all 10 years old, said to Ashley, "We should pray for the woman." It's a lot of wisdom from a 10-year-old. We mean no ill will. First, let's start with my career. For the last 26 years, since 1992, I've served in many high-profile and sensitive government positions for which the FBI has investigated my background 6 separate times. 6 separate FBI background investigations over 26 years, all of them after the event alleged here. I have been in the public arena and under extreme public scrutiny for decades. In 1992, I worked for the Office of Solicitor General in the Department of Justice. In 1993, I clerked on the Supreme Court for Justice Anthony Kennedy. I spent 4 years in the Independent Counsel's Office during the 1990s. That office was the subject of enormous scrutiny from the media and the public. During 1998, the year of the impeachment of President Clinton, our office generally, and I personally, were in the middle of an intense national media and political spotlight. I and other leading members of Ken Starr's office were opposition researched from head to toe, from birth through the present day. Recall the people who were exposed that year of 1998 as having engaged in some sexual wrongdoing or indiscretions in their past. One person on the left even paid $1 million for people to report evidence of sexual wrongdoing, and it worked. He exposed some prominent people. Nothing about me. From 2001 to 2006, I worked for President George W. Bush in the White House. As staff secretary, I was by President Bush's side for 3 years and was entrusted with the nation's most sensitive secrets. I traveled on Air Force One all over the country and the world with President Bush. I went everywhere with him, from Texas to Pakistan, from Alaska to Australia, from Buckingham Palace to the Vatican. 3 years in the West Wing, 5.5 years in the White House. I was then nominated to be a judge on the D.C. Circuit. I was thoroughly vetted by the White House, the FBI, the American Bar Association, and this committee. I sat before this committee for 2 thorough confirmation hearings in 2004 and 2006. For the past 12 years leading up to my nomination for this job, I've served in a very public arena as a federal judge on what is often referred to as the second most important court in the country. I've handled some of the most significant and sensitive cases affecting the lives and liberties of the American people. I have been a good judge. And for this nomination, another FBI background investigation, another American Bar Association investigation, 31 hours of hearings, 65 senator meetings, 1,200 written questions, more than all previous Supreme Court nominees combined. Throughout that entire time, throughout my 53 years and 7 months on this earth until last week, no one ever accused me of any kind of sexual misconduct. No one, ever. A lifetime of public service and a lifetime of high-profile public service at the highest levels of American government, and never a hint of anything of this kind. And that's because nothing of this kind ever happened. Second, let's turn to specifics. I categorically and unequivocally deny the allegation against me by Dr. Ford. I never had any sexual or physical encounter of any kind with Dr. Ford. I never attended a gathering like the one Dr. Ford describes in her allegation. I've never sexually assaulted Dr. Ford or anyone. Again, I am not questioning that Dr. Ford may have been sexually assaulted by some person in some place at some time. But I've never done that to her or to anyone. Dr. Ford's allegation stems from a party that she alleges occurred during the summer of 1982, 36 years ago. I was 17 years old between my junior and senior years of high school at Georgetown Prep, a rigorous all-boys Catholic Jesuit high school in Rockville, Maryland. When my friends and I spent time together at parties on weekends, it was usually with friends from nearby Catholic all-girls high schools, Stone Ridge, Holy Child, Visitation, Immaculata, Holy Cross. Dr. Ford did not attend one of those schools. She attended an independent private school named Holton Arms, and she was a year behind me. She and I did not travel in the same social circles. It is possible that we met at some point at some events, although I do not recall that. To repeat, all of the people identified by Dr. Ford as being present at the party have said they do not remember any such party ever happening. Importantly, her friend, Ms. Kaiser, has not only denied knowledge of the party, Ms. Kaiser said under penalty of felony, she does not know me, does not recall ever being at a party with me ever. And my 2 male friends who were allegedly there, who knew me well, have told this committee under penalty of felony that they do not recall any such party and that I never did or would do anything like this. Dr. Ford's allegation is not merely uncorroborated. It is refuted by the very people she says were there, including by a longtime friend of hers. Refuted. Third, Dr. Ford has said that this event occurred at a house near Columbia Country Club, which is at the corner of Connecticut Avenue and East-West Highway in Chevy Chase, Maryland. In her letter to Senator Feinstein, she said that there were 4 other people at the house. But none of those people, nor I, lived near Columbia Country Club. As of the summer of 1982, Dr. Ford was 15 and could not drive yet, and she did not live near Columbia Country Club. She says confidently that she had 1 beer at the party, but she does not say how she got to the house in question or how she got home, or whose house it was. Fourth, I've submitted to this committee detailed calendars recording my activities in the summer of 1982. Why did I keep calendars? My dad started keeping detailed calendars of his life in 1978. He did so as both a calendar and a diary. He's a very organized guy, to put it mildly. Christmas time, we sit around and he regales us with old stories. Old milestones, old weddings, old events from his calendars. In ninth grade, in 1980, I started keeping calendars of my own. For me also, it's both a calendar and a diary. I've kept such calendars, diaries for the last 38 years. Mine are not as good as my dad's in some years. And when I was a kid, the calendars are about what you would expect from a kid. Some goofy parts, some embarrassing parts. But I did have the summer of 1982 documented pretty well. The event described by Dr. Ford presumably happened on a weekend, because I believe everyone worked and had jobs in the summers. And in any event, a drunken early evening event of the kind she describes presumably happened on a weekend. If it was a weekend, my calendars show that I was out of town almost every weekend night before football training camp started in late August. The only weekend nights that I was in D.C. were Friday, June 4, when I was with my dad at a pro golf tournament. And had my high school achievement test at 8:30 the next morning. I also was in D.C. on Saturday night, August 7th. But I was at a small gathering at Becky's house in Rockville with Matt, Denise, Lori, and Jenny. Their names are all listed on my calendar. I won't use their last names here. And then on the weekend of August 20 to 22nd, I was staying at the Garretts with Pat and Chris as we did final preparations for football training camp that began on Sunday the 22nd. As the calendars confirm, that weekend before a brutal football training camp schedule was no time for parties. So let me emphasize this point. If the party described by Dr. Ford happened in the summer of 1982 on a weekend night, my calendar shows all but definitively that I was not there. During the weekdays in the summer of 1982, as you can see, I was out of town for 2 weeks of the summer for a trip to the beach with friends and at the legendary 5-star basketball camp in Honesdale, Pennsylvania. When I was in town, I spent much of my time working out, lifting weights, playing basketball, or hanging out and having some beers with friends as we talked about life and football and school and girls. Some have noticed that I didn't have church on Sundays on my calendars. I also didn't list brushing my teeth. And for me, going to church on Sundays was like brushing my teeth. Automatic. Still is. In the summer of 1981, I had worked construction. In the summer of 1982, my job was cutting lawns. I had my own business of sorts. You see some specifics about the lawn cutting listed on the August calendar page. When I had to time the last lawn cuttings of the summer of various lawns before football training camp. I played in a lot of summer league basketball games for the Georgetown prep team at night at Blair High School in Silver Spring. Many nights I worked out with other guys at Tobin's house. He was the great quarterback on our football team, and his dad ran workouts or lifted weights at Georgetown Prep in preparation for the football season. I attended and watched many sporting events, as is my habit to this day. The calendars show a few weekday gatherings at friends' houses after a workout or just to meet up and have some beers. But none of those gatherings included the group of people that Dr. Ford has identified. And as my calendars show, I was very precise about listing who was there. Very precise. And keep in mind, my calendars also were diaries of sorts, forward-looking and backward-looking, just like my dad's. You can see, for example, that I crossed out missed workouts and the canceled doctor's appointments, and that I listed the precise people who had shown up for certain events. The calendars are obviously not dispositive on their own, but they are another piece of evidence in the mix for you to consider. Fifth, Dr. Ford's allegation is radically inconsistent with my record and my character from my youth to the present day. As students at an all-boys Catholic Jesuit school, many of us became friends and remain friends to this day with students at local Catholic all-girls schools. One feature of my life that has remained true to the present day is that I've always had a lot of close female friends. I'm not talking about girlfriends. I'm talking about friends who are women. That started in high school. Maybe it was because I'm an only child and had no sisters. But anyway, we had no social media or text or email, and we talked on the phone. I remember talking almost every night, it seemed, to my friends Amy or Julie, or Kristen, or Karen, or Suzanne, or Maura, or Megan, or Nikki. The list goes on. Friends for a lifetime, built on a foundation of talking through school and life starting at age 14. Several of those great women are in the seats right behind me today. My friends and I sometimes got together and had parties on weekends. The drinking age was 18 in Maryland for most of my time in high school and was 18 in DC for all of my time in high school. I drank beer with my friends. Almost everyone did. Sometimes I had too many beers. Sometimes others did. I liked beer. I still like beer. But I did not drink beer to the point of blacking out, and I never sexually assaulted anyone. There is a bright line between drinking beer, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace, and sexually assaulting someone, which is a violent crime. If every American who drinks beer or every American who drank beer in high school is suddenly presumed guilty of sexual assault, we'll be in an ugly new place in this country. I never committed sexual assault. As high school students, we sometimes did goofy or stupid things. I doubt we are alone in looking back at high school and cringing at some things. For one thing, our yearbook was a disaster. I think some editors and students wanted the yearbook to be some combination of Animal House, Caddyshack, and Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which were all recent movies at that time. Many of us went along in the yearbook to the point of absurdity. This past week, my friends and I have cringed. When we read about it and talked to each other. One thing in particular we're sad about. One of our good female friends who we would admire and went to dances with had her name used on the yearbook page with the term alumnus. That yearbook reference was clumsily intended to show affection and that she was one of us. But in this circus, the media has interpreted the term as related to sex. It was not related to sex. As the woman herself noted to the media on the record, she and I never had any sexual interaction at all. I'm so sorry to her for that yearbook reference. This may sound a bit trivial, given all that we are here for, but one thing I want to try to make sure of in the future is my friendship with her. She was and is a great person. As to sex, this is not a topic I ever imagined would come up at a judicial confirmation hearing, but I want to give you a full picture of who I was. I never had sexual intercourse or anything close to it during high school or for many years after that. In some crowds, I was probably a little outwardly shy about my inexperience. Tried to hide that. At the same time, I was also inwardly proud of it. For me and the girls who I was friends with, that lack of major or rampant sexual activity in high school was a matter of faith and respect and caution. The committee has a letter from 65 women who knew me in high school. They said that I always treated them with dignity and respect. That letter came together in one night, 35 years after graduation, while a sexual assault allegation was pending against me in a very fraught and public situation where they knew they'd be vilified if they defended me. Think about that. They put themselves on the line for me. Those are some awesome women, and I love all of them. You also have a letter from women who knew me in college. Most were varsity athletes. And they described that I treated them as friends and equals and supported them in their sports at a time when women's sports was emerging in the wake of Title IX. I thank all of them for all of their texts and their emails and their support. One of those women friends from college, a self-described liberal and feminist, sent me a text last night that said, quote, "Deep breaths. You're a good man, a good man, a good man." A text yesterday from another of those women friends from college said, quote, "Brett, be strong, pulling for you to my core." A third text yesterday from yet another of those women I'm friends with from college said, "I'm holding you in the light of God." As I said in my opening statement the last time I was with you, cherish your friends, look out for your friends, lift up your friends, love your friends. I've felt that love more over the last 2 weeks than I ever have in my life. I thank all my friends. I love all my friends. Throughout my life, I've devoted huge efforts to encouraging and promoting the careers of women. I will put my record up against anyone's, male or female. I am proud of the letter from 84 women who worked with me at the Bush White House from 2001 to 2006 and described me as, quote, "a man of the highest integrity." Read the op-ed from Sarah Day from Yarmouth, Maine. She worked in Oval Office operations outside of President Bush's office. Here's what she recently wrote in centralmaine.com. And today she stands by her comments. Quote, "Brett was an advocate for young women like me. He encouraged me to take on more responsibility and to feel confident in my role. In fact, during the 2004 Republican National Convention, Brett gave me the opportunity to help with the preparation and review of the president's remarks, something I never would have had the chance to do if he had not included me. And he didn't just include me in the work. He made sure I was at Madison Square Garden to watch the president's speech instead of back at the hotel watching on TV." End quote. As a judge since 2006, I've had the privilege of hiring 4 recent law school graduates to serve as my law clerks each year. The law clerks for federal judges are the best and brightest graduates of American law schools. They work for 1-year terms for judges after law school, and then they move on in their careers. For judges, training these young lawyers is an important responsibility. The clerks will become the next generation of American lawyers and leaders, judges and senators. Just after I took the bench in 2006, there was a major New York Times story about the low numbers of women law clerks at the Supreme Court and federal appeals courts. I took notice and I took action. A majority of my 48 law clerks over the last 12 years have been women. In a letter to this committee, my women law clerks said I was one of the strongest advocates in the federal judiciary for women lawyers. And they wrote that the legal profession is fairer and more equal because of me. In my time on the bench, no federal judge, not a single one in the country, has sent more women law clerks to clerk on the Supreme Court than I have. Before this allegation arose 2 weeks ago, I was required to start making certain administrative preparations for my possible transfer to the Supreme Court, just in case I was confirmed. As part of that, I had to, in essence, contingently hire a first group of 4 law clerks who could be available to clerk at the Supreme Court for me on a moment's notice. I did so and contingently hired 4 law clerks. All 4 are women. If confirmed, I'll be the first justice in the history of the Supreme Court to have a group of all women law clerks. That is who I am. That is who I was. Over the past 12 years, I've taught constitutional law to hundreds of students, primarily at Harvard Law School, while I was hired by then Dean and now Justice Elena Kagan. One of my former women's students, a Democrat, testified to this committee that I was an even-handed professor who treats people fairly and with respect. In a letter to this committee, my former students, male and female alike, wrote that I displayed a character that impressed us all. I love teaching law, but thanks to what some of you on this side of the committee have unleashed, I may never be able to teach again. For the past 7 years, I've coached my 2 daughters' basketball teams. You saw many of those girls when they came to my hearing for a couple of hours. You have a letter from the parents of the girls I coached that described my dedication, commitment, and character. I coach because I know that a girl's confidence on the basketball court translates into confidence in other aspects of life. I love coaching more than anything I've ever done in my whole life. But thanks to what some of you on this side of the committee have unleashed, I may never be able to coach again. I've been a judge for 12 years. I have a long record of service to America and to the Constitution. I revere the Constitution. I am deeply grateful to President Trump for nominating me. He was so gracious to my family and me on the July night he announced my nomination at the White House. I thank him for his steadfast support. When I accepted the President's nomination, Ashley and I knew this process would be challenging. We never expected that it would devolve into this. Explaining this to our daughters has been about the worst experience of our lives. Ashley has been a rock. I thank God every day for Ashley and my family. We live in a country devoted to due process and the rule of law. That means taking allegations seriously. But if the mere allegation, the mere assertion of an allegation, a refuted allegation from 36 years ago, is enough to destroy a person's life and career, we will have abandoned the basic principles of fairness and due process that define our legal system and our country. I ask you to judge me by the standard that you would want applied to your father, your husband, your brother, or your son. My family and I intend no ill will toward Dr. Ford or her family. But I swear today, under oath, before the Senate and the nation, before my family and God, I am innocent of this charge.
Thank you, Judge Kavanaugh. Before we start questions, I won't repeat what I said this morning, but we'll do it the same way as we did for Dr. Ford, and 5-minute rounds. And so we will start with Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Judge Kavanaugh. We have not met. My name is Rachel Mitchell. I'd like to go over a couple of guidelines for our question and answer session today. If I ask a question...
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. If I ask a question that you do not understand, please ask me to clarify it or ask it in a different way. I may ask a question where I incorporate some information you've already provided. If I get it wrong, please correct me. I'm not going to ask you to guess. If you do estimate, please let me know you're estimating. Now, I want to make sure that all of the committee members have gotten a copy of the definition of sexual behavior.
Yes, at least I have one.
Okay.
We all do.
And you have that as well, Judge Kavanaugh?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, have you been given or reviewed a copy of the questions that I will be asking you?
No.
Has anyone told you the questions that I will be asking you?
No.
I want you to take a moment to review the definition that's before you of sexual behavior. Have you had a chance to review it?
I have. I may refer back to it if I can.
Yes, please. I'd like to point out two specific parts. Among the examples of sexual behavior, it includes rubbing or grinding your genitals against somebody, clothed or unclothed. And I would also point out that the definition applies whether or not the acts were sexually motivated or, for example, horseplay. Do you understand the definition I've given you?
I do.
And again, if at any time you need to review that, please let me know. Dr. Ford has stated that somewhere between 5 or 6 people were present at the gathering on this date. You, Mark Judge, Leland Ingham at the time, or Leland Kaiser now, Patrick P.J. Smith, Dr. Ford, and an unnamed boy. Do you know Mark Judge?
I do.
How do you know him?
He was a friend at Georgetown Prep starting in 9th grade. He's someone we were in our, group of friends. We're a very friendly group in class. You saw the letter that's been sent by my friends from Georgetown Prep. Funny guy, great writer, popular, developed a serious addiction problem that lasted decades, near death a couple times from his addiction. Suffered tremendously from.
What is your relationship with him like now?
I haven't talked to him in a couple of years. We've probably been on, mass emails or group emails that go around among my high school friends.
Okay. And how did you know Patrick Smith?
Also 9th grade, Georgetown Prep. Went by PJ then. He and I lived close to one another. Played football together. He was defensive tackle. I was the cornerback, wide receiver. We carpooled to school along with D. Davis every year, the three of us, for 2 years. I didn't have a car, so one of the two of them would drive every day, and I'd be in the, they'd pick me up.
What's your relationship like with him now?
He lives in the area. I see him once in a while. I haven't seen him since this thing.
Do you know Leland Ingham or Leland Kaiser?
I know of her, and it's possible I, met her in high school at some point at some event. Yeah, I know her. I know of her, and again, I don't want to rule out having crossed paths with her in high school.
Similar to your statements about knowing Dr. Ford?
Correct.
Senator Feinstein.
Judge Kavanaugh, it's my understanding that you have denied the allegations by Dr. Ford, Ms. Ramirez, and Ms. Swetnick. Is that correct?
Yes.
All three of these women have asked the FBI to investigate their claims. I listened carefully to what you said. Your concern is evident and clear. And if you're very confident of your position, and you appear to be, why aren't you also asking the FBI to investigate these claims?
Senator, I'll do whatever the committee wants. I wanted a hearing the day after the allegation came up. I wanted to be here that day. Instead, 10 days passed where all this nonsense is coming out, that I'm in gangs, I'm on boats in Rhode Island, I'm in Colorado, I'm cited all over the place. And these things are printed and run breathlessly by cable news. I wanted a hearing the next day. My family's been destroyed by this, Senator. Destroyed.
And
whoever wants, whatever the committee decides, I'm all in immediately. I'm all in immediately.
And the terrible and hard part of this is, when we get an allegation, we're not in a position to prove it or disprove it. Therefore, we have to depend on some outside authority for it. And it just seemed to me then, when these allegations came forward, that you would want the FBI to investigate those claims and clear it up once and for all.
Senator, the committee investigates. It's not for me to say how to do it, but just so you know, the FBI doesn't reach a conclusion. They would give you a couple 302s that just tell you what we said. So I'm here. I wanted to be here. I wanted to be here the next day. It's an outrage that I was not allowed to come and immediately defend my name and say, I didn't do this, and give you all this evidence. I'm not even in D.C. on the weekends in the summer of 1982. This happened on a weekday? Well, when I'm not at a Blair High School for a summer league game? I'm not at Tobin's house working out? I'm not at a movie with Suzanne? I wanted to be here right away.
Well, the difficult thing is that these hearings are set and set by the majority. But I'm talking about getting the evidence and having the evidence looked at. And I don't understand, we hear from the witnesses, but the FBI isn't interviewing them and isn't giving us any facts. So all we have.
You're interviewing me. You're interviewing me. You're doing it, Senator. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're doing it. There's no conclusions reached.
And what you're saying, if I understand it, is that the allegations by Dr. Ford, Ms. Ramirez, and Ms. Swetnick are wrong.
Yeah, that is emphatically what I'm saying. Emphatically. The Swetnick thing is a joke. That is a farce.
Would you like to say more about it?
No.
Okay. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Mitchell.
Dr. Ford has described you as being intoxicated at a party. Did you consume alcohol during your high school years?
Yes, we drank beer. My friends and I, the boys and girls, yes, we drank beer. I liked beer, still like beer. We drank beer. The drinking age, as I noted, was 18, so the seniors were legal. Senior year in high school, people were legal to drink. And we drank beer. And I said sometimes probably had too many beers, and sometimes other people had too many beers. We drank beer. We liked beer.
What do you consider to be too many beers?
I don't know. Whatever the chart says on your blood alcohol chart.
When you talked to Fox News the other night, you said that there were times in high school when people might have had too many beers on occasion. Does that include you?
Sure.
Have you ever passed out from drinking?
Passed out would be no, but I've gone to sleep, but I've never blacked out. That's the allegation, and that's wrong.
So let's talk about your time in high school. In high school, after drinking, did you ever wake up in a different location than you remembered passing out or going to sleep?
No.
Did you ever wake up with your clothes in a different condition or fewer clothes on than you remembered when you went to sleep or passed out?
No. No.
Did you ever did anyone ever tell you about something that happened in your presence that you didn't remember during a time that you had been drinking?
No. We drank beer, and so did I think the vast majority of people our age at the time. But in any event, we drank beer and still do. So whatever. Yeah.
During the time in high school when you would be drinking, did anyone ever tell you about something that you did not remember?
No.
Dr. Ford described a small gathering of people at a suburban Maryland home in the summer of 1982. She said that Mark Judge, P.J. Smith, and Leland Ingham also were present, as well as an unknown male, and that the people were drinking to varying degrees. Were you ever at a gathering that fits that description?
No, as I've said in my opening statement.
Dr. Ford described an incident where she was alone in a room with you and Mark Judge. Have you ever been alone in a room with Dr. Ford and Mark Judge?
No.
Dr. Ford described an incident where you were grinding your genitals on her. Have you ever ground or rubbed your genitals against Dr. Ford?
No.
Dr. Ford described an incident where you covered her mouth with your hand. Have you ever covered Dr. Ford's mouth with your hand?
No.
Dr. Ford described an incident where you tried to remove her clothes. Have you ever tried to remove her clothes?
No.
Referring back to the definition of sexual behavior that I have given you, have you ever at any time engaged in sexual behavior with Dr. Ford?
No.
Have you ever engaged in sexual behavior with Dr. Ford, even if it was consensual?
No.
I want to talk about your calendars. You submitted to the committee copies of the handwritten calendars that you've talked about for the months of May, June, July, and August of 1982. Do you have them in front of you?
I do.
Did you create these calendars in the sense of all the handwriting that's on them?
Yes.
Okay. Is it exclusively your handwriting?
Yes.
When did you make these entries?
In 1982.
Has anything been changed for those since 1982?
No.
Do these calendars represent your plans for each day, or do they document, in other words, prospectively, or do they document what actually occurred more like a diary?
They're both forward-looking and backward-looking, as you can tell by looking at them, because I cross out certain doctor's appointments that didn't happen, or one night where I was supposed to lift weights, I crossed that out because I obviously didn't make it that night. So you can see things that I didn't do crossed out in retrospect. And also when I list the specific people who I was with, that is likely backward-looking.
You explained that you kept these calendars because your father started keeping them in 1978, I believe you said.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you kept them. In other words, you wrote on them, but why did you keep them up until this time?
Well, he's kept them too since 1978, so he's a good role model.
Ms. Mitchell, you'll have to stop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Judge Kavanaugh has asked for a break, so we'll take a 15-minute break.
Sit up, team.
A break after a very emotional and lengthy opening statement in the first part of the questioning of Judge Brett Kavanaugh, coming out in a statement, frankly, emotional from start to finish, angry at times, tearful at many other times, and even under questioning from the Republican side, still seemed to be trying to find his composure and his footing as he once again continues to deny all the accusations made by Christine Blasey Ford in the session earlier today. I'm back here with Andrea Mitchell and Savannah Guthrie and Chuck Todd and Megan. And thoughts so far?
I mean, where to even begin?
Look, I have heard from people that are close to the president on the outside who are relieved by this performance. Meaning they're willing to now rally around this person. They're willing now to fight for him. So on one hand, I think that aggressive, defiant, this is, you guys, that was effective at rallying certainly that corner. And I'm guessing President Trump's probably liking this style. The question is, what does Susan Collins and Jeff Flake think? I keep coming back to that because ultimately those may be the two opinions that matter the most here.
Clarence Thomas turned a corner when he came back after Anita Hill's testimony and said this has been a high-class lynching, angry, high-tech lynching, angry and furious, and that really did turn the corner. The difference is he didn't cry. He was emotional and angry, but he was not as emotionally wrought as the subsequent testimony, and so it's a roller coaster here, and you don't know how that is going to play. And as Chuck says, play with the women and some of the Republican men who are really on the fence here.
I mean, the people who I follow on Twitter, Republican conservatives who I follow on Twitter, are with him. They feel for him, and how can you not? I mean, she gets up there and gives this incredibly moving, emotional testimonial about what happened to her when she was 15. And then he gets up there and you can see the toll this has taken on him. One guy on Twitter who I follow, Matt Walsh, he tweeted out one of these, either she's an amazing liar or he's an amazing liar or she is mistaken, right? I mean, it's like, the toll of the behavior of the people who've been attacking him was evident in the emotions he showed just there. And he wasn't going after her. He was going after the Democrats. He didn't name Cory Booker, but that's the one who called him evil. He didn't name Kristen Gillibrand, but that's the one who said people are going to die if he gets confirmed. Right. And he said this confirmation process has been a national disgrace that has totally destroyed me and my family.
And that's what he made a political, and this was a political shot. And he went out and he's making a political case to save his nomination.
That's something we haven't seen before.
It could work politically as far as getting the 50 votes he needs to get confirmed. It's just how it plays in the rest of America, how it plays 4 weeks later on Election Day. What does this do?
How might his rulings be viewed in the future? Assuming it's confirmed?
And look, we're going to hear some
questions.
questions.
This was a no holds barred. This is leave everything on the court, everything on the table. Don't wait for someone to come
Nothing
and defend
to lose, as you pointed out at one point.
Yes, he put it all out there, made a political argument, legal argument, personal argument. How could you as a human not watch that and feel gut-wrenched? Same, by the way, with Dr. Ford and her testimony. So I think this is just once again, if you're watching at home, if you're an American, you just think your stomach turns.
I do think that the one misstep in that entire 45 minutes from him was to frame it in the 2016 campaign and President Trump. It may please the base, but the fact is that is perhaps to many a bridge too far, because he could talk about the Democrats and say it's a smear and everything that he said, say he is innocent. But to frame it in a political context is beyond what a Supreme Court nominee is expected to do.
You know what's crazy about what we're seeing here? Because we debated, will the senators question him themselves, or will they let the prosecutor do it? And so they're letting Rachel go with it all. She's doing it all. And as a result, Brett Kavanaugh has no defenders there today. Not one. There isn't one person defending him or pressing his points. That 45-minute opening we just saw him give is
it. And in a way, Rachel Mitchell, whose whole background is as a sex crimes prosecutor, seems to be far more comfortable cross-examining an accused person than she was cross-examining the accuser. And so, strangely, she's actually elicited some of the more interesting testimony here in terms of, well, what was your drinking?
This is a reminder that the Senate Republicans were more worried about their look
than what
than
would
Brett
happen to
Kavanaugh's
Brett.
look. It's very interesting. I mean, they made that decision to protect themselves, not the nomination, which tells you what they're really probably most concerned about, which is Election Day, because this is not how you help him. This is how you help the Republicans.
He has given some ground on the drinking issue, and several times in his opening and under questioning saying, I like beer, I drank beer to the point that I slept, not necessarily passed out. Asked if he ever had too much, how do you describe too much? He said, well, refer to the charts, I think he said.
That was incredibly awkward, and a tell. I mean, that's a tell, right, that you're dancing around. And the deception detection experts will tell you that, if you're trying to convince somebody by giving just enough that you're okay, just in case another witness comes forward, but not so much that you're at the place where it's dangerous for you, that's potentially an indicator of
somebody who is
sleeping and pass out. That's in the eye of the beholder. I'm sorry.
Yes,
when you sleep,
true.
I mean, when you fall asleep drinking versus passed out drinking, again, that's eye of the beholder.
This is a federal judge who, if you saw his confirmation hearing, was being so careful. If you saw the Fox News interview, he was so careful, and it's like the restraints are just off. And he is going to, it's real. It's in there. He got there in there with Dianne Feinstein. He's getting in there. There's no more niceties. There's no more, oh, gee, my friend from this place or that place. He's all in, like he's got nothing to lose.
One fact point here is that he came out and said, I would welcome an FBI investigation. He said, from the moment that these allegations, meaning the new allegations, I welcomed an FBI investigation. Well, that's the first we heard that. So he's putting it on Grassley and the committee and the White House for refusing the FBI investigation, because the mantra of the Democrats and of Dr. Ford has been bring on the FBI investigation.
He seemed to even invite Montgomery County Police.
Yeah. Which is there's no statute of limitations for
on that too.
But you think about, look, I think the women watching this at home, and I feel like Democratic women are not with him. They are not on the fence about Judge Kavanaugh. The Republican women are probably with him, but open-minded to replacing him with somebody else if they're convinced, right? But when did he tear up? He teared up when he was talking about his kids, when he was talking about his parents,
his dad,
about his family, his dad. And what does that show you? The guy's got a heart. He's got a heart. Now, his detractors will say he feels sorry for himself now because he got caught and he's been put on the spot.
If you say Dr. Ford was a compelling witness, Judge Kavanaugh is a compelling witness, if you say we end this day and we're not near the end yet, but you end it at a draw, what happens then with the senators who matter in terms of what happens with this vote?
Well, and that I don't know, and I don't think we do know, and I think it goes to I still go back to, especially now, and how compelling they've been emotionally. This does feel like you win by losing. Each party wins by losing. If Kavanaugh withdraws, this could galvanize the right in a way that in some ways the Scalia open seat galvanized them enough for Trump to get the votes that he needed to win this presidency. They jam him through, galvanize the left in a way that, as some said, I don't know how much more they could get galvanized, but they might.
All right, hold that thought for a second. We need to pause here as some of our NBC stations resume local programming. For everyone else, our coverage continues at the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on the nomination of Brett Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court.
4:20 p.m. in the East, 1:20 in the West. And if you've been with us all day, we've been watching a hearing that is nearly unprecedented. A Supreme Court Justice nominee, Brett Kavanaugh, defending his integrity and his honor after a morning of testimony from Dr. Christine Blasey Ford, his accuser. And we want to play you a portion, if you're just joining us, of some of the extraordinary moments that just unfolded in a 45-minute opening statement from Judge Kavanaugh.
I am innocent of this charge. I intend no ill will to Dr. Ford and her family. The other night, Ashley and my daughter Liza said their prayers, and little Liza, all of 10 years old, said to Ashley, we should pray for the woman. It's a lot of wisdom from a 10-year-old.
And from that point on, he got emotional many, many times in that statement.
Many moments. There's no question he feels his whole life is on the line here, his integrity, to say nothing of his career and his family, his very family.
I want to go to Kristen Welker right now at the White House. Kristen, obviously he came out prepared to take on these charges directly and even combatively. How's that being read at the White House?
Well, Lester and Savannah, they continue to watch this hearing unfold here at the White House. One official saying they're watching it like the rest of the country. We know that the president is actually viewing it from the residence, which is just behind me. In terms of his reaction to what we have seen so far, officials don't want to characterize it. But look, I've been talking to some of his close allies. If you want to know how the president is viewing this, they're a pretty good barometer. They feel as though Judge Kavanaugh came out strong. He came out swinging. One source telling me he should be confirmed immediately. So that underscores some of what we are hearing in the wake of what was an emotional and, yes, a very strong opening statement by Judge Kavanaugh. And if you look at this in a broader context, this is a president who has never backed away from a fight, and we've seen that in this past week. Remember when he first started to talk about this controversy for his Supreme Court nominee? He was very measured in his tone. He said he wanted to hear from Dr. Ford, and then day by day, his tone started to escalate. He became more combative, in one instance even accusing Dr. Ford of not being truthful. And so this is a president who digs in, who swings, and he's a counterpuncher by his own account. Yesterday, during that remarkable press conference that we saw in New York, of course, President Trump was asked directly if the fact that he himself has faced accusations of sexual misconduct, if that has in some way shaped the way that he's responding right now. He said, yes, in fact, it does. He underscored for him the importance is making sure that people are innocent until proven guilty. But again, this is not a court of law. This is a job interview. Will we hear from President Trump from this White House officially today? That is not clear yet, but I can tell you they are watching this very closely. And again, just underscoring the significance for this president, for his Supreme Court pick. He was supposed to meet with his embattled Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein today, Lester. That meeting has now been postponed so that he can focus solely on this remarkable hearing that's underway now.
All right, Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you.
Hallie Jackson, our White House correspondent, is over on Capitol Hill measuring the reaction there. Hallie, what you got?
Well, so far, senators, and there has been some remarkable moments in the room, including, according to our reporters who are in the room, there tears, for example, from Senator Cornyn during some of the more emotional moments as Brett Kavanaugh was speaking. Some of the senators, Mike Lee, Ted Cruz, looking at each other right after Brett Kavanaugh finished speaking and sort of taking it all in. Democrats having a different reaction to some of these moments as well, at least during Kavanaugh's opening statements there. And here is what is striking to me, in addition to what Kristen just talked about and Chuck earlier, vis-a-vis our conversation prior to the opening statements, the president wanted to see a more forceful and angry Brett Kavanaugh. That is what he got in the beginning. But here's the thing. In a way, regardless of whether the president now feels fortified in his support of Brett Kavanaugh, he still has to convince a small handful of key people to feel the same way. And we're talking about Senator Collins, Murkowski, Flake. There are a couple of others in that universe as well, as our Hill team has been reporting. Can the president be persuasive? If he is now fully back behind Brett Kavanaugh, if he was convinced by that opening statement, can the president transfer his feelings, essentially, and his support for Kavanaugh to the people who matter, in the sense of getting votes on the floor, getting votes on the ground? Will the political winds shift here? Already we are seeing allies of the president come out and support, including some who are on TV, who the president listens to, people like Laura Ingraham, who thought it was a strong opening statement, and the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., just in the last few minutes tweeting about this, saying that he liked Brett Kavanaugh's tone. The president undoubtedly watching all of this on the phone with his advisors, and we're working on more on that, guys.
All right, Hallie, and we're starting to see some of the senators filter back in, including Senator Jeff Flake, who was one to watch, a Republican from Arizona, but one who is not running for re-election and potentially could be somebody who would vote no on Kavanaugh. But this afternoon has perhaps changed the calculus. And, a lot of people may look at what the judge has done here, his indignant response, his tears, and feel like he's made a compelling case for himself. But to your point, Megan, he's the only person who's going to do it because by virtue of the fact that the Republicans have outsourced the questioning here to a sex crimes prosecutor from Arizona who is doing a diligent job of cross-examining. You know, he's not going to get the rosy speeches that Dr. Ford got from every Democrat on the committee.
They've totally abandoned him and their duty to help people understand what is his defense. What are the points on his side? I mean, here's the thing. When you have emotional testimony in court from a plaintiff and a defendant, or an accuser and a defendant, what do? You go to the evidence. You go to the evidence. What is the evidence? What corroborates her story versus his? That continues to be her main problem. There isn't any because too much time has passed. He's got the calendars. Maybe those are persuasive to people. Maybe they're not. But at least it's something.
And the rebuttal is a rebuttal. He says it simply didn't happen. So we're not even arguing fine points here. He says it didn't happen. Here again is Judge Kavanaugh.
I'm ready. Thank you.
I'm going to wait for Senator Feinstein. Or do you want me to go ahead with you without Feinstein?
Don't wait for her. I was waiting for you.
I hope I showed up. Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, you said before, and again today, that Mark Judge was a close friend of yours in high school. Now, Dr. Ford, as you know, has said that he was in the room when she was attacked. She also says you were, too. Unfortunately, the FBI has never interviewed him. We've not been able to have his attendance here. The chairman refuses to call him. If she's saying Mark Judge was in the room then he should be in the room here today. Would you want him called as a witness?
Senator, this allegation came into the committee.
Oh, no, but I'm just asking the question. Would you want him to be here as a witness?
He's already provided sworn testimony to the committee. This allegation's been hidden by the committee, by members of the committee.
It has not been investigated by the FBI. The committee has refused to allow it to be.
It was dropped on me. It was sprung.
It was not investigated by the FBI, and he has not been called where he might be under oath.
Should have been handled in the due course, Senator, when he came in.
I would disagree with that. I've been on this committee 44 years, both Republicans and Democrats. I've never seen somebody that critical and not allowed to be here to called to be testified or an FBI background. But let me
he's provided sworn testimony, and Senator, let me finish. The allegation came in weeks ago, and nothing was done with it by the ranking member, and then it sprung on me.
Judge Kavanaugh, I've heard your line, and you stated it over and over again, and I have that well in mind. But let me ask you this: he authored a book titled "Wasted: Tales of a Gen X Drunk." He references a Bart O'Kavanaugh vomiting in someone's car during Beach Week and then passing out. Is that you that he's talking about?
Senator, Mark Judge was...
To your knowledge, is that you that he's talking about?
I'll explain if you let me.
Proceed, please.
Mark Judge was a friend of ours in high school who developed a very serious drinking problem, an addiction problem that lasted decades and was very difficult for him to escape from. And he nearly died. And then he had leukemia as well on top of it. Now, as part of his therapy or part of his coming to grips with sobriety, he wrote a book that is a fictionalized book and an account I think he picked out names of friends of ours to throw them in as kind of close to what for characters in the book. So we can sit here.
We don't know whether that's you or not.
We can sit here and like make fun of some guy who has an addiction.
I'm not making
I don't think
fun
that
of
really
anybody,
is
Judge
really
Kavanaugh. I'm
good.
trying to get a straight answer from you under oath. Are you Brett Kavanaugh that he's referring to? Yes or no?
You'd have to ask him.
Well, I agree with you there, and that's why I wish that the chairman had him here under oath. Now, you talked about your yearbook. In your yearbook, you talked about drinking and sexual exploits, did you not?
Senator, let me take a step back and explain high school. I was number one in the class. Freshman.
And I thought
no.
I thought only the Senate.
You got this up. I'm gonna talk about my high school. No. I'm gonna
let him answer.
I'm gonna talk about my high school record. If you're gonna sit here and mock me,
I think we were all very fair to Dr. Ford. Shouldn't we be just as fair to Judge Kavanaugh?
I busted my butt in academics. Always tried to do the best I could. So I recall I finished one in the class, first and freshman and junior year, right up at the top with Steve Clark and Eddie Ayala. We were always kind of in the mix. I played sports. I was captain of the varsity basketball team. I was wide receiver and defensive back on the football team. I ran track in the spring of '82 to try to get faster. I did my service projects at the school, which involved going to the soup kitchen downtown. Let me finish. And going to tutor intellectually disabled kids at the Rockville Library. Went to church. And yes, we got together with our friends.
Does this reflect what you are? Does this yearbook reflect your focus on academics and your respect for women? That's easy, yes or no. You don't have to filibuster the answer. Does it reflect your focus on
I already
academics?
said the yearbook in my opening statement. The yearbook
Judge,
was obviously...
Just wait a minute. He's asked the question. I'll give you time to answer it.
The yearbook, as I said in my opening statement, was something where the students and editors made a decision to treat some of it as farce and some of it as exaggeration, some of it celebrating things that don't reflect the things that were really the central part of our school. Yes, we went to parties, though. Yes, of course, we went to parties, and the yearbook page describes that and kind of makes fun of it. And as a if we want to sit here and talk about whether a Supreme Court nomination should be based on a high school yearbook page, I think that's taken us to a new level of absurdity.
Ms. Mitchell.
Well, we got a filibuster, but not a single answer.
Ms. Mitchell.
Judge, do you still have your calendars there?
I do.
I would like you to look at the July 1st entry.
Yes.
The entry says, and I quote, "Go to Timmy's for skis with Judge, Tom, PJ, Bernie, and Squee."
Squee.
Okay.
It's a nickname.
Okay. To what does this refer and to whom?
So first says Tobin's House workout. So that's one of the football workouts that we would have that Dr. Finizio would run for guys on the football team during the summer. So we would be there. That's usually 6 to 8 or so, kind of till near dark. And then it looks like we went over to Timmy's. You want to know their last names too? I'm happy to do it.
If you could just identify, is Judge Mark Judge?
It is.
And is PJ Smith?
It is. So it's Tim Gaudette, Mark Judge, Tom Kane, PJ Smith, Bernie McCarthy, Chris Garrett.
Chris Garrett is Squee?
He is.
Did you, in your calendar, routinely document social gatherings like house parties or gatherings of friends in your calendar?
Yes, it certainly appears that way. That's what I was doing in the summer of 1982, and you can see that reflected on several of the entries.
If a gathering like Dr. Ford has described had occurred, would you have documented that?
Yes, because I documented everything, those kinds of events, even small get-togethers. August 7th is another good example where I documented a small get-together that summer. So, yes.
August 7th. Could you read that?
I think that's go to Becky's, Matt, Denise, Lori, Jenny.
Have you reviewed every entry that is in these calendars of May, June, July, and August of 1982?
I have.
Is there anything that could even remotely fit what we're talking about in terms of Dr. Ford's allegations?
No.
As a lawyer and a judge, we've talked about the FBI, are you aware that this type of offense would actually be investigated by local police?
Yes, I mentioned Montgomery County Police earlier, yes.
Are you aware that in Maryland, there is no statute of limitations that would prohibit you being charged, even if this happened in 1982?
That's my understanding.
Have you at any time been contacted by any members of local police agencies regarding this matter?
No, ma'am.
Prior to your nomination for Supreme Court, you've talked about all of the female clerks you've had and the women that you've worked with. I'm not just talking about them. I'm talking about globally. Have you ever been accused, either formally or informally, of unwanted sexual behavior?
No.
And when I say informally, I mean just a female complains. It doesn't have to be to anybody else but you.
No.
Since Dr. Ford's allegation was made public, how many times have you been interviewed by the committee?
It's been a 3 or 4. I'm trying to remember now. It's been several times. Each of these new things, absurd as they are, we get on the phone and kind of go through them.
So have you submitted 2 interviews specifically about Dr. Ford's allegation?
Yes.
And what about Deborah Ramirez's allegation that
Yes.
you waved your penis in front of her?
Yes.
What about Julie Swetnick's allegation that you repeatedly engaged in drugging and gang raping or allowing women to be gang raped?
Yes. Yes, I've been interviewed about it.
Were your answers to my questions today consistent with the answers that you gave to the committee in these various interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see, I'm out of time.
Senator Durbin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Kavanaugh, earlier today, Dr. Christine Ford sat in that same chair, and under oath, she said clearly and unequivocally that she was the victim of sexual assault at your hands. She answered our questions directly, and she didn't flinch at the prospect of submitting herself to an FBI investigation of these charges. We know, and I'm sure she's been advised by her attorneys, that a person lying to the FBI can face criminal prosecution. You have clearly and unequivocally denied that you assaulted Dr. Ford. With that statement, you must believe that there is no credible evidence or any credible witness that could prove otherwise. You started off with an impassioned statement at the beginning, and I can try to imagine what you have been through or your family's been through, and I'm sure I wouldn't get close to it. But it was an impassioned...
No, you wouldn't.
I'm sure I wouldn't. It's an impassioned statement. And in the course of it, you said, I welcome any kind of investigation. I quote you. I welcome any kind of investigation. I've got a suggestion for you. Right now, turn to your left in the front row, to Don McGahn, counsel to President Donald Trump. Ask him to suspend this hearing and nomination process until the FBI completes its investigation of the charges made by Dr. Ford and others and goes to bring the witnesses forward and provides that information to this hearing. I'm sure that the chairman at that point will understand that that is a reasonable request to finally put to rest these charges if they are false or to prove them if they are not. You spent 2 years in the White House office that approved judicial nominees. You turned to the FBI over and over and over again for their work. Let's bring them in here and now. Turn to Don McGahn and tell him it's time to get this done. An FBI investigation is the only way to answer some of these questions.
Stop the clock. This committee is running this hearing, not the White House, not Don McGahn, not even you as a nominee. We are here today because Dr. Ford asked for an opportunity here. I know you did too as well. In fact, maybe even before she did. We're here because people wanted to be heard from charges that they all thought were unfair, or activities like sexual assault was unfair. So I want to assure Senator Durbin, regardless of what you say to Senator Don McGahn, we're not suspending this hearing. Proceed to answer the question, or whatever, or if the gentleman.
I'll just say this. If you, Judge Kavanaugh, turn to Don McGahn and to this committee and say, for the sake of my reputation, my family name, and to get to the bottom of the truth of this, I am not going to be an obstacle to an FBI investigation, I would hope that all the members of the committee would join me in saying we're going to abide by your wishes and we will have that investigation.
I welcome whatever the committee wants to do because I'm telling the truth.
I want to know what you want to do.
I'm telling the truth.
I want to know what you want to do, Judge.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent of this charge.
Then you're prepared for an FBI investigation?
They don't reach conclusions. You reach the conclusions,
No,
Senator.
but they do investigate questions.
I'm innocent.
And you can't have it both ways, Judge. You can't say here at the beginning,
I wanted a hearing
moment,
Look,
I welcome any kind of investigation.
This thing was sprung on me. This thing was sprung at the last minute after being held by staff. You know,
Judge,
and I called for a hearing immediately.
If there is no truth to her charges, the FBI investigation will show that. Are you afraid that they might not?
Come on, gee whiz.
The FBI does not reach. That's a phony question because the FBI doesn't reach conclusions. They just provide the 302s. With 302s, so I can explain to people who don't know what that is. They just go and do what you're doing, ask questions, and then type up a report. They don't reach the bottom line conclusions.
This morning, I asked Dr. Ford. I asked her about this incident where she ran into Mark Judge at a Safeway, and she said, "Sure, I remember. 6 or 8 weeks after this occurrence." Well, someone at the Washington Post went in and took a look at Mr. Judge's book and has been able to, the run that he wrote about his addiction and his alcoholism. And they have narrowed it down what they think was a period of time, 6 or 8 weeks after the event. And he would have been working at the Safeway at that point. So the point I'm getting to is we at least can connect some dots here and get some information. Why would you resist that kind of investigation? Why would you resist that kind of investigation?
Sir, I wanted the hearing last week.
I'm asking about the FBI investigation.
The committee figures out how to ask the questions. I'll do whatever. I've been on the phone multiple times with committee counsel. I'll talk to
Judge Kavanaugh, will you support an FBI investigation right now?
I will do whatever the committee wants to.
Personally, do you think that's the best thing for us to do? You want to answer?
Look, Senator, I've said I wanted a hearing, and I said I was welcome anything. I'm innocent. This thing was held when it could have been presented in the ordinary way. It could have been held and handled confidentially at first, which was what Dr. Ford's wishes were, as I understand it, and wouldn't have caused this, destroyed my family like this effort has.
I think an FBI investigation will help all of us on both sides of the issue.
Senator Graham asked for the floor, but before he does, it seems to me that if you want to know something, you got the witness right here to ask him. And secondly, if you want an FBI report, you can ask for it yourself. I've asked for FBI reports in the past, in the 38 years I've been in the Senate. Senator Graham.
Are you aware that at 9:23 on the night of July the 9th, the day you were nominated to the Supreme Court, by President Trump, Senator Schumer said, 23 minutes after your nomination, "I will oppose Judge Kavanaugh's nomination with everything I have. I have a bipartisan, and I hope a bipartisan majority will do the same. The stakes are simply too high for anything less." Well, if you weren't aware of it, you are now. Did you meet with Senator Dianne Feinstein on August 20th?
I did meet with Senator Feinstein.
Did you know that her staff had already recommended a lawyer to Dr. Ford?
I did not know that.
Did you know that her and her staff had this allegations for over 20 days?
I did not know that at the time.
If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsey said hello, because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist?
No.
I cannot imagine what you and your family have gone through. Boy, y'all want power. God, I hope you never get it. I hope the American people can see through this sham, that you knew about it and you held it. You had no intention of protecting Dr. Ford. None. She's as much of a victim as you are. God, I hate to say it because these have been my friends. But let me tell you, when it comes to this, you're looking for a fair process. You came to the wrong town at the wrong time, my friend. Do you consider this a job interview?
The advice and consent role is like a job
interview. You consider that you've been through a job interview?
I've been through a process of advice and consent under the Constitution. Which
would you say you've been through hell?
I've been through hell and then some.
This is not a job interview.
Yeah.
This is hell. This is going to destroy the ability of good people to come forward because of this crap. Your high school yearbook. You have interacted with professional women all your life, not one accusation. You're supposed to be Bill Cosby when you're a junior and senior in high school. And all of a sudden you got over it. It's been my understanding that if you drug women and rape them for 2 years in high school, you probably don't stop. Here's my understanding. If you lived a good life, people would recognize it, like the American Bar Association has the gold standard. His integrity is absolutely unquestioned. He is the very circumspect in his personal conduct, harbors no biases or prejudices. He's entirely ethical, is a really decent person. He is warm, friendly, unassuming. He's the nicest person. The ABA. The one thing I can tell you, you should be proud of. Ashley, you should be proud of this, that you raised a daughter who had the good character to pray for Dr. Ford. To my Republican colleagues, if you vote no, you're legitimizing the most despicable thing I have seen in my time in politics. You want this seat? I hope you never get it. I hope you're on the Supreme Court. That's exactly where you should be. And I hope that the American people will see through this charade. And I wish you well, and I intend to vote for you, and I hope everybody who's fair-minded will.
Senator Whitehouse.
Should we let things settle a little bit after that?
If you want to, we'll take a 60-second break.
No, I'm good.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm good. One of the reasons, Mr. Kavanaugh, that we are looking at the yearbook is that it is relatively consistent in time with the events at issue here. And because it appears to be your words, is it in fact your words on your yearbook page?
We submitted things to the editors, and I believe they took them. I don't know if they changed things or not, but
You're not aware of any changes, as far as you know.
I'm not
these are
aware
your
one way
words.
or I'm not aware one way or the other. But I'm not going to sit here and contest that. Have at it if you want to go through my yearbook.
Yeah, I'm actually interested. You know, lawyers should be working off of common terms and understand the words that we're using. I think that's a pretty basic principle among lawyers. Wouldn't you agree?
It is. If you're worried about my yearbook, have at it, Senator.
Let's look at Beach Week Ralph Club biggest contributor. What does the word Ralph mean in that?
That probably refers to throwing up. I'm known to have a weak stomach, and I always have. In fact, the last time I was here, you asked me about having ketchup on spaghetti. I always have had a weak stomach.
I don't know that I asked about ketchup on spaghetti, but
You didn't, someone did.
Okay.
And this is well known. Anyone who's known me, like a lot of these people behind me, have known me my whole life, know, you know, I got a weak stomach, whether it's with beer or with spicy food or anything.
So the vomiting that you reference in the Ralph Club reference related to the consumption of alcohol?
Senator, I was the top of my class academically, busted my butt in school, captain of the varsity basketball team, got into Yale College. When I got into Yale College, got into Yale Law School, worked my tail off.
And did the word Ralph you used in your yearbook
I already
relate to
answered the
alcohol?
question. If you're,
Did it relate to alcohol?
I like
You
beer.
haven't answered that.
I like beer. I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Do you like beer, Senator, or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is,
Senator, what do you like to drink?
Judge, have you, I don't know if it's buffed or boofed. How do you pronounce that?
That
Judge?
refers to flatulence. We were 16.
Okay. And so when your friend Mark Judge said the same, put the same thing in his yearbook page back to you, he had the same meaning. It was flatulence.
I don't know what he did, but that's my recollection. We want to talk about flatulence at age 16 on a yearbook page. I'm game.
You mentioned, I think, the Renata, I don't know how you pronounce that. That's a proper name of an individual you know?
Renata?
Renata? It's spelled with an E at the end, R-E-N-A-T-E. Is that
correct?
Okay. And then after that is the word alumnius. What does the word alumnius mean in that context?
I explained that in my opening statement. She was a great friend of ours. A bunch of us went to dances with her. She hung out with us as a group. The media circus that has been generated by this thought and reported that it referred to sex. It did not. Never had any, as she herself said on the record, any kind of sexual interaction with her. And I'm sorry how that's been misinterpreted, and sorry about that, as I explained in my opening statement, because she's a good person. And to have her name dragged through this hearing is a joke and really an embarrassment.
Devil's Triangle?
Drinking game.
How's it played?
3 glasses in a triangle.
And?
You ever played quarters?
No.
Okay, it's a quarters game.
Ann Doherty's?
As you can tell from my calendar, she had a party on the 4th of July in the beach in Delaware.
And there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 F's in front of the 4th of July. What does that signify, if anything?
One of our friends, Squee, when he said the F word, starting at a young age, had kind of a wind up to the F word. Kind of a and then the word would come out. And when we were 15, we thought that was funny, and it became an inside joke for how he would say, and I won't repeat it here, for the F word.
Referring to Georgetown versus Louisville and...
You want to name more on the Fs?
No, Orioles versus Red Sox. In both, you respond, who won anyway, or who won that game anyway? Should we draw any conclusion that a loss of recollection associated with alcohol was involved in you not knowing who won the games that you attended?
No. First of all, the Georgetown-Louisville was watching it on TV, a party, and
That's not inconsistent with drinking and not remembering what happened.
I'm aware. And the point of both was we, in essence, were having a party and didn't pay attention to the game, even though the game was the excuse we had for getting together. I think that's very common. I don't know if you've been to a Super Bowl party, for example, Senator, and not paid attention to the game and just hung out with your friends. I don't know if you've done that or not, but that's what we were referring to in those two occasions.
Senator Cornyn.
Judge, I can't think of a more embarrassing scandal for the United States Senate since the McCarthy hearings, when the comment was about the cruelty of the process toward the people involved. And the question was asked, have you no sense of decency? And I'm afraid we've lost that, at least for the time being. Do you understand you've been accused of multiple crimes?
I'm painfully aware for my family and me to read about this.
And
breathless reporting.
Of course, the sexual assault that Dr. Ford claims that you denied, then the claims of Ms. Ramirez that not even the New York Times would report because they couldn't corroborate it. And then Stormy Daniels' lawyer released a bombshell accusing you of gang rape. All of those are crimes, are they not?
They are, and I'm never going to get my reputation back. My life is totally and permanently altered.
Well, Judge, don't give up.
I'm not giving up.
The American people are listening to this, and they will make their decision, and I think you'll come out on the right side of that decision.
Well, I will always be a good person and try to be a good judge, whatever happens. But
so this is not a job interview. You've been accused of a crime. If you have lied to the committee and the investigators, that is a crime in and of itself, correct?
That is correct.
So in order to vote against your nomination, we would have to conclude that you are a serial liar. Yeah. And you have exposed yourself to legal jeopardy in your interaction with this committee and the investigators. Isn't that correct?
That's my understanding.
You talked in your interview with Martha McCollum the other night about a fair process. Some of my colleagues across the aisle say, well, the burden is not on the accuser because this is a job interview. The burden is on you, but you said you weren't there and it didn't happen. It's impossible for you to prove a negative. So I would just suggest that you have been accused of a crime and that a fair process under the United States Constitution and our notion of fair play means that the people who make an accusation against you have to come forward with some evidence. Isn't that part of a fair process?
Yes, sir, Senator.
And part of that means that if you're going to make an allegation, there needs to be corroboration. In other words, you're not guilty because somebody makes an accusation against you in this country. We're not a police state. We don't give the government that kind of power. We insist that those charges be proven by competent evidence. And I know we're not in a court. I've told my colleagues if we were in court, half of them would be in contempt of court. But you have been accused of a crime, and I believe fundamental notions of fair play and justice in our constitutional system require that if somebody's going to make that accusation against you, then they need to come forward with some corroboration, not just allegations. And you're right to be angry about the delays in your ability to come here and protect your good name, because in the interim, it just keeps getting worse. It's not Dr. Ford. It's this story that not even the New York Times would report, the allegation of Ms. Ramirez. And then Stormy Daniels' lawyer comes up with this incredible story accusing you of the most sordid and salacious conduct. It's outrageous, and you're right to be angry. But this is your chance to tell your story, and I hope you have a chance to tell us everything you want to tell us, but the burden is not on you to disprove the allegations made. The burden under our system, when you accuse somebody of criminal conduct, is on the person making the accusation. Now, I understand this isn't a trial, like I said, but I just wanted to make sure that we understood. It's hard to reconstruct what happened 36 years ago, and I appreciate what you said about Dr. Ford, that perhaps she has had an incident at some point in her life, and you are sympathetic to that. But your reputation is on the line, and I hope people understand the gravity of the charges made against you and what a fair process looks like.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, we're talking here about decency, and you understand we have this constitutional duty to advise and consent. And for me, when this evidence came forward, I decided that I needed to look at this, and I needed to find out about it, and I needed to ask you questions about it, as well as others that were involved. So again, I'm not going to take quite the same approach as my colleagues here and talk about Don McGahn or any of this. Why don't you just ask the president? Dr. Ford can't do this. We clearly haven't been able to do this. But just ask the president to reopen the FBI investigation.
I think the committee is you're doing the investigation. I'm here to answer your questions.
No.
And I should say one thing, Senator Klobuchar, which is I appreciate our meeting together, and I appreciate how you handled the prior hearing, and I have a lot of respect for you.
Well, thank you. All of that aside, here's the thing. You could actually just get this open so that we can talk to these witnesses and the FBI can do it instead of us. And you've come before us, but we have people like Mark Judge, who Dr. Ford says was a witness to this. We have this polygraph expert that my colleagues were raising issues about the polygraph. We would like to have that person come before us. And I just think if we could open this up.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I guess I am. But Mark Judge has provided sworn statements saying this didn't happen and that I never did or would do.
But we would like the FBI to be able to follow up and ask him questions. You know, we talked about past nomination processes, and you talked about those. And I note that President George Bush, in the Anita Hill Justice Thomas case, he opened up the FBI investigation and let questions being asked, and I think it was helpful for people. So was his decision reasonable?
I don't know the circumstances of that. What I know, Senators, I'm here.
But the circumstances are that he opened up the investigation so the FBI could ask some questions. That's what he opened up the background check.
I'm here to answer questions about my yearbook or about, what I,
okay,
and my sports or, summer league basketball.
I'm not going to ask about the yearbook. So most people have done some drinking in high school and college, and many people even struggle with alcoholism and binge drinking. My own dad struggled with alcoholism most of his life, and he got in trouble for it, and there were consequences. He is still in AA at age 90, and he's sober. And in his words, he was pursued by grace, and that's how he got through this. So in your case, you have said here and other places that you never drank so much that you didn't remember what happened. But yet we have heard, not under oath, but we have heard your college roommate say that you did drink frequently. These are in news reports, that you would sometimes be belligerent. Another classmate said it's not credible for you to say you didn't have memory lapses. So drinking is one thing.
I actually don't think that's the second quote's correct. On the first quote, if you wanted, I provided some material that's still redacted about the situation with the freshman year roommate. And I don't really want to repeat that in a public hearing, but just so you know, there were 3 people in a room, Dave White, Jamie Roach, and me, and it was a contentious situation where Jamie did not like Dave White at all. And I mean this.
Okay.
So Dave White came back from home one weekend, and Jamie Roach had moved all his furniture out into the courtyard.
Okay.
And so he walks in, and so that's your source on that. Okay. So there's some old.
Drinking is one thing.
And there's much more. Okay. Look at the redacted portion of what I said. I don't want to repeat that in a public hearing.
I will. Could I just ask one more question?
Redacted information about that.
Okay. Drinking is one thing, but the concern is about truthfulness. And in your written testimony, you said sometimes you had too many drinks. Was there ever a time when you drank so much that you couldn't remember what happened or part of what happened the night before?
No, I remember what happened, and I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and so
you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
you're asking about, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
Could you answer the question, Judge? That's not happened. Is that your answer?
Yeah, and I'm curious if you have.
I have no drinking problem, Judge.
Yeah, nor do I.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hatch, since this FBI thing keeps coming up all the time, let's get back to basics. First of all, anybody, including any senator that's brought up this issue, could ask for an FBI investigation. What the FBI does is gather information for the White House, then the file's sent to the committee for us to make our own evaluations. We're capable of making our own determination about the accuracy of any of those allegations. The FBI has put out a statement over, now I suppose it's a month ago, clearly stating this matter is closed as far as the letter being sent to them. And there is no federal crime to investigate. If Senate Democrats hope for the FBI to draw any conclusions on this matter, I'm going to remind you what Joe Biden said. Now, I said this in my statement, but maybe people aren't listening when I say it. Maybe they won't even hear this. Joe Biden, quote, "The next person who refers to an FBI report as being worth anything obviously doesn't understand anything. The FBI explicitly does not in this or any other case reach a conclusion, period. They say, he said, she said, they said, period." So when people wave an FBI report before you or even bring it up now as something prospectively, that wasn't in his quote. Understand they do not reach conclusions. They do not make recommendations. Senator Hatch.
Mr. Chairman.
No, don't take a break.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me do this.
May I say for the record that actually we have asked, you said that nobody's asked the FBI or we could ask the FBI. I actually have, I think others have, and I think that the issue is that part of what an FBI report does is to investigate and seek either corroborating or exculpatory evidence. It's not so much the conclusion that it draws as the breadth of the evidence that is sought out through the investigation and the difference between what somebody might say to an FBI agent when they're being examined, and for instance, Mr. Judge's letter signed by his lawyer sent in, it's just a different thing. And I believe still that this is the first background investigation in the history of background investigations that hasn't been reopened when new credible derogatory information was raised about the subject, about the nominee. So I just didn't want to let the point you made stand without referencing what we had tried to do.
Pardon me, but I'll just add to the point you made. The letter was sent to the FBI. The FBI sent it to the White House with a letter saying the case is closed. We're taking a break now. Senator, we're taking a break now. 15-minute break.
About 11 more questioners to go here in the Judge Kavanaugh hearing. Getting emotional, and we're seeing a little bit of change in tack for Republicans who had been relying on a hired prosecutor to ask the questions, but that has changed now as they seek to take on a more defensive tone on behalf of Brett Kavanaugh, who has shown more than a few flashes of anger at some of the questioning coming from the Democratic side.
Well, and perhaps exceeded only by Senator Lindsey Graham, who seemed himself to be near tears as he excoriated the process and said this good man, Brett Kavanaugh, has been taken down because Democrats so badly want to keep this Supreme Court seat out of the hands of the Republicans. It's incredible. I think it's interesting that there are 2 points I feel like Judge Kavanaugh is having a difficult time with. One, why he won't say, okay, let's do an FBI investigation if you want. And two, somebody else asked, should Mark Judge come and testify? And he wouldn't say yes to that. And I think for somebody who's saying, look, search me, I'm here, I'm innocent, that's clearly the part that Democrats are finding it easy to zero in on and say, well, wait a minute. If you want to exonerate yourself, then why wouldn't you want to put everyone to their evidence?
But the whole thing is based on a false premise because, look, the guy's got a confirmation vote scheduled for tomorrow. The Democrats held this to the last possible minute and then sprang it on him. What he needs to say, what they're basically saying to him is, why won't you ask the FBI to come in and delay the vote on your confirmation over allegations that you maintain are entirely false and made up, so that we can postpone this whole thing until after the midterms so we can get a different nominee altogether. And so he's kind of sitting there like...
But he raised the issue himself. He came in, and in his opening statement today, it was he who said that once these allegations were made, I welcomed the FBI or any other investigation. So by opening that up in his written statement today, that 45-minute statement, he opened the door wide for them. If he had not said that, he would not, I think, have been quite so vulnerable to these requests.
So it's the world. Sorry to interrupt, but there's the world you want to live in, and it's the world you do live in. It may stink to high heaven that the Democrats did not reveal this until a very, very late date. However, now he's here on the eve of a vote where the result is very much in question. And if he could, by saying, fine, bring the FBI in here and you crawl under every nook and cranny and get every witness on the record.
What are they
so
going to
that there's
investigate?
more
What
than
house are they going to go to? What witnesses are they going to talk to?
They can go talk to Mark Judge
date?
and ask questions. Mark Judge submits a presumably self-serving statement to the Judiciary Committee. I mean, he hasn't been questioned, so that would be one piece of evidence.
Right.
You could go talk to the polygrapher. It's not conclusive. As Joe Biden said, the FBI is not going to reach a conclusion. That is for the Senate to do. However, the Senate can reach a more well-rounded conclusion if it has a comprehensive set of evidence.
Speaking of being realistic,
right there.
Speaking of being realistic, this is irreconcilable differences.
Right.
Okay? I mean, we're picking apart, we're going bit by bit here, and we're looking at it almost as if it is a trial. How's he doing here? How's he doing there? I'm trying to look at it from how's this country reacting to this? This is turning out to be as bad as I feared. And it just, it was this moment where I felt if this hearing happened, it could break us. We've been talking about is the Senate broken, is the Senate, all this stuff. This feels, look, judicial nominations have been the bane of the Senate existence now for the last, I'd argue probably you can go back to Bork, in this modern era. And there's enough, we can sit here and but this whole back and forth, it's ugly. And everybody has escalated into an ugly way. This irreconcilable differences means, how are we going to get to a point where a majority feels comfortable about either conclusion?
Well, I know.
And I don't think we're going to get there.
I think everybody watching these witnesses today probably feels, well, the ones who don't have their minds already made up, genuinely torn.
You know what I've seen a lot of on here from sort of the less political people is throw them all out. This is the Washington that I wanted to burn down. This is the Washington that is so, it is just, you don't feel as if, I mean, look, it feels as everybody is more concerned about making a point to animate their base rather than worrying about whether it's Judge Kavanaugh or worrying about Dr. Ford.
Let me just make one point about that, because you're so right about this being broken. The Senate used to be a place, until fairly recently, where it would be my good friend, Senator so-and-so, my good friend, even on the panel. This has now, with the anger that both sides are feeling towards each other, I don't know how they will ever work together. Amy Klobuchar, a former prosecutor, was about as mild-mannered in her approach to him. And when she asked him some very specific, low-key questions about drinking, he said, "Did you ever pass out?" And she's not on trial. She's
that was
asking
his
the
worst
questions.
moment so far. That was by
I thought
far
that was
his
a
worst
terrible moment. She is very close to a lot of Republicans. She was very close to John McCain. She is highly respected by Collins and Murkowski, and she was treated very badly by the witness, the male witness here. That was a bad moment.
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham was passionate.
Very powerful and passionate.
Powerful.
And making the case that this is political, but because if it is or it isn't political, it doesn't change the question.
He may have just done more than a Trump rally to rally
Exactly.
the base.
Well, that's the question.
I mean, in
He was the
political
best
terms.
defender of
In
Kavanaugh.
political
He was the only defender.
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, that the judge has no one out there on his side.
But he
No
was,
one.
He was
fighting
better
for him.
than the
Where
judge.
does this
Totally.
leave?
But
Where does this
the
leave
question
Dr.
is-
Ford? Dr. Ford still delivered a testimony today that was compelling. She didn't get, knocked off her mark. So where does, politics aside, these two people telling very different stories, where does it leave her?
And that's the part of this that feels so tragic, is that this is the human element part. But this goes back to, you see her, Lindsey Graham sort of, it was a call to arms. It was almost like a Braveheart speech that he was giving. And I hope everybody does it, and we're going to get you on there because we're not going to reward this kind of behavior. There are going to be plenty of people in this country that would react in just as angrily of a way that Lindsey Graham reacted in the other direction if it looks like you're jamming him through and ignoring
But you know
that
what he was
testimony
doing?
from this morning.
He said to my Republican colleagues, if you vote no, you are legitimizing the most despicable thing I've seen in my time in politics. That was a message to Flake, Sass, Collins, Murkowski, Moore Capito, any of those. He was laying down the line that Mitch McConnell will make tonight to them to have that vote tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump's wingman, Lindsey Graham.
Well, look, what I want to hear about is at what point did they decide to dump Rachel? Because you saw Kavanaugh come out there.
Is it they or was it Lindsey?
I mean, poor Rachel.
Rachel Mitchell, the prosecutor.
Rachel Mitchell is with us no longer, apparently. Because you have Kavanaugh come out there and throw away his script. He had a pre-prepared script that he did not read from and said, forget it. I'm going no holds barred. This is how I really feel. And I wonder did that inspire Graham to say, you know what? Me too. Like, forget Rachel, forget this attempt to seem like, we're just going to be completely measured with respect to each witness and just let this guy get punched in the face over and over and over by both sides for the entire day? Or did Graham have that planned out all along?
Let me ask you this. Does anybody feel they're any closer to knowing what really happened here?
Not at all.
I can't say
But
that
I
I am,
don't-
and I feel like that's why I feel
I'm not
sick
sure,
to my stomach.
I'm not sure I expected it today.
I don't know. I just, you had two compelling witnesses.
I think they both believe they're telling the truth.
I think
And
so,
that's
too.
to me, I think senators have to decide what is the fallout. My guess is how a senator is going to be thinking about this. What is the fallout from either decision? And what's the sort of, if, to me, the proper way to think about it is what's the least bad option? Because it feels like either outcome is going to feel like a bad option as far as the country's concerned.
To answer Savannah's question directly, what is her motivation to come forward and to welcome an investigation? And his motivation is clearly the job interview and being placed for the rest of his life on the Supreme Court. So you also have to ask that, I think, in evaluating why would this woman come forward?
Her lack of motive for lying is clearly a point in her favor on the credibility scale.
I'd like to know more about
By the way,
but
the Republicans know this,
mistaken
which is why they keep
identity-
bringing up the Avenatti
Listen,
person.
but mistaken
Because they
identity
know
happens
she's
all
weak.
the time. You cannot, even if you completely believe Dr. Ford, who was remarkably credible in her testimony and made all of us feel something, you cannot disregard the foibles of memory 36 years later. And I understand everyone coming out with their story saying, you don't forget who's on top of you. Don't forget who's putting his hand over your mouth. That is a completely legitimate point. But the truth is that testimonials like that are mistaken all the time.
Not in circles that are so close.
It happens all the time, Andrea. It happens all the time, and that's why men have been falsely convicted at trials.
This is not a lineup. This is a small circle of friends and two people in a room.
But this is just kind of making the point is that you can interpret this evidence in a lot of different ways, or there's a third possibility that Chuck raised, which is this notion that both have a sincere and genuine belief that they are telling the truth and that they interpreted something very differently. I mean, I don't know. It's like I want to be able to somehow make both of these stories compatible on the facts. It's almost impossible to do that. But you can imagine a scenario.
Let's reset the table here for folks who haven't been sitting here watching it as we have glued since 9:30 this morning.
Yes.
So we've got a couple of clips here that really kind of sets the tone from each of them. Here it is.
What is the strongest memory you have? Strongest memory of the incident, something that you cannot forget. Take whatever time you need.
Indelible in the hippocampus is the laughter, the uproarious laughter between the two, and they're having fun at my expense.
You've never forgotten that laughter. You've never forgotten them laughing at you.
They were laughing with each other.
And you were the object of the laughter?
I was, underneath one of them while the two laughed. Two friends having a really good time with one another.
I categorically and unequivocally deny the allegation against me by Dr. Ford. I never had any sexual or physical encounter of any kind with Dr. Ford. I never attended a gathering like the one Dr. Ford describes in her allegation. I've never sexually assaulted Dr. Ford or anyone. Again, I am not questioning that Dr. Ford may have been sexually assaulted by some person in some place at some time. But I've never done that to her or to anyone.
That kind of capsulizes. It wasn't a disagreement about a given set of facts. She says it happened. He says it didn't happen. Didn't know her. And I think it was you, Chuck, that raised the idea that did we think there was going to be a resolution today? Yeah. That's what we knew yesterday. That's what we knew 2 days ago, 3 days ago. She tells the story. He says it didn't happen.
And the other thing there's two backdrops here we can't forget. One is Donald Trump, right? There is this sense, and you especially. He has galvanized women from the second the Access Hollywood tape dropped. In fact, I'll be honest with you, today has felt like that day for me. Politically, you feel like a bomb has been dropped, and then all of a sudden it was this anger, and then he went the Juanita Broaddrick route, and it felt like this just war, this political war nuclear war had been declared. Today feels like a political nuclear war has been declared between the two parties here. And that's why I keep coming back to, I'm trying to figure out, where do we go tomorrow? Forget the vote. Where does this go tomorrow? Where does this is
nuclear winter.
This is scar tissue that is, and we've been talking about all the scar tissue that goes back to Bork and to Thomas and to Garland, and it's this one, I don't know, this one is going to calcify.
Mm-hmm. I hope people can take some moment in all this and feel sad and to feel ill by all this on some level, because I think it's it's one of those pinch you moments that no matter where you come down, this is ugly, it's brutal. I'm sitting here like the rest of you, sending messages back and forth with folks who are saying I can't watch anymore.
Yeah. It is like watching. It's watching a divorce where they're too good. Whatever it is, you just. It just. That's what I mean by this. The two parties feel like it's irreconcilable difference. It's war. They don't want to believe that the other side might be telling the truth.
The parties are one thing. It's the people at the center of this that's got, me feeling sick to my stomach.
The last Supreme Court vote that was close, the closest ever, was 52-48 for Clarence Thomas, but most of them have been 97-98. I feel, having covered the Senate and the House and covered every confirmation hearing since Bork, I feel something is just permanently broken in our politics, and it pains me as a citizen, as a journalist. I feel sick to my stomach, indeed, Lester.
I will say this, it's never permanent. There were times in the 50s, you go back, we weren't there, but it was McCarthy, Roy Cohn, that era, that was an ugly era of American politics. We can get through it, but we're in a rough moment.
It's the culmination of so many things happening right now, how divided our country is. I have never seen a federal judge cry. I have never seen somebody on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, one of, if not the most well-respected circuit court in the nation, in tears on national television repeatedly, talking about the utter destruction of his reputation and his family in what should be, a battle but not a personalized, bruising, destructive battle. And on the other hand, you've got Christine Ford, this woman who's well respected out in Palo Alto, who's devoted her life to helping others in the psychiatric field, in what was obviously an honest testimonial, even if it wasn't him, as he claims, or it wasn't as bad as others have suggested. And I have to tell you, I think about those senators, and it makes me sick to my stomach. I mean, the senator from Hawaii, Mazie Hirono, was already fundraising off of this. She was already fundraising off of Christine Ford's testimony, and then she had to dial it back. But I mean, who fundraises off of sexual assault allegations? And these senators who have gone out and called him evil and made it personal in terms, it's wrong. I watch him cry, it makes me want to cry. I watch her cry, it makes me want to cry. And the other thing is the weaponization of the Me Too movement. You know, Christine Blasey Ford has real allegations, and if you want to believe her, and you do believe her, you should. But the standard's different in a Senate confirmation hearing. And to say that he gets no defense, none, that we must believe her because she's a woman, is utterly unfair and inconsistent with the way we've done this since the beginning of time in putting people on the Supreme Court.
Which is why some have argued that they would like the investigation and the evidence judge to be Mark Judge to be brought in, which has been rejected.
Look, when when we're going back into the details, he's clearly uncomfortable when Mark Judge is brought up.
Yep.
Every time Mark Judge is brought up, a friend, and you're like, hey, he's clearly a close friend. He's on your calendar, okay? They've made the calendar mean something. And he doesn't like the questions about his drinking.
And to be accused Durbin, I think it was to Durbin, or to Leahy, of not being sensitive to someone suffering from addiction. I mean, when he gets angry and turns the questions back on the senators, that's just not a good look for a witness.
You can cross over to a strange place, because we do have to think about judicial temperament.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You've never seen a federal judge cry. Have you ever seen a federal judge mouth off to a U.S. senator? You ever see a federal judge get so angry? I mean,
defiant is one thing, but belligerent is a different.
Yes, and look, this is a very human moment. These are real people, and so I mean, you can understand under tremendous stress, but. Here's why the investigation and the notion of the FBI continuing or trying to at least put some of these people to actual questions, such as Mark Judge, who was allegedly in the room.
He's the one guy.
He's the one, okay? Bring him in. Have him sit here in front of the senators or talk to him under penalty
even take a day.
Of a
you
false
can even just take a day to do it.
Whatever it is, because what you have right now is he said, she said. So if you need something that's going to tip the scale in one direction or the other, then by
But I don't think these Republicans believe that it will tip it. Like, if he comes in and says it's as I said to you already in submitted testimony, it didn't happen. They're not going to believe that.
Neither party trusts the other.
It looks like we are back in session. The judge is here again, and the hearing will resume.
Judge, are you ready?
I am ready. And can I say one thing?
Yes.
Just going to say, I started my last colloquy by saying to Senator Klobuchar how much I respect her and respected what she did at the last hearing. And she asked me a question at the end that I responded by asking her a question. And sorry I did that. This is a tough process. I'm sorry about that.
I appreciate that. I would like to add, when you have a parent that's alcoholic, you're pretty careful about drinking. And the second thing is, I was truly just trying to get to the bottom of the facts and the evidence. And I, again, believe we do that by opening up the FBI investigation. And I would call it a background check instead of investigation. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Senator Hatch.
Well, thank you, Judge. Welcome. We're happy to have you here. My friend from I'd just like to say a few words. My friend from Arizona emphasized yesterday that we have before us today two human beings, Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh. Each of you deserves to be treated fairly and respectfully. We tried to do that with Dr. Ford earlier, and I think we succeeded. It's important that we treat Judge Kavanaugh fairly now, and it remains to be seen how that's going to work out. Judge Kavanaugh has been a federal judge for 12 years, and he's been a great federal judge on the second highest court in the nation. He's earned a reputation for fairness and decency. His clerks love him. His students, he teaches in law school as well, his students love him. His colleagues love him. This man is not a monster, nor is he what has been represented here in these hearings. We're talking today about Judge Kavanaugh's conduct in high school, and even then, and as a freshman in college, I guess, as well. Serious allegations have been raised. If Judge Kavanaugh committed sexual assault, he should not serve on the Supreme Court. I think we'd all agree with that. But the circus atmosphere that has been created since my Democratic colleagues first leaked Dr. Ford's allegations to the media 2 weeks ago, after sitting on them for 6 weeks, I might add, has brought us the worst in our politics. It certainly has brought us no closer to the truth. Anonymous letters with no name and no return address are now being treated as national news. Porn star lawyers with facially implausible claims are driving the news cycle. I hate to say this, but this is worse than Robert Bork, and I didn't think it could get any worse than that. This is worse than Clarence Thomas. I didn't think it could get any worse than that. This is a national disgrace, the way you're being treated. And in the middle of it all, we have Judge Kavanaugh, a man who until 2 weeks ago was a pillar of the legal community. There's been no whisper of misconduct by him in the time he's been a judge. What we have are uncorroborated, unsubstantiated claims from his teenage years. Claims that every alleged eyewitness has either denied or failed to corroborate. I do not mean to minimize the seriousness of the claims. Yeah, they've been serious claims, but the search for truth has to involve more than bare assertions. Like Dr. Ford, Judge Kavanaugh deserves fair treatment. He was an immature high schooler. So were we all. That he wrote or said stupid things sometimes does not make him a sexual predator. I understand the desire of my colleagues to tear down this man at any cost. I do understand it. But let's at least be fair and look at the facts or the absence thereof. Guilt by association is wrong. Immaturity does not equal criminality. That Judge Kavanaugh drank in high school or college does not make him guilty of every terrible thing that he's recently been accused of. A lifetime of respect and equal treatment ought to mean something when assessing allegations that are flatly inconsistent with the course of a person's entire adult life. With those comments, Judge, I'd just like to ask you a few questions, if I can, about how, and if you can be short in your answers, it'd help me get through a bunch of them, about how this process has unfolded. When did you first learn of Dr. Ford's allegations against you?
It was a week ago Sunday when Washington Post story.
Isn't that amazing? Did the ranking member raise these allegations in your one-on-one meeting with her last month?
She did not.
Did the ranking member raise them at your public hearing earlier this month?
No.
Did the ranking member raise them at the closed session that followed the public hearing?
She was not there.
Did the ranking member or any of her colleagues raise them in the 1,300 written questions that were submitted to you following the hearing?
No.
When was the first time that the ranking member or her staff asked you about these allegations?
Today.
When did you first hear of Ms. Ramirez's allegations against you?
In the period since then, in the New Yorker story.
Did the ranking member or any of her colleagues or any of their staffs ask you about Ms. Ramirez's allegations before they were leaked to the press?
No.
When was the first time that the ranking member
or any of her colleagues or any of their staff ask you about Ms. Ramirez's allegations?
Today.
I think it's a disgrace between
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Kavanaugh, today's hearing is about Dr. Ford's serious allegations about sexual assault. You have unequivocally denied those claims, but we're here today to assess her credibility and yours. And in our previous vigorous exchanges in the previous confirmation hearing rounds, I found that your answers, at times vigorously defended, but at other times struck me as evasive or not credible on key issues. And it's against that backdrop that I'm seeking to assess your credibility today. You said in your opening that rule of law means taking allegations seriously, and I agree with that. It brings me no joy to question you on these topics today, but I do think they're serious, and I think they are worthy of our attention. So let me, if I can, return to a line of questioning my colleague was on before, which was about whether you've ever gotten aggressive while drinking or forgotten an evening after drinking.
Those are two different questions. I've already answered the second one. As to the first, I think the answer to that is basically no. I don't know really what you mean by that. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the reason
I don't mean it that way, but no is the basic answer, unless you're talking about something that I'm not aware of that you're going to ask about.
The reason I'm asking, we've had a very brief period of time to weigh outside evidence, and I'll join my colleagues in saying I wish we had more evidence in front of us today to weigh. Do you remember Liz Swisher, a college classmate of yours from Yale?
First, on your point about the outside evidence, all four witnesses.
Well, let me focus. I'm trying to get this question.
I know, but you made a point, and I just want to emphasize. All four witnesses who were allegedly at the event have said it didn't happen, including Dr. Ford's longtime friend, Ms. Kaiser, who said
and if Mark Judge were in front of us today to question, we'd be able to assess his credibility. But let me just get through if I can, Your Honor. Liz Swisher is a college classmate. She's now a medical doctor, and I'm quoting from a recent interview she gave. She said Brett Kavanaugh drank more than a lot of people. He'd end up slurring his words, stumbling. It's not credible for him to say he's had no memory lapses in the nights he drank to excess. I know because I drank with him. How should we assess that?
She then goes on, if you kept reading, and says she actually can't point to any specific instance like that.
The quote that jumped out at me was, Brett was a sloppy drunk, and I know because I drank with him. There's also,
I don't think that, I do not think that's a fair characterization. And Chris Dudley's quoted in that article. And I would refer you to what Chris Dudley said. I spent more time with Chris Dudley in college than just about anyone. And I'd refer you to what he said.
In other reporting, as I'm sure you know, a college classmate described you as relatively shy, but said that when you drank, you could be aggressive or even belligerent. And your roommate, as I think you discussed with Senator Klobuchar, said you were frequently drunk.
Yeah, and that roommate, that was freshman year roommate.
Yes.
And there was contention between him and the third person. There were three of us in a small room. And you should look at what I said in the redacted portion of the transcript about him. And you should assess his credibility with that in mind.
Put yourself in our shoes for a moment, if you would, Judge, and I know that's asking a lot of you in this setting. But suppose you'd gone through a process to select someone for an incredibly important job in a position. You had a lot of qualified candidates, and as you're finishing the hiring process, you learn of a credible allegation that, if true, would be disqualifying. Wouldn't you either take a step back and conduct a thorough investigation or move to a different candidate? And why not agree to a 1-week pause to allow the FBI to investigate all these allegations and allow you an opportunity a week from now to have the folks present in front of us for us to assess their credibility and for us to either clear your name or resolve these allegations by moving to a different nominee?
All four witnesses who were alleged to be at the event said it didn't happen, including Dr. Ford's longtime friend, Ms. Kaiser, who said that she didn't know me and that she does not recall ever being at a party with me, with or without Dr. Ford.
What I've struggled with, Judge Kavanaugh, is the absence of a fair federal law enforcement-driven, nonpartisan process to question the various people who I think are critical to this. My concern, should you move forward, is what it will do to the credibility of the court and how that may well hang over your service. I understand your concern about this.
Senator, my
but I wish
reputation
you would
has
join
been-
us in calling for an FBI investigation for 1 week to clear or confirm some of these allegations.
When you say a week delay, do you know how long the last 10 days have been for
They were
us?
probably an eternity. But in the Judge Thomas confirmation
for us,
hearing,
every day,
it was a 4-day delay.
Every day, it's been a lifetime. And you know, yeah, and it's been investigated, and all 4 witnesses say it didn't happen. And they've said it under penalty of felony. And I've produced my calendars, which show, you know, a lot, that's important evidence. And you act like, I mean, the last 10 days, I asked for a hearing the day after the allegation.
Before I call on Senator Lee, I want to emphasize something here, that talking about doing something without enough time. We had 45 days between July 30th and September the 13th, I believe it is, when we could have been investigating this. And in regard to this candidate, if you take the average of 65 to 70 days between the time that a person is announced by the president and the Senate votes on it, is about 65 to 70 days. And here we are at about 85 to 90 days. So there's plenty of time put in on this nomination. Senator Lee. Oh, no, wait a minute. I got one other thing I want to do. Everybody else has been putting letters in the record. I have a letter here from 65 women who knew Judge Kavanaugh between the years 79 and 83, the years he attended Georgetown Prep High School. These women wrote to the committee because they know Judge Kavanaugh and they know that the allegations raised by Dr. Ford are completely, totally inconsistent with his character. These 65 women know him through social events and church. Many have remained close friends with him. Here's what they say, partly quoting the letter. Quote, through the more than 35 years we've known him, Brett has stood out for his friendship, character, and integrity. He has always treated women with decency and respect. That was true in high school, and it remains true to this day. In closing, they wrote, Judge Kavanaugh, quote, has always been a good person. So without objection, I put it in the record. Senator Lee.
Judge Kavanaugh, you've been cooperative at every stage of this investigation, both your background investigation and the investigation conducted by this committee. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
It's also correct that you yourself do not control the FBI or when it conducts an investigation. You are a nominee. You're not tasked with the job of deciding who, when, whether, or how conducts an investigation.
That's correct.
But at every moment when either we or prior to the committee taking jurisdiction over it, the FBI has asked you questions, you've been attentive and you've been responsive. Isn't that right?
That's correct. Throughout my career.
I have colleagues today who have repeatedly asked for an FBI investigation. And there are some ironies in this, ironies that ascend at least 2 levels. In the first place, at least one of my colleagues, at least one of them, had access to this information many, many weeks before anyone else did, had the ability, and I believe the moral duty and obligation, to report those facts to the FBI, at which point they could have and would have been investigated by the FBI. And that could have been handled in such a way that didn't turn this into a circus, one that has turned your life upside down and that of your family, and the life of Dr. Ford and her family upside down. I consider this most unfortunate, given that this was entirely within the control of at least one of my Democratic colleagues to do this. The second level of irony here is that while calling repeatedly for an investigation by the FBI, an investigation over which you have no ability to control, by the way, an investigation you have no authority to call for, while calling for an investigation, we're in the middle of a conversation that involves questions to you. And so I ask my Democratic colleagues, if you have questions for Judge Kavanaugh, ask him. He's right here. If that's really what you want is the truth, ask him questions right now. If you have questions of other witnesses, then for the love of all that is sacred and holy, participate in the committee investigations that have been going on as you have not been participating. with the committee staff investigating the outside witnesses. If someone really were interested in the truth, this is what they would do. They would participate in the investigation, and when we have a committee investigation, a committee hearing with live witnesses, they would talk about that rather than something else they wish they were having in front of them. If what they want is a search for the truth, then now is their choice. If, on the other hand, what they want to do is delay this until after the election, which at least one of my colleagues on the Democratic side has acknowledged, then that might be what they would do. Finally, I want to point out that there is significant precedent from our former chairman of this committee, Chairman Joe Biden. During the Clarence Thomas hearings nearly 3 decades ago, Chairman Biden made some interesting observations about FBI reports and their role in this process. Here's what he said, quote, "The next person who refers to an FBI report as being worth anything obviously doesn't understand anything. The FBI explicitly does not, in this or any other case, reach a conclusion, period." Those are his dual periods, not mine. I continue the quote. "The reason why we cannot rely on the FBI report, you would not like it if we did, because it is inconclusive. So when people wave an FBI report before you, understand they do not reach conclusions. They do not make, as my friend points out more accurately, they do not make recommendations." In other words, the role of the FBI is to flag issues. Those issues have been flagged. Sadly, in this case, they were flagged not as they should have been, not in the timing in which they should have been. And therefore, they couldn't have been addressed in the manner that would have preserved a lot more dignity for you, for your family, and for Dr. Ford and her family. They were instead held out until the final moment. I consider that most unfortunate. And for that, on behalf of this committee, I extend to you my most profound sympathies, and my most profound sympathies to Dr. Ford and her family as well.
Mr. Chairman, since we don't have enough slots for everyone, can I have the last minute of Senator Lee so that Senator Kennedy can be recognized? Judge, we did 38 hours in public with you. Did we have any private hearings with you?
Yes.
Was that a fun time for you? When senators could ask questions that are awkward or uncomfortable about potential alcoholism, potential gambling addiction, credit card debt, if your buddies floated you money to buy baseball tickets. Did you enjoy that time we spent in here late one night?
I'm always happy to cooperate with the committee.
That's charitable. Were you ever asked about any sexual allegations when we had that time in here with you alone?
No.
Did the ranking member already have these allegations for, I guess this would have been September 6 or 7? And the letter was written on July 30th. A recommendation was made by the ranking member or her staff to Dr. Ford. And by the way, I think Dr. Ford is a victim, and I think she's been through hell, and I'm very sympathetic to her. But did the ranking member's staff, did we hear today, make a recommendation to hire a lawyer, and she knew all of that? And yet we had a hearing here with you, and none of these things were asked. But then once the process was closed, once the FBI investigation was closed, once we were done meeting in public and in private, then this was sprung on you. I just want to make sure I have the dates correct, right? Because we got 35 plus days from all the time that this evidence was in the hands. Recommendations were made to an outside lawyer. You could have handled all this. We could have had this conversation in private in a way that didn't not only do crap to his family, but do all. I yield my time. Trying to see if he could do math about 35 days. That was a little bit of a question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Judge Kavanaugh. As a federal judge, you're aware of the jury instruction, falsus in unibus, falsus in omnibus. Are you not? You're aware of that jury instruction?
Yeah, I am.
You know what it means?
You can translate it for me, Senator. You can do it better than I can.
False in one thing, false in everything, meaning in jury instructions that some of us as prosecutors have heard many times, is told a jury that they can disbelieve a witness if they find him to be false in one thing. So the core of why we're here today really is credibility. let me talk.
The core of why we're here is an allegation for which the 4 witnesses present have all said it didn't happen.
Let me ask you about Renata Dolphin, who lives in Connecticut. She thought these yearbook statements were, quote, horrible, hurtful, and simply untrue, end quote, because Renata alumni clearly implied some boast of sexual conquest. And that's the reason that you apologized to her, correct?
That's false, speaking about the yearbook, and she said she and I never had any sexual interaction. So your question is false, and I've addressed that in the opening statement. And so your question is based on a false premise and really does great harm to her. I don't know why you're bringing this up, frankly. Doing great harm to her by even bringing her name up here is really unfortunate.
Well, calling someone an alumnus in that way,
well, implying what you're implying about
by a number of your football friends at the time as boasting of sexual conquest. That's the reason that I'm bringing it up. And
yeah, no, it's false. You're implying that. Look what you're bringing up right now about her. Look what you're doing.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that these interruptions not be subtracted from my time.
Yeah, ask your question and then
She's a great person. She's always been a great person. We never had any sexual interaction. By bringing this up, you're just dragging her through the mud. It's just unnecessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've made reference, Judge, to a sworn statement, I believe, by Mark Judge to the committee. Is that correct?
I made reference to what Mark Judge's lawyer sent to the committee?
Yeah, it's not a sworn statement, is it?
Under penalty of felony?
Well, it's a statement signed by his lawyer, Barbara Van Gelder. It is 6 cursory and conclusory sentences. Are you saying that that is a substitute for an investigation by the FBI or some interview by the FBI under oath?
Under penalty of felony, he said that this kind of event didn't happen and that I never did or would have done something like that.
As a federal judge, you always want the best evidence, don't you?
Senator, he has said, and all the witnesses present, look at Ms. Kaiser's statement. She's Dr. Ford's
Let me move on
longtime
to another topic. You've testified to this committee this morning, this afternoon, quote, this whole 2-week effort has been a calculated and orchestrated political hit fueled with apparent pent-up anger about President Trump and the 2016 election, fear that has been unfairly stoked about my judicial record, revenge on behalf of the Clintons, and millions of dollars in money from outside left-wing opposition groups. Is it your testimony that the motivation of the courageous woman who sat where you did just a short time ago was revenge on behalf of a left-wing conspiracy or the Clintons?
Senator, I said in my opening statement that she preferred confidentiality, and her confidentiality was destroyed by the actions of this committee.
Let me ask you this. In a speech that you gave at Yale, you described, quote, falling out of the bus onto the front steps of the Yale Law School at 4:45 a.m.
I wasn't describing me. I organized, Senator, let me finish here, please. I organized a third-year end-of-school party for 30 of my classmates to rent a bus to go to Fenway Park in Boston, which was about a 3-hour trip. I bought all the tickets. You and I have discussed that before. I bought all the baseball tickets. I rented the bus. I organized the whole trip. We went to Fenway Park. Roger Clemens was pitching for the Red Sox. We had a great time. George Brett was playing third base for the Royals. Actually, he was playing left field that night. And we went to the game and got back, and then we went out. It was a great night of friendship.
I apologize for interrupting, Judge, but I need to finish the quote before I ask you the question.
I wasn't talking about
ends,
Okay, well,
the quote ends, that you tried to, quote, piece things back together, end quote, to recall what happened that night. Meaning?
I know what happened.
Well, you...
Judge, will you quickly answer your question, then I'm going to let him answer.
I know what happened that
I'll
night.
finish asking my question.
Please, go ahead,
Your
but
Honor.
do it quickly.
Doesn't that imply to you that you had to piece things back together? You had to ask others what happened that night?
No,
Okay, you take your time now and answer the question. Yeah. Then Senator Crapo.
definitely not. I know exactly what happened that night. It was a great night of fun. I was so happy that it was great camaraderie. Everyone looks back fondly on the trip to Fenway Park. And then we went out together, a group of classmates, and I know exactly what happened the whole night, and I'm happy.
Judge, do you believe Anita Hill?
Senator Crapo. Senator Crapo. Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Judge Kavanaugh, first, I want to get into this whole question that's been bandied back and forth here almost endlessly today about the FBI investigation process. Because I think I want to follow up a little bit on what Senator Lee and Senator Sass have referenced. There's been a lot of talk here about we need an FBI investigation. In these processes, which you've been through a number of times now, when the FBI does a background check with regard to a nomination, could you quickly describe that for us? What does the FBI do?
The FBI gathers statements from people who have information. They don't resolve credibility. They gather the information, and the credibility determination is made by the ultimate fact finder, which in this case is the United States Senate. The committee, of course, here has gathered evidence.
And the FBI then gives that report to the White House, if I understand it, and the White House then transfers it to the Senate. Is that the
That's
chain
my understanding,
of control? Yes. And as you indicated, it does not do, and it's been said many times here today, the FBI does not make judgments. It gives the Senate committee information. At that point in time, if I understand the process correctly, the Senate, the United States Senate Judiciary Committee has legal authorities. If it receives information in an FBI report that it wants to further investigate, the Senate has legal authority to conduct further investigation. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And that is what has been referenced here many times about how some of these witnesses that were identified in the very late information that we received have made statements that are under penalty of felony. That's a felony for lying to the Senate Judiciary Committee. And as I understand it, what happens is the Senate Judiciary Committee, which has authority under law to conduct those kinds of investigations, follows up on the FBI reports to finish out the investigation that it wants with regard to any information that it receives that needs further investigation. Is that your understanding of the process?
That's my understanding, Senator.
Now, in this case, there's been a lot of talk here today, and if I have time, I'll get into it. It looks like I'll run out of time. But in this case, there's a lot of concern by many that there was not so much an interest in an FBI investigation as there was in delay. I'm not going to get to that unless I have time. I want to talk about what happened in the Senate committee's investigation. Because as I understand it, and this may be more of a question to the chairman, as soon as we received information, which was about 45 days after others on the committee received it, we conducted an investigation. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? I'm sorry to turn the questioning to you, but we began that legal Senate Judiciary Committee investigation.
Yes.
And that investigation involved our fully, lawfully enabled investigators to conduct an investigation. And if I understand it correctly, the Democratic members of the committee refused to participate in that investigation.
Yes.
And so we have conducted the investigation. The very kinds of things that my colleagues on the other side are asking that we tell the FBI to do. This committee has the authority to do it, and this committee does it, and this committee has done it. Now, there may be more demands for more interviews and more investigation, but when you, Judge Kavanaugh, have referenced the testimony that has come from those who were identified as being at this event, the testimony that has been received from them is information that has been received pursuant to a Senate committee investigation. And I just think it should be made clear. I think there's been a lot of back and forth here about, oh, we're not getting information, we're not looking at this, you don't want to look into the investigation, you don't want to see what happened. The reality is that this committee immediately and thoroughly investigated every witness that has been identified to us, and we have statements under penalty of felony from them. So I just want to conclude with that. I got 45 seconds left, so I'm going to just ask you one quick question, again on timing. You had a meeting with Senator Feinstein on August 20th?
That's my understanding, yeah. Well, I had a meeting, and that's my understanding of the date.
Of the date, yes. What was established earlier in testimony here today was that the ranking member's staff helped Dr. Ford to retain the Katz law firm on sometime between July 30th and August 7th. So I just wanted you to clarify one more time. In the meeting that you had 2 weeks or more later, this issue was not raised with you.
The issue was not raised.
All right, thank you. My time is up.
We'll take a 5-minute break now.
We continue to watch the questioning of Brett Kavanaugh on this marathon day of hearings that began at 10 o'clock Eastern time. It's now just after 6 o'clock here on the East Coast, and there are still a number of senators left to go. Of course, it's a significant change for Republicans after yielding their questions to a paid prosecutor. They seem to have taken control of their own questioning here. Savannah Guthrie with me and the rest of the panel here as we look at where we are now.
And I think everybody wonders, where are we exactly with this? We have a few more senators left to question. We still have that vote, Chuck, scheduled for tomorrow morning. Anything can change.
Anything can change.
Anything can change. But what do you think right now?
You know, this feels like a panel that wants to vote. This is the majority on this panel that wants to vote. Now, we don't know. And my guess is they're comfortable if even if it's evenly split, you know, which would mean one Republican voted with the Democrats to say no. You know, this feels like I think this vote is going to happen tomorrow.
Any vote still sends it on its way.
That's right. What we don't know is what does Susan Collins think? And the reason I bring that up is she's the one that brought up that we have this report that she wants Mark Judge. He's been named twice. Shouldn't we be talking to him? Does she want more? In some ways, she holds a lot of the cards here because, you know, they're at a very precarious moment that they don't, not everybody counts Lisa Murkowski as a gettable vote anymore. So that means they can't lose anybody else.
And the camera focused there on Lindsey Graham, who came out swinging, and it was kind of the gloves off moment.
He may be the guy that saves Kavanaugh's nomination.
He kind of brought the outrage, the political charge that may buoy Republicans here.
And when Ben Sasse followed not too long afterwards, and someone who we thought might have been on the fence and came out with a very strong, very brief defense of Judge Kavanaugh by getting him to answer a lot of the questions that had been raised by Democrats, that was a signal. Mm-hmm. That's a tell that some of those fence-sitting Republicans want to get this over with.
He added, I believe she is a victim, but spent the majority of his time asking the judge about why none of this was raised in closed session and this could have been brought up earlier. And
going after the process.
It was less of a defense than it was an attack on the Democrats for tactics here.
That's right. It seemed like a placeholder, like I believe women, but...
Right. It does feel like that Republicans are now getting more comfortable. Those Senate Republicans are comfortable basically saying, I'm going to stand by Kavanaugh because this is about the Democratic Party. This is about the process. They've almost changed the conversation away from her allegation, what Lindsey Graham did, to making it a referendum on the process.
That's what he said.
Now, what'll be interesting here is there are some Democrats left. There's a few. I think you and I were. It'll be interesting to see if one of them tries to channel their own version of Lindsey Graham, say Cory Booker, who we haven't heard from, or somebody like that. We could have some lively exchanges.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. If the vote is scheduled for tomorrow, if it continues to they don't have a long time to spend between now and that vote. 9:30, I think, tomorrow morning.
Well, they do the vote, and then they have to, there's some Senate procedure here, not to get all Senate parliamentarian-ish on them, but they have to, he's keeping the Senate in this weekend. The plan was to keep it so they can, quote, run out the clock on debate so they can get the vote done. I believe they want to vote as early as Tuesday. No, I think the earliest they could actually do the vote
so
is
they're going to keep the
Tuesday.
Senate in session by just gaveling in and then coming back.
Guys, let me jump to Pete Williams while we have the opportunity. Pete.
So just 4 possible votes here, 3 of which would send it to the floor. Vote to recommend the nomination, vote no recommendation or vote not to or vote against it. All those would send it to the floor and allow it to be debated. That wouldn't make any difference. There's a fourth possible option here, and that is don't do anything with it. Keep it bottled up in committee. And if that happened, and I think the odds of this are very low, but it's a possibility, then it would take a motion to discharge the committee, and that could be filibustered. So that's the only way in which that would be an unusual and very strange wrinkle if it happened, but it is nonetheless a possibility.
It could be sent to the floor with an unfavorable recommendation, as Pete is just saying, and it would still get to the floor for a vote.
That's different. Yeah, that's different. Unfavorable recommendation. I'm talking about no recommendation at all. A vote not to send it to the floor would unleash this discharge possibility.
But if there are any Republicans who might be wavering, they're not on this committee. So the committee vote, I think, is going to be more likely in favor.
Well, I think Jeff Flake is one we don't know. I mean, remember his speech yesterday on the floor. He was the one showing empathy for both Judge Kavanaugh and Dr. Ford by saying, hey, let's remember they're two human beings.
Let me go out to Casey Hunt right now. Casey continues to kind of measure the temperature in the air right now. What is the sense now that Republicans have had a little more questioning of Judge Kavanaugh?
Well, I think if anything, the resolve has hardened among those who are key supporters of Judge Kavanaugh. And I think the sense that Lindsey Graham's very public defense of him, there's a lot of criticism of what Lindsey Graham was saying as Dr. Ford's testimony was unfolding this morning. I think that changed as we saw Judge Kavanaugh start to defend himself. And I think if anything, that has probably hardened the resolve of those who came into this process expecting to support Judge Kavanaugh. But the question is going to be, and Pete was walking through kind of the intricacies of what happens with the committee, that makes Jeff Flake the absolute central player here in the next probably 12 hours. This committee vote is scheduled for 9:30. He could potentially put the brakes on it because the committee is 11 Republicans and 10 Democrats. So all eyes are on him. They've been paying very close attention. But if they do get this out of committee, favorable or not, in a way that does not allow it to be filibustered on the floor, there is one very rare scenario that Pete outlined that would allow that. There is, or has been anyway, a plan to push this full speed ahead to the Senate floor, and that could require a key test vote as early as Saturday, because remember, there still are a couple hurdles to blow past you don't need 60 votes anymore, but there still is technically a filibuster that has to be kind of proceeded through. And that could be a place where we would see and find out where these key votes, Sass, Murkowski, Collins, where they stand. I mean, that could be something that we're learning over the weekend. But we are starting to hear rumblings that Republican senators plan to meet as a conference tonight. We are still trying to nail down the reporting details of that here, but I do have sources who are starting to talk about that. They're suggesting it could be an hour or two after this ends. Of course, it's difficult to see exactly when. We know that this hearing still has quite a bit more questioning to go. Lester.
All right, Casey, and we still see, I think, Senator Grassley and some of the other senators in the room, so it looks like we're about to get started again.
And I don't think we've heard from Senator Flake, so perhaps we'll see what he thinks.
I'm good. Senator Rono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Kavanaugh, my colleagues on the other side are accusing the Democrats of some sort of political conspiracy, but that's because they want us to distract. They want to distract us from what happened here this morning. And what happened here this morning was that we heard from Dr. Christine Ford, who spoke to us with quiet, raw, emotional power about what happened to her. She said she was 100% certain that it was you who attacked her. And she explained how she came forward, how she struggled with her decision, how she wanted the president to know so that he could make a better choice. So when you and my colleagues on the other side accuse us of ambushing you with false charges, I think we all have to remember Dr. Ford's testimony and her courage. Let me go back to something you just said in your opening. You said you thought at your first hearing the Democrats were an embarrassment. We asked you a lot of questions in those days. And which of our questions do you think were an embarrassment? I asked you about dissents you had written as a judge, an amicus brief you wrote as a lawyer, and your knowledge of sexual harassment and abuse by your close friend and mentor, Alex Kozinski. All valid questions in this setting. They are valid because this is a job interview for one of the most important positions of trust in this country. And earlier you agreed that this process of advice and consent is really a job interview. Certainly not a criminal trial. There's certainly no entitlement for you to be confirmed to the Supreme Court. Are credibility, character, and candor of a nominee things for us to consider in your job interview?
I think my whole life is subject to consideration.
Is that yes? Credibility, character, and
My
candor.
whole
Are
life
those specific traits that would be of interest to us as we consider putting you for life on the highest court in the country? Credibility, character, and candor.
Of course, and as part of my whole life.
Is temperament also an important trait for us to consider?
For 12 years, everyone who's appeared before me on the D.C. Circuit has praised my judicial temperament. That's why I have the unanimous, well-qualified rating from the American Bar Association and all the people who have appeared before you.
So you would agree that temperament is also an important factor for
Yes, and
us to consider.
the federal public defender who testified to the committee talked about how I was always open-minded and how I'd ruled in favor of unpopular defendants, how I was fair-minded. I think universally, lawyers who've appeared before the D.C.
So the
Circuit.
answer is yes, I am running out of time. You know, we only have 5 minutes, so let me get to something else. In your Fox News interview, you said that you, quote, always treated women with dignity and respect, end quote, and that in high school you never, quote, drank so much that you couldn't remember what happened the night before. Would you say the same thing about your college life?
Yes.
So I'd like to read you statements from people who knew you in college.
Sarah,
And
can I say
Senator
one thing?
Coons noted that James Roche said, your roommate, although Brett was normally reserved, he was a notably heavy drinker, even by the standards of the time, and he became aggressive and belligerent when he was drunk. So is your former college roommate lying?
I would refer you to what I said in the sealed or redacted portion about his relationship with the other two roommates, and I'm going to leave it at that. I will say, Senator, you're asking about college. I got into Yale Law School. That's the #1 law school in the country. I had no connections there. I got there by busting my tail in
I feel
college.
insulted as a Georgetown graduate.
Excuse me?
Go on.
I'm sorry. It's ranked #1. That doesn't mean it's #1. And, you know, in college, two things. A, I studied. I was in cross-campus library every night. And B, I played basketball for the junior varsity. I tried out for the varsity. With, the first day I arrived on campus, we had captain's workouts. I played basketball every day, all through. And then as soon as the season was over in late February, captain's workouts started again. I was obsessed with
So
being the
you
best
were not
basketball player.
I only have 23 seconds. So you were not as sloppy drunk, and so your roommate was lying. What about Liz
I will
Busher?
refer you again to the redacted portion. I'll say, look at my academic record, and I don't usually like to talk about myself this way, but in response to you know, I worked very hard in college in my studies, and I also played basketball, I did sports, and I also
Okay,
did
wait.
socialize.
Excuse me, I know that the chairman is going to stop me, but I do have some other references from people who knew you who say that you were not the
Your
basic
time
choir
is
bar.
up.
But, hold on, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, tell us.
I would like to, Mr. Chairman, okay, I'll wait until we finish because I just want to enter some
Oh, you
letters
can-
into the
yes.
record. Could I do that?
It wasn't clear that's
It's not
what
a
you were
question.
doing.
I could go on. But, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record 4 letters. One is dated September 18th, 2018 to you from all of the Democrats on this committee. Another is a letter dated September 18th to Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, and Don McGahn, counsel to the president, signed by all the Democrats on this committee. A September 21st letter signed by Chuck Schumer and Dianne Feinstein to the president, and a September 26th letter signed by all the Democrats on this committee, all requesting an FBI investigation, because you did say all we have to do is ask, and the implication being that if we ask, an investigation will happen, and it certainly has not happened. Thank you, Mr.
Without
Chairman.
objection, that will be included. Senator, tell us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Kavanaugh, thank you again for being here, and I apologize for what you're going through right now. I can't imagine it. I've gone through a campaign and had a lot of smears, but it pales in comparison to what you've had to deal with. I think one point that I'd like to make from the onset, if we go back and review how this committee process has worked, we've got a lot of work to do. We've had members take it on themselves to release committee confidential documents instead of respecting the process. We've had an allegation held for nearly 7 weeks that would have given us plenty of time to investigate. And then when we finally got the information, I invite everybody, particularly the American public, there is an investigation going on. And a lot of it's been documented. There's a chronology on the website that says that each and every time an allegation was made, the staff followed up on it. And sadly, in several different instances, the Democrats declined to participate. They listened in on at least one interview with you, didn't ask a single question. If they wanted to find other leads and other things to do, why not ask? If you're really trying to get to the facts, if you're really trying to do your job to investigate. We're investigating. It's our job. I think in response to the ranking member's question that Judge Kavanaugh said, I'm here, you're asking me questions. But you know what? When the committee staff, I assume, directed by the ranking member, says, no, we're not going to ask questions of Judge Kavanaugh when he wanted to come in and clear his good name, what are you really after? You may not be after the truth. Maybe you are. Maybe you're after executing some sort of a political agenda. Maybe it's a mix of both. But I think you've been treated unfairly, and I'm amazed that after 32 hours of testimony, 1.5 hours I sat in this room, that none of these questions came up when it was all fully known. Lawyered up, as a matter of fact. I also want to go back to the comments this morning. I think I heard, and we can go back to the record if someone disagrees with me, I think I heard Dr. Ford say that she wasn't aware of the fact that we said we'd come to California, we'd make it confidential, we'll completely depose and ask any questions you want to. I think I heard her say she wasn't aware of that. I don't know where that came with counsel or not, or whether counsel just neglected to tell her counsel, but the fact of the matter is that offer was out there. We were moving heaven and earth and even moving the schedule to get to the truth. We're doing an investigation. We're doing our level best. I hope that the American people who are watching this will go out to the Senate Judiciary website and take a look at this chronology. Take a look at the lack of investigation on the part of the people who want the investigation. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Every opportunity you have to go and question a witness, every opportunity that we've had to find more truth, to find more facts, we've done it. It's documented. We've got sworn statements. We're doing our job. We're doing the committee work. Judge Kavanaugh, I also have to say, I believe that you're you're the first major target of a new strategy that's developed here. And I think you're right. I think it's just basically attack, attack, attack. It's not advise and consent. It's search and destroy. And maybe one of the best evidence of this is one of the websites, one of the groups that are out there attacking you and trying to create fodder and all of these red herrings has already acquired a URL for the next judge that they're going to attack. The URL's right here. They've already purchased it. They're ready to go. This is the playbook. This is the way we're going to run this committee from this point forward. Take a look at it. I'll make sure we get it out on our website. We've already got a Stop Another Judge who hasn't been nominated URL from the same people that are trying to mobilize people to attack you. There are some people here who may sincerely have concerns. I would tell you to pound the table with your ranking member and the leadership on your side to say, why didn't we ask questions? Why did we listen in and defer? Why didn't we do our part of the investigation while this leader did everything he could to accommodate Dr. Ford and to run down every single lead that's been presented to us? Weeks after it was known to the minority. I look forward to supporting your confirmation. I believe that you're going to be on the bench. You know, as Senator Cornyn said, These are allegations that can be pursued through the courts if they actually rise to a level to where they can be prosecuted. And everybody on the other side of this dais knows that that's not going to happen.
Senator Booker.
Judge Kavanaugh, you drank on weekdays as well in high school, not just weekends. Is that
On
correct?
weekdays?
Yes, sir.
I'd say that's rare. Are you talking about during the school year?
I'm talking about the calendars that you provided during these dates.
Oh,
that
that's
summer.
in the summer after a football workout when we went over to.
You drank on weekdays, yes or no, sir?
In the summer, when we went over to Timmy's house on July 1st, that would indicate yes.
Yes, in other words, that July 1st reference to skis, went over for skis, that's brewskis, correct?
And after Tobin.
Sir, I just need a yes or no. That brewskis, right?
Well, I need to explain in context.
You just said, sir, that you drank on weekdays. That's all I was looking for.
Well, no.
If I may ask the next question, sir. You said clearly on the record, I just want you to restate it, that you never in your life, after drinking heavily to the point of throwing up, and again, you said you had a weak stomach, you said you never had gaps in memories, never had any losses whatsoever, never had foggy recollection about what happened. Is that correct, sir? Yes or no?
That's what I said.
Okay. Sir, you also said that this past 2 weeks has been a 2-week effort calculated and orchestrated as a political hit. Are you saying that Dr. Ford's efforts to come forward, to prepare for the very difficult testimony she gave today, to travel to Washington, D.C. and tell us about her experience, have all been part of an orchestrated political hit? And are you basically calling her some kind of political operative?
I've said my family has no ill will toward Dr. Ford. She wanted confidentiality. Her confidentiality was blown by the actions of this committee, and it's turned this into a circus.
So, sir, let's just be clear. In other words, you have problems with the senators that are up here and how we conducted it, but you're not saying in any way that she is a political pawn, political operative. You have sympathy for her. She is talking about a sexual assault. Is that correct?
I said all allegations should be taken seriously. You should listen to both sides. My family has no ill will toward her.
Thank you, sir. Do you wish that she never came forward?
Senator, I did not do this. The witness.
That's not my question, sir. Could you try to answer my question, sir? Do you wish she never came forward?
The witnesses who were there say it didn't happen.
Okay, sir. Do you wish she just remained silent then?
I wish the witnesses who were there say it didn't happen. All allegations should be taken seriously.
So even if it's in the final days before a vote, if someone has a credible allegation of experience that they held for a long time, that person should be allowed to come forward. And in fact, as she said, it was her civic duty. You're not questioning her sense of civic duty, are you?
She did come forward, and then it was.
I know you have a lot of political animus. You stated it very clearly towards my colleagues and I on this panel. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is you do not see her specifically as part of an orchestrated event. She is not a political pawn.
I don't know her, but I've also said that we bear no ill will toward her. She wanted confidentiality. This could have been handled.
And I understand, but she came forward. She took a great extent.
Yeah.
Your family has gone through hell. Her family has gone through hell. She sat here. She told her truth. And you made the allegation that she was coordinating it. I do not think she was coordinating with the therapist.
I did not say that. That's a.
You said this, I'm sorry. So you said that others were making a coordinated attack.
Coordinated by.
Forgive me. You were talking about us, not her. So she was not. She was not doing this for political efforts in 2012 when she talked to her therapist about this attack. She was not coordinating about this painful experience when she made revelations to her husband. She did not coordinate in 2013, 16, 2017, before you even nominated, when she revealed that it was you with 3 different people that had sexually assaulted her. That wasn't coordination. And Lindsay,
all the witnesses who were there say it didn't happen. Ms. Kaiser is her longtime friend, said she never saw me at a party with or without Dr.
And Ms. Kaiser has said clearly, and I'll quote what she said. She said she does not remember the night in question. That supports what you said. But she also says that she believes Dr. Ford. And so my colleague Lindsey Graham, who I respect and have admiration to and has been a partner of mine, he said voting no would be legitimizing the most despicable thing in American politics. Do you think that people who believe Dr. Ford are legitimizing despicable things? Those of us who think she's a credible witness, the allegations against her are credible, do you think that somehow we are engaging in something that's despicable?
Senator, I say listen to both sides before you make a bottom line conclusion. And Look at the.
That is fair.
Look
And
at my,
I have 10
look at my
seconds left, sir.
calendars.
You can answer after I finish. You have 10 seconds left. That is fair. Listen to both sides. This is not about one side being despicable, the other side not. Listen to both sides. She was a credible, I'm going to finish my question, you can answer. She gave credible, meaningful testimony, a woman who had the courage to come forward and tell her truth, sir. And that's what I'm just asking you to say. She is not a political pawn. She is not orchestrating. She is not part of the Clintons' efforts to get some kind of revenge. She is a woman who came here with corroborating evidence to tell her truth.
Is that a question?
No, sir. It was a final statement.
Senator Cruz.
Just on one thing, Mr. Chairman,
yes.
the evidence is not corroborated at the time. The witnesses who are there say it didn't happen.
Okay. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Kavanaugh, you and your family have been treated incredibly poorly by Senate Democrats and by the media. And let me say also, I think Dr. Ford and her family have been treated incredibly poorly by Senate Democrats and the media. You have both seen your good names dragged through the mud. And this has been, sadly, one of the most shameful chapters in the history of the United States Senate. Let me say to you and your family, thank you for a lifetime of public service. I will say, watching your mother's pained face has been heart-wrenching as she's seen her son's character dragged through the mud after not only your lifetime of public service, but her lifetime of public service as well. And I know as a father, there's been nothing more painful to you than talking to your daughters and explaining these attacks that the media is airing. I also believe, though, that the American people are a fair-minded people, that the American people can set aside the partisan warfare of Washington and look to substance and facts. And that is the charge of this committee. Now, there have been 3 different sets of allegations that have dominated the media. I think it's important to note that 2 of those sets of allegations had so little corroboration that even the New York Times, which is no conservative outlet, refused to report on them because they could find no basis for them. And it was striking in this entire hearing that not a single Democrat in this committee asked about 2 sets of those allegations. Ms. Ramirez's allegations and the allegations of the client of Mr. Avenatti. Not a single Democrat. I don't know if they were just too embarrassed. Mr. Avenatti's allegations were so scandalous that the ranking member omitted his client's most scandalous accusations of you as a criminal mastermind, essentially. Omitted those scandalous accusations from her statement. This hearing has focused, rightly so, on the allegations Dr. Ford presented. And let me say, I think the committee did the right thing in giving Dr. Ford a full and fair opportunity to tell her story. That's what we needed to do when these allegations became public. And the committee treated her with respect, as we should. I do not believe Senate Democrats have treated you with respect. What do we know? We know that her testimony and your testimony are in conflict. A fair-minded assessor of facts would then look to what else do we know when you have conflicting testimony? Well, we know that Dr. Ford identified 3 fact witnesses who she said observed what occurred. All 3 of those fact witnesses have stated on the record under penalty of perjury that they do not recall what she is alleging happening. They have not only not corroborated her charges, they have explicitly refuted her charges. That's significant to a fair-minded fact finder. In addition, you've walked through before this committee your calendars from the time. Now, I will say you were a much more organized teenager than I was, and than many of us were. But it was a compelling recitation of night by night by night where you were in the summer of 1982. That is yet another contemporaneous piece of fact to assess what happened. And we also know that the Democrats on this committee engaged in a profoundly unfair process. The ranking member had these allegations on July 30th. And for 60 days, that was 60 days ago, The ranking member did not refer it to the FBI for an investigation. The ranking member did not refer it to the full committee for an investigation. The ranking member, this committee could have investigated those claims in a confidential way that respected Dr. Ford's privacy. And some of the most significant testimony we heard this morning is Dr. Ford told this committee that the only people to whom she gave her letter were her attorneys, the ranking member, and her member of Congress. And she stated that she and her attorneys did not release the letter, which means the only people that could have released that letter were either the ranking member and her staff or the Democratic member of Congress, because Dr. Ford told this committee those are the only people who had it. That is not a fair process. And we should look to the facts, not anonymous innuendo and slander.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a point of personal privilege to respond.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, let me be clear. I did not hide Dr. Ford's allegations. I did not leak her story. She asked me to hold it confidential, and I kept it confidential as she asked. She apparently was stalked by the press, felt that what happened, she was forced to come forward, and her greatest fear was realized. She's been harassed, she's had death threats, and she's had to flee her home. In addition, the investigation that the Republican majority is heralding is really nothing that I know about other than a partisan practice. Normally, all the witnesses would be interviewed. However, that's not happened. While the majority has reached out to several people, they did not notify me or my staff that they were doing this. And so to argue that we would not participate, but not tell us what they were up to, is somewhat disingenuous. I was given some information by a woman who was very much afraid, who asked that it be held confidential. And I held it confidential until she decided that she would come forward.
Mr. Chairman, would the ranking member answer a question, please?
If I can.
I have great respect for Senator Feinstein. We've worked together on many topics, and I believe what you just said. Can you tell us that your staff did not leak it?
Oh, I don't believe my staff would leak it. I have not asked that question directly, but I do not believe
you know
they
that?
would.
I mean, how in the world could that get in the hands of the press?
The answer
unless
is no. The staff
Have you
said they did not.
Have you asked your staff or other
I
staff
just
members
did.
on the Judiciary Committee?
Pardon me? Well, Jennifer reminds me I've asked her before about it, and that's true.
Well, somebody leaked it if it wasn't you.
Well, it was, I'm telling you, it was not, I did not. I mean, I was asked to keep it confidential, and I'm criticized for that, too.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask the chairman a question, which is, does the committee have a process if there is an allegation against any nominee to assess that allegation in a confidential forum rather than in the public, since Dr. Ford requested that it be kept confidential? Is there a process for the committee for considering confidential allegations?
And the answer is yes, and I sent Senator Tillis pointed out the document that I put out to show of all the things that we've done along the lines of your question.
And Mr. Chairman, what would you have done if on July 30th the ranking member had raised this allegation with you? As the chairman of this committee, how would you have
We would have done like we have done with every background, or let's say FBI report that comes from the White House with a nominee, and then subsequent to that, because maybe the FBI got done with it 3 months ago, we go through the FBI or information comes to us, then we have our investigators in a bipartisan way, both Republicans and Democrats, follow up on whatever those questions are or those problems that have to be worked out.
So bipartisan investigators could have investigated this 2 months ago, and it could have been heard in a confidential setting without Dr. Ford's name or Judge Kavanaugh's name being dragged through the body. Is that correct?
And except for one or two conversations that we had with the judge through our investigators, Democrats didn't participate except in those two, but in those two or one or two, they didn't ask any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
May I respond? It's my understanding that her story was leaked before the letter became public. And she testified that she had spoken to her friends about it, and it's most likely that that's how the story leaked, and that she had been asked by press. But it did not leak from us, I assure you of that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm a little confused. I thought only the member of the House and Senator Feinstein and her lawyers had the letter. So her friends she might have talked to about it couldn't leak the letter if they just had a verbal conversation, unless she gave them a copy of the letter.
Senator, I don't think the letter was ever leaked.
Well, how did the press know to contact her about her complaint?
She testified here this morning that she had talked to friends about it.
They had the letter.
And that press had talked to her.
The letter was leaked.
Senator, Judge, since there was reference to the problems, the legitimate problems, and the change of lifestyle that Dr. Ford had, if you want some time to say the impact on your family, I'd be glad to hear you. If you don't want to talk about it, that's okay.
I've talked about that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Then Senator Harris.
Thank you. Judge Kavanaugh, have you taken a professionally administered polygraph test as it relates to this issue?
No, I'll do whatever the committee wants. Of course, those are not admissible in federal court, but I'll do whatever the committee wants. They're not admissible in federal court because they're
Thank
not
you.
reliable, as you know.
So you've not taken one?
Right.
All three of the women who have made sworn allegations against you have called for an independent FBI investigation into the claims. You've been asked during the course of this hearing by 4 different members, by my count, at least 8 times today, and also earlier this week on national television, whether you would call for the White House to authorize an FBI investigation. Each time you have declined to do so. Now, you know, I know you do, that the FBI is an agency of men and women who are sworn and trained law enforcement, who in the course of conducting background investigations on nominees for the Supreme Court of the United States and others are charged with conducting those background investigations because they are sworn law enforcement and they have the expertise and the ability and the history of doing that. So I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you willing to ask the White House to authorize the FBI to investigate the claims that have been made against you?
Well, I'll do whatever the committee wants, of course.
And I've heard you say that, but
The witness
I've not heard you answer a very specific question that's been asked, which is, are you willing to ask the White House to conduct an investigation by the FBI to get to whatever you believe is the bottom of the allegations that have been levied against you?
The FBI would gather witness statements. You have
Sir,
the witness statements. They don't
I don't want to debate with you how they do their business. I'm just asking, are you willing to ask the White House to conduct such an investigation? Because as you are aware, the FBI did conduct a background investigation into you before we were aware of these most recent allegations. So are you willing to ask the White House to do that? And say yes or no, and then we can move on.
I've had 6 background investigations over 26 years.
Sir, as it relates to the recent allegations, are you willing to have them do it?
The witness testimony is before you. No witness who was there supports that I was there.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a no, and we can move on. You have said in your opening statement, you characterized these allegations as a conspiracy directed against you. I'll point out to you that Justice now, Neil Gorsuch, was nominated by this president. He was considered by this body just last year. I did a rough kind of analysis of similarities. You both attended Georgetown Prep. You both attended very prestigious law schools. You both clerked for Justice Kennedy. You were both circuit judges. You were both nominated to the Supreme Court. You were both questioned about your record. The only difference is that you have been accused of sexual assault. How do you reconcile your statement about a conspiracy against you with the treatment of someone who was before this body not very long ago?
I explained that in my opening statement, Senator. Look at the the evidence here, the calendars, look at the witness statements, look at Ms. Kaiser's statement.
Okay. And then, do you agree that it is possible for men to both be friends with some women and treat other women badly?
Of course, but the point I've been emphasizing, and that is if you go back to age 14 for me, you will find people, and not just people, lots of people who I've been friends with, some of whom are in this room today, starting at age 14, women, and who talked about my friendships with them through my whole life, and it's a consistent pattern all the way through. 65 women who knew me more than 35 years ago signed a letter to support me after the allegation was made because they know me and they were with me and we grew up together. We talked on the phone together and we went to events together. That is who I am. What they've said, what the people who worked with me in the Bush White House, the women there, look at what Sarah Day said in centralmaine.com. Look at what the law clerks. I have sent more women law clerks to the Supreme Court than any other federal judge in the country.
I only have a few seconds left, and I'll just ask you a direct question. Did you watch Dr. Ford's testimony?
I did not. I plan
Thank you.
to. I plan to.
Thank you.
I plan to, but I did not. I was preparing mine.
Our last 5 minutes will be Senator Flake, 1 minute, and Senator Kennedy, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Dr. Ford came forward with her account, I immediately said that she should be heard and asked the chairman to delay the vote that we had scheduled. And the chairman did, and I appreciate that. And she came at great difficulty for her and offered compelling testimony. You have come and done the same. I am sorry for what's happened to you and your family, as I'm sorry for what has happened to hers. And this is not a good process, but it's all we've got. And I would just urge my colleagues to recognize that in the end, we are 21 very imperfect senators trying to do our best to provide advice and consent. And in the end, there is likely to be as much doubt as certainty going out of this room today. And that as we make decisions going forward, I hope that people will recognize that. And in the rhetoric that we use and the language that we use going forward, that we'll recognize that there is doubt. We'll never move beyond that. And just have a little humility on that front. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Flake. Now, Senator Kennedy. Senator Kennedy.
I'm sorry, Judge, for what you and your family have been through. And I'm sorry for what Dr. Ford and her family have been through. It could have been avoided. Do you believe in God?
I do.
I'm going to give you a last opportunity. We're right here, right in front of God and country. I want you to look me in the eye. Are Dr. Ford's allegations true?
They're not accurate as to me. I have not questioned that she might have been sexually assaulted at some point in her life by someone, someplace. But as to me, I've never done this. Never done this to her or to anyone else. And I've talked to you about what I was doing that summer of 1982, but I'm telling you, I've never done this to anyone, including her.
Are Ms. Ramirez's allegations about you true?
Those are not. None of the witnesses in the room support that. If that had happened, that would have been the talk of campus in our freshman dorm. The New York Times reported that as recently as last week, she was calling other classmates seeking to, well, I'm not going to characterize it, but calling classmates last week and just seemed very, I'll just stop there. But it's not true. It's not true.
Are Ms. Swetnick's allegations made by Mr. Avenatti about you true?
Those are not true. Never met her. Don't know who she is. There was a letter released within 2 hours of that breaking yesterday from, I think, 60 people who knew me in high school, men and women, who said it was, their words, nonsense, totally, the whole thing, that's totally ridiculous.
None of these allegations are true.
Correct.
No doubt in your mind.
Zero. I'm 100% certain.
Not even a scintilla.
Not a scintilla. 100% certain, Senator.
You swear to God.
I swear to God.
That's all I have, Judge.
Judge Kavanaugh, thank you very much. Hearing adjourned.
And there you have it, a hearing that started at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 6:45 p.m. Eastern right now, and this is a day that will go down in history on Capitol Hill in Washington and beyond. We started the day with Dr. Christine Blasey Ford, a professor from Northern California who went to high school in the same area as Brett Kavanaugh, now Supreme Court nominee. She came in, gave almost 4 hours of testimony describing an assault, she says, at the hands of Brett Kavanaugh, and then Brett Kavanaugh came in and gave an impassioned defense of himself. It turns angry, it turns in tears. And now it is up to the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee and the larger Senate as to what happens now to this nomination. And as we speak, there is still a vote scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9:30. Our Capitol Hill correspondent reports that Republicans will meet tonight to have some kind of meeting. Chuck, we've got about a minute to wrap it up here.
This was politically as bad as I feared it was going to turn out, meaning you have this irreconcilable, I think, position that the country's in. Whether these senators are actually in it or if they're in their partisan corners, we'll let them decide what they've done. But there is so much, there's going to be a lot of repercussions to this. This one's not going to.
All the senators, all the Republicans are going to meet tonight and decide, take their temperature, do a head count. We don't know where all the votes are, and that will determine what's going to happen tomorrow.
Heartfelt testimonials on both sides, still no evidence, corroborating evidence produced to support her accusation, and I think that will be the hook on which wavering Republicans will hang their hats to vote yes for him.
Well, it could not be more high stakes. This is the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land. And the seat in question here was once possessed by Anthony Kennedy. It was a swing seat. And so the stakes here are that it shifts the ideological balance of the court. It's incredibly important to both sides. It wraps up our coverage for now. Stay with NBC News. Nightly News with Lester Holt is up next.